Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. And of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find anywhere with an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, educators that give you 100% transparency into their trading. So you're not going to find another show out there like ours that offers education, support, and of course, tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Doc, and I'm Marty. We have an exciting, informative programming for you today and throughout the week. You'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, fellow trader, newscaster, yes, and even that voice in your head that says, being challenged in life is inevitable. Being defeated is optional. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, you got your game plan ready?
Check.
You got your checklist checked?
Check.
Check. And pencil sharpened for your journal?
Yep, got it right here. Check.
You are a smart trader today, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say good morning to our good friend, John the Hoagland. Good morning, sir.
Great Scott. It's Wednesday already, January the 24th. Good morning, Eddie.
Doc.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing today, Eddie?
I'm doing great, Doc. I'm doing real good. It sort of sounded like him. I got scared there. Great. We've got an all-star cast here, like I mentioned before, but lots of good things. Johnny, how are you? You sleep good?
No, not all that great for
No.
some reason, and my alarm didn't go off, so I woke up just a little later than usual, but still with plenty of time to prepare for the day.
Yeah, well, good thing you didn't wake up just a bit outside because it is cold.
Yeah,
It's
a
very
little
cold.
bit.
All right, let's fire up the machine here. Futures, just a wee bit higher here, but we're seeing some movement right now. U.S. stock futures ticked into the green today after the benchmark S&P 500 closed at a record high for the third, count it, 1, 2, 3, third consecutive session. S&P contract added about 22 points, NASDAQ about 130, and the DD Dow 59 points. Despite the 0.3% climb in the S&P yesterday, the main averages were mixed. Heavy tech, NASDAQ jumped 0.4%, and the Dow Industrial Average slipped, 0.3%. Now, traders, we're keeping an eye on the accelerating series of corporate earnings. We had some yesterday, and hope remains that the world's largest economy is approaching a soft landing. Very soft. That's a scenario in which elevated interest rates cool inflation without fueling a slump in broader growth. Tesla is set to headline some of the big business names here today. We did have Elon Musk's electric vehicles going to be due its release fourth quarter numbers. We'll see that also. And Netflix shares popped pre-market after the streaming giant posted better than anticipated fourth quarter subscriber signups. Johnny, what do you got?
All right. As far as the economic numbers this morning, every day on Wednesday at 6 o'clock in the morning, they announce the mortgage rate. The mortgage rate previous week was 6.75, jumped a little bit to 6.78 last week. Applications the previous week were up 10.4%. Last week, only up 6.78%. So a little bit less demand, perhaps, for those mortgage rates. At 8:45 this morning, we've got the PMI composite preliminary number due out. 9:30, as everybody that trades crude oil is well aware of, we're looking for the EIA Petroleum Status Report. 10 o'clock, the Survey of Business Uncertainty. That's on the schedule. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be anything that's going to be all that impactful to the markets. Just letting you know it's out there. At 10:30, we've got a 4-month bill auction, a 2-year FRN note auction. Now, that's a variable rate auction, a variable rate note. So we'll keep an eye on those as well. And at noon, we've got a 5-year note auction. As far as earnings are concerned this morning, ASMR beat on both. We had Abbott Labs, we had AT&T, and General Dynamics, both missing on earnings per share, but beating on revenues. So that's about it as far as our big earnings today, except after the close, of course. As Eddie mentioned, we have Tesla. We also have IBM. VIX is down this morning, down below 13 now at 12.5 as the market continues to move higher. The fear factor continues to move lower. The dollar index back down around below 103, 102.98 last I checked. The yield on the 10-year holding fast right above that 4% level at 4.097. And that's it for the economic and earnings numbers for today. It's a pretty long list of earnings, but we're just kind of mentioning the more impactful ones. So let's get ready. It's always about context, risk management, and patience when it comes to trading.
Thank you, Hoag. Oil prices today, crude traders, as traders see mixed signals on the global supply and demand, while escalating geopolitical tensions provide support. We did see the U.S. crude trade higher 0.5%, while the Brent climbed 0.4%. Data from the API, American Petroleum Institute, released late yesterday showed that U.S. crude inventories shrank by 6.7 million barrels week of January 19th as severe cold weather across parts of the country disrupted production. John, you got a Twitter account, X account?
I have an X account. I don't really look at it. I don't pay for it. I not much of a chance of me
Not
getting
much.
blocked. No.
Well, you know what? I got blocked. I got banned. And I had sent them an email. They say, if you think this is wrong, a few times, and I said, no, you're banned. I tried a third time. Third time's a charm, and I got this email that says, "Yeah, we're writing you to let you know your account is now unlocked. We're sorry for the inconvenience. A little background." And we have in our systems have found that we removed automated spam accounts, and it looks like yours was removed by mistake. What mistake? Yeah, nobody makes a mistake. This can happen if the accounts exhibit automated behavior in a violation of our rules. We apologize for the mix-up. So
So
I've been
you're automated.
automated and reinstated and exasperated. But I don't know.
Well, thank goodness.
John Haig,
It's very important to have your Twitter account intact.
I gots to, man. I gots to.
Mm-hmm.
John, I've got some concern here. I was reading the news here yesterday. Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, okay? The Rock has a new owner. Well, here's the deal. Its name has become most synonymous with professional wrestling, but its bearer, Dwayne Johnson, never legally owned it. So that's going to change under a new agreement with the WWE, in which Johnson does now own that name. Now, Hoag, I'm going to try to get a hold of the WWE and see if we can lock in your nickname, Hoag. Well, I mean, it's a very important name. I know you've been using it for a while. And I just want to make sure that, you've got it. And, every time we say Hoag, I want that to be like your entrance music for the WWE. There he goes.
I do have a wrestling name.
What's your wrestling name?
Bulk Hoagland.
All right. I like that. All right. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Enough of this silliness. Hey, we've got our tips of the week here today. And James, can you post that, please, my friend? There it is. Stay motivated. Now, remember, motivation. We talked a lot about that yesterday. We're going to keep it as a theme here the rest of the week. And to stay motivated, I think you got to find some inspiration. And to do that, you got to surround yourself with sources of inspiration, whether it's motivational quotes, success stories, mentors, having positive influence can and will fuel your motivation. So, hey, stick around. You'll get motivated to the T today. Johnny, what's
Yeah.
your take?
I like the idea of, seeing like motivated posts and everything. I collect those all the time. I'm trying to find one here that might be here's one. It's a Chinese proverb. A wise man makes his own decisions, an ignorant man follows public opinions. That is so true in markets so much that when we're just kind of following the crowd tends to be wrong. Again, we see that sometimes with the tilt. So, you do have to stay motivated to do this. Make sure you're feeling good. You've done your homework, you're doing your journaling, you're reviewing and always improving. That's one of the things that I like about trading is there's always opportunities for continued personal growth as well as financial growth.
Yes. Johnny, I got one of those too. Man who stand on toilet seat, high on pot. Okay, we're
Mm,
going to move on.
it's a good one, Eddie.
Uh, It's true, right? Right. He's okay. Anyway, let's get to our charts here. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, in the S&Ps, obviously, we've known for a few days that we have broken out of about a month-long area of balance, and we are continuing to see the S&Ps and and all of the equities really seeing continuation away from that previous area of balance. This is a momentum trade. The upside breakout continuation continues to stay on track. Open interest increased by 4,900 yesterday in the S&P is a little bit of a slowdown in the increase in open interest. A little bit of a slowdown in volume too. That doesn't necessarily scare me on the upside in equities. It would scare me if we were in a downtrend and the volume started to fall off. I would be worried, but a little bit of slowing in the open interest keeps this grade of this auction process down to about a B for me. We're seeing the market continuing the upside momentum today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart because we've got some interesting information as far as this chart is concerned. So, 2 days of balance, a lack of longer time frame traders, perhaps the no momentum, nothing. Monday we had a hangover day, we were an inside day yesterday. Now we're starting to see the buyers come back into this market, and we do have some considerable overnight inventory to the long side. We're going to be opening with a gap. So if we do open with the gap and we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities for a continuation of this move to the upside. The measured move in the S&Ps is all the way up to 49.65. Um, I'm seeing other traders and things that I'm reading are looking for 49.60 as a potential upside move or target to this move. But when we open here, we're going to be seeing a lot of shorter time frames, weaker hands, longs, looking for help. What kind of help are they looking for? They're looking for new buying to come in to perpetuate this move to the upside. We're opening out of range, out of balance. The early opportunities may end up being the best opportunities for the entire session today. Watch as I will probably be taking the opening range trade on fast markets this morning. As far as the profile is concerned, there was an attempt at a late spike that didn't really finish the right way, but we had the market really range bound, and then we left that range and started pushing higher. We were still inside the previous day's high here, but this move, which is now continuing in the overnight, I'm kind of viewing that as late spike ish. The fact that we're opening above the 2 day range and seeing some movement away from that is telling me that basically there's a pretty high probability that we are going to be accepting prices at higher levels yet, or continuing to see pricing accepted at higher levels. And if we do get a decent pullback, I'd be looking for an opportunity to look for a long. I mean, it's been the only thing to do for the last 2 weeks. Every time these markets break, they come in and they get bought. So, we don't know when that's going to change. Nobody can predict it. I'm certainly not trying to predict it. We're just looking at context here. And, the nuance that I'm seeing this morning is the fact that we're opening above that attempted late spike in the S&Ps. Odds are pretty good right now that value is going to be established higher, at least higher to overlapping higher on the session today. So we'll watch and see how this day plays out. Again, we're not predicting anything, suggesting the purchase or sale of anything. Really, again, trying to focus on context. And in the Nasdaq, the context is one time framing higher. Basically, we had 2 days of balance, but when we broke out of the balance area here, we've already reached our measured move that we're still looking to reach in the S&Ps. We closed above it yesterday. We're seeing continuation or perhaps even an acceleration of upside momentum. Again, volume slowed yesterday. We added 1,900 in open interest, which is encouraging that people are still willing to initiate new positions up at this level. And those new positions are probably going to be to the long side. So we're seeing, again, kind of a grade B upside auction here. If we were seeing, increasing volume and open interest and price moving higher, that would certainly make it an A grade auction process. So, what are we looking at here? We're looking, we're going to try and scale this a little bigger. Again, overnight inventory is overwhelmingly long, shorter time frame, weaker hands traders, momentum trading into new positions on the way up here. And again, we actually put in a late spike in the NASDAQ yesterday. So the late spike rules, opening flat out above a late spike is the highest probability of an acceptance of pricing at higher levels. Doesn't mean price has to just continue to go straight in that direction. It could pull all the way back to close the gap and then see if we find some buyers there. We don't know what's going to happen. Just using the nuances to say there's a good probability that value is going to establish higher today, and at the very least, higher to overlapping, even if we get a deep pullback off of this high. Our overnight weaker hands traders long are going to be looking for new business, new buying coming in after the regular trading hour open to perpetuate their positions and keep them paying for them. If that doesn't happen, they could give us that pullback, which could give us a decent opportunity for a better trade location for long, if that is in your hypothesis, if that is something you're thinking about doing. As we say, anything can happen. ACH, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. So let's take a look at crude oil now. Crude remains range bound, short time frame controlled. We did add 6,000 in open interest yesterday. The rollover is over. Volume wasn't all that great yesterday, but that increase in open interest probably increases the probability of a breakout of this current area of balance at some time in the near future. By near future, it could be a week from now, but I think that there is likely to be some change coming as long as we continue to see that open interest increasing over time. Now, for the last, Thursday, Friday, and Monday, we had increases in open interest, another increase in open interest. So these three bars are kind of building energy. New business is coming into the marketplace, looking for the market to seek new levels to facilitate trade. That's the market's job, is to facilitate trade. So as long as we're in this balance, we're in probably shorter time frame control. Take a look at the 30-minute. All right. Inside day yesterday, and so far an inside day, inside an inside day. What does that mean? Well, the market is coiling. The market is building new positions in this. And when it moves away from this, that increases the probability of a larger move. That's what we were just looking at on the daily chart. So the thing that sticks out to me is we've got all three simple moving averages in play in the overnight. They're converging. And that's kind of telling us that we've been sideways long enough. It's time for this market to look for new levels to facilitate trade. But I do want to, say we opened in range, perhaps rejecting value from yesterday. I can't wait to hear what D has to say about crude oil this morning. We'll see how this plays out. But the profile yesterday was a normal variation day, neutral, two-sided auction. We opened lower, we traded higher, we traded back lower. It's really just kind of a rotational day. That those that caught that move to the upside, awesome. Where did it start at? The previous day's low. We got near the previous day's high. Sellers came in and pushed price back lower. That's range bound trade at its finest. I know Dee had a good day yesterday, and we're looking forward to seeing her having a good day today. But again, try and stay a little bit patient. If we do not accept value acceptance from yesterday, we could see a continuation move to the upside. If we do accept value from yesterday, that could bring price back lower, perhaps to the value low from yesterday. And let's take a quick look here at gold. So this is the daily in gold, range bound, shrinking market, lower highs, higher lows. We lost 1,000 in open interest yesterday, and it is coming into rollover. Don't change to the April contract just yet, ladies and gentlemen. The volume is still greater, although the open interest in the April contract is already greater than the February. The liquidity is still in Feb. Price has settled into a rollover range, 1 to 3 days, maybe 4 days in balance, in range, short time frame control. Short time frame control. What does that mean? It means shorter time frame levels are more likely to be respected. The problem with that is there's usually a lot of them. So here's 1, 2, 3, range high, range low. Just kind of looking at the previous rejection up above 2040, up above 2038. These are some pretty good excess highs here. It might be maybe tough for the market to get up through those levels. The market did open with a gap. It looks like it closed the gap relatively early here on this 730 bar, and kind of holding above range from yesterday. So, I think it's really going to be all about acceptance of yesterday's range or rejection of yesterday's range. It was a B-shaped profile yesterday indicating long liquidation, which is supported by the loss in open interest. So I'll be looking for short time frame levels until that proves to be wrong. And I think we may be getting relatively close to having that prove to be wrong. Again, if we can take out these highs, if we can take out weekly kickoff low, then I'll look for bigger opportunities. But in the meantime, looking at this as a relatively range-bound market, let the market open, let the market establish its initial balance, and work on those extremes for your opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And please don't forget, every day, pray for peace.
Pray for peace. Yes, Johnny. All right. Well, thank you for the knowledge and the motivation. And I was motivated there. And we've got a lot of motivation coming up here today. We got the Chi City locals going to join us for Fast Market. We got Mick and Hoag on Shoulder Tap. David Green's going to join Hoag and myself for Power Players. Jack and Bonnie for Top Quiz, 11:45. We've got a 1 o'clock Dolby Andre and Trade KV is going to be with us. So stick around for that one. Isaac Suffren with Andre and Dolby and Power Hour. And we're going to have lots of good stuff coming up here. So we're going to take a little break, get some more liquid beverage. You do the same. We'll be right back with Fast Markets.
that's left in the love that's gone silent. Can't look further ways cause we're just so blinded. Tell me to hear when I ask you to listen. We're on the same side, but you're making me the villain. Have I grown too comfortable? Thought we were unshakable. But when you started leaning on somebody else, I didn't know you. Gave me a sign, now my shoulders are closed. We're on thin ice, we're at each other's throats. What? We were so...
Welcome back to Fast Markets. And yes, we've got the Shy City Locals.
Let's give it up for the Shy City Locals.
Going to be here for Fast Markets. And good morning, Deanna. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Michael. And of course, howdy, Hoag.
Howdy. Great Scott.
Howdy. What is up?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. So,
Morning.
Deanna, I hear Deanna's a little under the weather. Yes?
Plain hurt today.
Yeah. Don't
hurt.
worry. I mean, I have this stupid chronic illness that sometimes causes me extra fatigue.
Oh,
So we'll push through, take it slow.
We're all human.
We got some release
Yeah,
today,
man.
anyway. So I'll be waiting for a while. So all good.
Andre, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I got a lot of sleep last night. Dodging a cold that's going around here in Chicago.
Oh.
So far so good, but may get me one of these days.
How do you dodge a cold? I'd like to know how to do that.
Oh
my
I
God.
Stay
drink
home.
this tea, man.
Shit,
Yeah,
you're
and I
hitting me
drink
right
this
in the
tea,
head.
heavy lemon, heavy honey, just every day. Green tea
Okay.
every day, 2 times a day.
All right.
You always talk about that magic potion. Hey, we're getting the horses together.
1 minute.
We
Horses
got
together.
to get our ponies in the gates here, guys. Oh, that's a pretty
Might be a
pony.
placebo.
Okay. Here we go.
Morning,
Morning,
All right,
Reggie.
so
just to let you know, we got a number at 8:45, big number at 8:45. So I'm going to be watching that. So
Okay.
be careful. Entries.
Righty. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Here we go. Bank of Canada rate decision as well, I think.
I was going to ask you about that. Is that going to affect
Yeah.
crude? Okay.
Probably, yeah. So I'm going to stay out of that, and I'm probably going to stay out of the inventories as well, because I don't like trading into either one of those. So like I said, I'm going to be patient. We're opening just outside of value in crude oil. So there's a possibility for a value acceptance or a move higher. I mean, on the daily chart, it does look like it's going to go higher. But again, I follow the auction process. We'll just see what happens.
And we
Okay,
are
I'm down
open.
$2,000, Andre. I'm down
All
2,000.
right.
Right again.
What happened?
Now we were talking about
Tell
this
us, please.
in the green room. Somehow
Yeah.
I had a floating one lot at 9:25, 9:50 last night when I go to bed at like 9. Did not
Yeah.
know. So what nothing like being having a working order out there that you didn't cancel. So
Yeah.
that is why I am
Hate
down.
it when that happens.
I didn't notice it till now. Nope. Like right when I got in, I'm like, hold
Yeah.
on, why am I short one? Why am I short one from 597 a quarter?
geez.
Oh, it's
Of course,
trading
all we do-
686. 100 almost 100 handles higher, and I looked at the here
Yeah.
account time 9:24 a.m. or p.m.
Did you take a
9:24 p.m. last night. So that's called a mistake.
Yeah, that's a fat finger.
And set up to take the opening range trade here.
Well,
Downside?
silver lining, it's only $2,000. It's not anything more than that. Because one day I woke up and I was down 13 grand like that.
Yikes.
Also
Yikes.
forgotten
On
an
an
order.
accident?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, it was an order that I left on the dome somewhere, probably at Target, and then it obviously kicked off overnight, and I was like,
Mm.
no.
Oh my goodness.
And I managed to
It's
pull
terrible.
myself out by the end of the day, but it's not a good way to start the morning. So yeah, only $2,000, Mike. It's all right.
No, I'm
Like
I'm
that.
okay. Mistakes happen, and January.
Yes,
This is
they
a
do.
nice January. This has been a fun January. So we got sell off happening right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Johnny, Deanna, what are you guys liking?
Mhm.
Andre?
Short the opening range trade already here.
How many
Nice,
times,
Johnny.
Hoag?
Light and tight though. Light and tight. I don't know what to. I'm because I'm short. I'm not that comfortable with it. I don't want to be short. I'm looking for continuation. Really.
All we do,
Mm.
is make highs
Yeah.
overnight, all-time highs overnight. No one's
Right.
No
We do have a
one's
lot of
Oh, yeah.
overnight longs.
Guess who accidentally leaves a working order out there? And those who asked, did I have
Yeah.
a stop in there? No, apparently not. I didn't have a stop because it was a working order. I traded a couple times right out of the gate. Was down like $200 right out of the gate, and then I just canceled. I thought I clicked cancel on my orders, and then I shut everything down. I put it all to sleep. Then I leave the office, and I go to sleep. When I get home, I had that working order on there. I would not have a naked working order or naked trade.
No, it happens.
Like
Deanna said,
There's a lesson learned right out of the gate. Put that in your journal.
cancel
There you
cancel
go.
everything. Make it in your
Cancel
You got
all-
a
cancel
challenge,
all
Michael.
orders. Yeah.
Here we go. A little heavy here. Gold taking a drop down.
We have.
Fred
you
says
always
yes,
say,
if he has a
Andre,
wide opening range.
What'd you say, Andre? You say cheapest lesson is learn from somebody else?
Yeah, yes. Learned your lesson. It's a $2,000 lesson. It's going to save me. But yeah, make sure you cancel all on your way out. Last thing you click is cancel all.
For everybody. Yep.
Several
Cancel
times
all.
as well.
Several times. I do it too. Click.
Yeah.
In case the first two didn't go through, make the third will work.
Yeah.
It's a very small
Yeah.
button. I would like it to just be like a space bar or something. It's a very small button on the ladder on the CTS.
It used to be a macro. There used to be.
But that's
scroll
it.
left,
All right, so let's get after it.
Yep. Tilt, nothing too crazy there. Nothing like yesterday where crude was showing 87% long. Not seeing anything like that today.
All right, so both
Congratulations.
ES and NQ are opening
Eddie,
right
wait
to
on-
that
Eddie-
daily range. Sorry, yeah, go.
No, go ahead, Eddie. Wait on that kind of stuff, and we'll fill in the gaps with when we break in. So we'll get the market going.
Yeah, so the market is opening. So NQ and ES have both opened around that fixed daily range high. Now, when that happens, there's a higher probability that the market goes all the way down to the value area, but the value area on both of these is so far away. So there is
Mhm.
definitely scope for a short, but I think aiming all the way to the value high might be a little bit ambitious today. But I'm with you, Hoag, that there is a chance of a nice short straight off the open. This is actually similar to a trade that I took yesterday in crude oil on the opposite side. And it was the reason why I took it so early. So yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. It looks good.
Yeah, I
Nice
mean,
thing
it's
still
not
falling
really
through.
doing much here just yet. Andre, the liquidity is definitely to the upside in the dome.
NQ's dropping though.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is.
We're trying to. Yeah.
It's all because of
Danny was
Netflix
talking
earnings.
about NQ rejected the highs here where it was rejected. Might keep an eye and see that if it wants to revisit the 17,700 level, we'll look for shorts from there and get if it gets a second rejection. Thanks, Danny.
Who's saying that? Danny?
Danny L. Thebe.
Yeah.
Check
NASDAQ getting pretty close to a test of VWAP.
Yes, it is.
I see it. Yeah. VWAP,
Nice.
overnight VWAP. I've got it anchored at the open yesterday, so it's showing 176.43 quarter, and we're just getting there now.
Andre,
If
you
we
ended
can
yesterday
go below
nicely.
that.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
yes. Yesterday was a nice close, power hour. Yes, it was.
You
Gotta
got
probably
it
start putting on the
back?
bigger side.
Yeah, I was watching
Yeah, I
that. Dolby.
Dolby. Is he all-star or
Insane
what?
contract. Yeah. Yeah, I know. He stayed so cool throughout it. I know he was a combine, but he was like cool as a cucumber, right? Just like, yeah,
Mhm.
man, I'm gonna add another
13
10.
lots.
And
Uh-huh.
yeah, I know. Good on him, man. I was impressed. And the
Yeah.
push-ups.
Is that pop?
Right.
Is that
push-ups,
pop that
and
happened
the
at the end of the day? The pop. He had 13 lots long at the pop at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, he did. Yeah.
Dolby time, baby.
I know.
Yeah.
You must have
He
had that
went long,
insider
right at
information.
value
on Netflix.
high. Yeah, that must have been it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he went long at
Oil. Holy.
175, 500 was it? I don't
S&Ps just
remember now.
won't give it up.
No, they won't, John. I'm sure what
No.
to do.
Yeah, it's a bit slow.
Well, the MO imbalance, 416 million to the buy side here this morning. All right, Andre short at 49.20.
Are we up? I know Netflix earnings killed it yesterday. Is that what spurred this rally?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they killed it as far as new subscriptions are concerned.
Where do they
so
find
things are-
13 million new
things are-
subscribers? Where do they
Yeah,
find
where do
those?
you really
Right.
find 13 million?
Where do they
Yeah,
find?
fourth quarter. Yeah,
Yeah, just in one quarter. Hey guys, we found
one
13
quarter. Hey,
million more.
we
It's
hired a
Bob.
great social. We hired a great social media manager. I'm like, what?
Hey Tom, get a load of this. We found 13 million.
Uh-huh.
Unbelievable.
All right, congratulations. Yeah,
Close your ways, Netflix.
off the tops here.
Maybe it's the password.
Remember, we got a
password
number
crack.
here coming up, 8:45.
Mhm.
Very important number.
It's gotta be Coop. Gotta be the
Keep an
password
eye on
sharing
that.
thing.
Oh, is that what it is?
Could be.
I know. I know if we stay at we'll sometimes move to or we have Chicago and stay at our house there, and then we'll stay in house in Colorado, and it'll ask you what now. It's
Yep.
asking you, is this you moving around from house to house using your
Yep.
Netflix? They didn't do that before. Yeah, Renee,
Cracking
I've
down,
traded
Mike.
pre-market. Yeah,
Oh, you
traded
sure
pre-market with
traded.
an accidental. Oh yeah, that I traded, but then I stopped, and then I thought I was done. But then at 9:25 at night,
Accidental
somehow,
trading.
some way, the
Your head's in
trade fairy
your head's
got me in.
Your head's in British Columbia right now.
Yeah.
Dante's adding China can also cutting required reserves ratio by 50%, which is probably going to be good for the tech stocks. So we'll keep an eye on
Okay.
that. Thanks, Dante.
I love it. I love the team effort around here. Everyone's watching each other's back.
Mhm.
Yep.
There's 6.
You're 6. Watching your 6, as they say in fighter pilots. I guess more than just fighter pilots. But yes,
Mhm.
6.
Gold. getting smushed.
Top Gun, Michael. Great movie. You should watch it.
I watched Apollo 13 last night. I stayed up till 11 o'clock watching that, even though I was in bed and don't have my phone by me. And I watched the whole effing thing. It was great.
Really? It's a great movie.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's just got dropped. Swear to God.
You're one of those 13 million.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Go, Flight.
Ecom.
Or go, Flight.
This thing on the
GNC.
World
Or
Cup.
go.
Del Muse.
Go.
Pretty good.
Right there.
Check.
Eddie, there's 15 of those. There's 15 of those. I counted them last night. I paused and I was going to use it as a company review meeting when I talked to everybody. We have 100 employees at Topstep. I got to go do this in 3 or 4 hours from now and talk to everybody about and I was going to be like, hey guys, NASA put somebody on the moon and they use 16 or 15 different departments, and the last one is flight. They go flight, go, and then that's when launch. Each one of those persons have to say go or no go, which means they're all one's like bodily or the vitals of the person. The other one's like the jet fuel. I don't know. All these little carbon, oxygen, blah blah blah. They all have these things, and I counted them all last night. There's 16 of them. Ends with it's 15 of them, and the main guy goes go, and each one is a department, and they all have to do certain things, and they all have people underneath them. And the whole conversation today was going to be at work about being like, we all have to work together. They put a man on moon with 16 different departments working in real time on a rocket, getting people to the moon and back safely. And,
Cool.
Today, this year in 2024, Topstep, we got to accomplish this, and this. So I had the whole speech already too. I thought about it last night.
And
Nice.
they
I'm a
did it
trader,
all
man,
with they did it all with technology less than you have in your iPhone.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. And they had to bring it down to 4 amps, or they had to bring it down to 20 amps total to use. It was bananas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see
Well,
being
good
an
thing they
astronaut,
had
Michael.
duct tape on board. Let's put it that way.
They said, yeah. So we can talk about that later, but it was awesome. I mean, Tom Hanks, 1995. The
Great movie.
thing
It was a
was
great movie.
destined. was Apollo 13th, launching on the 13th hour to the 13th minute on April 13th.
Wow.
They're lucky they got home alive. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
You know, last trip to Vegas, I won $720 on 13 on
13, yeah.
on roulette on 13.
Well, as they say in the movie, John, it's only well. Why do you have 13? Well, it's after 12.
Right.
So
It's one of my wife's
nothing
lucky
unlucky
numbers.
about
She
it.
told me to put it. She told me to do it. I put
Yeah.
$20 on it, and it won. I wonder if I'll
Stay
get
up
that lucky
4:13
this
at the
year.
hotel.
You all
We'll
right?
find out. Is the
Hey, while I
movies
was
in
doing all that
That
stuff,
was
I took a short. I took a short at 52 and covered 39s. So now I'm down 19
Nice.
instead of 22.
Nice.
We
I'm
shall,
chipping away.
we shall chip, we
MP.
shall chip away.
Yeah, we are seeing
VWAP here.
gold here.
16.
Yeah, S&P wants to come down to this VWAP, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna work this 16 bid, maybe buy 2 and see if it bounces off.
Gold all the way down to 2028. Sort
What
of
are you
fell out of
downside,
bed
John?
there.
Timber.
Yeah.
What do
Sure,
you need to
taking a
downside, Johnny?
That's
sweet
the
ass
value.
time.
That's the value high from yesterday in gold.
Yep.
Literally right on 2028.
Right to it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's the value of understanding short time frame control, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed.
Market targets, visual
Gap
levels.
fill. Yeah. Yep.
We got 8:45 here, Eddie.
We got coming up here in 2 minutes. Yes, I'm watching it here. Got that number coming up here. I'll give you the countdown.
VWAP real quick.
Hmm.
So
What do you think, John? We staying in
big
this
one
to the
here is
number?
PMI.
I'm going to. You know, it's you know, it's
Everything's bullish.
it's you know, somewhat. Yeah, I mean, it can be impactful. Let's see how thin the dome gets. It's getting thin already here.
Yeah,
It's
it
getting
is.
really thin already.
Yeah, it's pretty. It can be a pretty impactful number. They're not looking for much
Services.
change from the previous.
Check go.
Nasdaq got
All right.
real thin.
Got about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, the dome
Like
is
check
very,
go.
very thin.
Like check go.
Like
Ready?
check.
Like Doc's
Go,
telling
Cam.
Apollo 13.
Go.
Go.
Econs go. Vitals go.
Wow.
Pop Tarts and Hot Pockets. Go.
Mr. Astronaut over here.
All right.
How much time we got left, Eddie?
I don't know, Dre. What do you
5
think?
seconds.
I'm out. Now.
Oh,
we're
it's getting
fit.
really
Now
thin.
this-
It's really
No.
thin. Wow,
And
look
here
at that.
we go.
Get out.
Oh, big.
I got out.
That's
Get
falling
in
out
there,
of bed.
Johnny. I got out.
It
Gold's got
is
some new
not worth
levels.
it.
And
I'm
That
still
is
in.
thin.
Here.
Oh, very
Good.
thin. What are you in right now, John?
All right,
Short one
PMI
from,
coming in at 52.9. Manufacturing coming in at 50.3, higher than expected. And the U.S. composite 52.3, much higher than a 51. So we do have a 50 U.S. S&P Services PMI Flash 52.9, higher than a 51.5, and PMI Flash Manufacturing coming in at 50.3, higher than the 47.6 and previous 47.9. Keep an eye on that.
Like I'm still short.
Also,
49.19 quarter. Off the
Deanna's
opening
still
rate.
waiting for Bank of Canada rate statements. They should be
Yeah.
out, have not hit the wire yet. Keep an eye on that.
We're wrestling with this VWAP level here.
Crude heavy long.
Yeah, we are.
81%.
Where?
As
Crude
Anne Marie
heavy.
says, you know, it's heading higher, so that's a friendly to the upside look to that VWAP level here.
With crude
Another
oil, I
reminder,
can see
crude
some
oil-
orders. Yeah, around 75.30 and above. There's like a whole bunch of them. So right now, even if I was going to go long, I don't like the profit margin of this because it's only like 15 ticks higher.
Mm.
It's not a cheap trade. Let's put it that way.
I like cheap trades.
So do I.
I like
They're
cheap
very
trades.
juicy.
That's a good band.
Rate decision in Canada, it is still 5%. They didn't change anything.
Yeah, unchanged. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what they say with the rate statement, because that's where the real party is.
All right.
Well, this thing's just a.
What's a hoot? What do you hang in there, Johnny?
I don't know. I'm not really pleased with the price action, and it seems to be holding VWAP here. So
Yeah, I'm
let's see what happens here.
still thin. We have
No.
9 o'clock. Still thin in here.
It is very thin. I'm going to just give up on this and take it. I don't want
Again,
to because it's still a valid trade according to an opening range trade,
Yeah.
but it's holding that VWAP. The NASDAQ held VWAP.
Mhm.
VWAP is, showing to the upside. So we'll see what happens on the other end of this here. Now,
I mean,
Marie
if it's
was
still
asking
valid,
the
you
other
can
day-
always re-enter.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Anne Marie was asking, do you ever take the other side of the opening range trade if it fails on one side and breaks out the other side?
Good question.
And
do that.
I've really haven't had a lot of good luck doing that, but we may try that today. I don't know. We'll see if it happens, because I was really looking forward to an opening range trade to the upside today, congruent with the bigger picture, right? But we do have a lot of weaker hands overnight longs in this market, so this pullback, would probably give us better trade location for longs. But I don't know. We're going to see how this plays out.
Like it. Hey, while you're at it, John, what's Delta? Just so we can track that throughout the day. We haven't had that trade in a while.
Delta in the S&Ps is 650 positive.
Ooh, big number. Big number.
Yes, right.
Right.
And NASDAQ's negative 1,200. Negative 1,200.
Okay.
See here, we got the opening range still valid, and we're testing back to VWAP again.
Crude on the
Uh-oh.
tilt, 75 on the long, short here.
Long or short?
What market? What market? Product.
Looking at
Crude oil
crude here.
long.
Looking at crude right now. Crude,
Oh, I got
crude long
so
high.
nine. Gotcha.
75% long and crude. Can we flip it to the crude chart? I just want to see what.
Good call.
Here it is.
We don't have anything tilty, so nobody here at Topstep is leaning heavy bias or bias long or
Crude's
bias
rallying.
short in the equities.
There it is.
The boring trader, Michael Nevergreen. Why? Boring trader, you got to wake up earlier, buddy. Because I already explained it.
Oh,
I already
laughing
explained
back
it.
at the.
It's called an error. It's called an error on myself. Working order got filled last night at 9:30 at night. Did not know, and 100 handles in that one. And I always have a stop. So I woke up this morning and said, "Oh, I have a short position with no stop." So this is crude oil right now. We have a 75% long bias.
76, 75. Yeah. Average 74.96 price.
And they're really close to each other. This is one of Anne Marie's things when we're 75% long and the long average price and short average price are very close, which they are by 2 cents. I think she would be thinking look for a pullback off of this, and I'm pretty sure that's right. Anne Marie, if you're here, let me know if that's correct.
He's here. I think he's here.
Bradley, awesome trading, man. Awesome trading. 2,500 in gold on his XFA. Up. Keep it in your pocket, Bradley. You can request a payout. Take one.
Yep.
Hey, John,
wise.
Fred,
So Anne Marie says
comment
that is
here.
correct.
Okay, we got Anne Marie with us. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hoag, there are weak hands long from the overnight. There's also longs late in the RTH session yesterday.
From
These
yesterday.
traders are
Yep.
long above the prior value. Are they vulnerable? Are they?
Well, that's what they're looking for, Fred. We always kind of assess that overnight inventory, which you can see. Here's the end of the day yesterday, It continued after the regular trading hour closed. The market opened here. We see price continuing to push higher. So a lot of these overnight longs and the late to the party longs here they're looking for continuation to the upside. If they don't see it, they're creating a pullback by liquidating some of those weaker hand positions, which can give us good trade location as the day goes on for a pullback and then a continuation move to the upside. So, Fred, I'm totally down with what you're saying.
Anne Marie says, watch for the gold bounce. Traders trying to hold this level. Not watching gold here right now. Almost tagging the low. Low earlier, 23.60.
I should have stayed in. What are you going to do? What do you got, Michael? What do you got, dude?
Sagar goes, what am I writing?
Opportunity.
It said, what am I writing? I go, I'm journaling right now. Big thing I just wrote was patient. Dear diary. Apollo 13 was great last night.
All
had a
systems
blast
go.
watching that. All systems go. I felt awesome until I woke up this morning and opened up my trading platform.
That's, yeah.
I saw red on the screen and instantly felt hatred and anger for the markets.
Kick in the stomach.
My stomach dropped like the G-force that Apollo 13 experienced.
There's nothing compared to what I felt like this morning.
Yeah, I would rather be on Apollo 13 with only a little bit of oxygen left than trade this stupid position. XO.
Until we meet again.
I watched The Office actually 2 days ago when they pulled out Michael's journal in the deposition with Jan. That's hilarious. For those Office fans. Great show.
Okay, so that tilt and the close proximity of the average long and average short in crude oil, Anne Marie is talking about sometimes, it'll take that move in the opposite direction. Like we were long 75%. We're getting a pullback off of that. We're now long 64%, and the average long and average short prices are now spreading apart. So Anne Marie's theory of when you see that, like it's really tilty to the long side and the average long and average short price are the same or extremely close, we usually see a pullback off of that. That's great information. Anne Marie, I'm so glad that you kind of pointed that out to us, and we're going to try and be keeping a closer eye on that, because that was a nice opportunity off that pullback.
Keep an eye open.
Scott, bro, that is the best episode. The
Yeah,
dinner party, the best episode. Just hilarious.
Michael's on office.
He's out.
True turnaround off that heavy long.
How you doing, Deanna?
Yeah,
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Eddie. Thanks for asking.
Deanna. Oh,
Yeah, just feeling a bit
Deanna.
queasy.
Yeah. Take a break, Deanna. We can handle the pony ride
I'm
from
okay
here.
for now. I'm okay for now. I'm okay. I've got my ice water here with some lemon, so that seems to be helping. But yeah, I'm just going to be, taking it a little slower. Maybe go down to one lot if I am going to do a trade. But for now, I don't really see anything obvious. So if I'm,
I like your
if I start to feel even worse, thank you. If I start to feel worse, I will tell you guys. Don't worry. But for now, I seem to be okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Look how tough she is. It's like Michael Jordan in a flu game right now.
Flu game, I know.
Yep.
Just a reminder, traders.
You, and we enjoy your company.
Yes, we do.
But if you don't feel up to it, just let us know.
Thanks. I will.
Yes. Crude oil inventories in just over 30 minutes here. They're looking at 2,150,000. Prior was 2,492,000. That'll be coming out here. Got a policy report from Canada. Let's see if we can get that out for crude traders.
Whoa! Did we really land on the moon? Top
Yes, Michael. Michael, we're taking a heat. We're taking a heat check on the mental health of our audience.
Jack's really into this one, man.
that was Robert put that up.
Yes, this is awesome. I love it.
What is your thought, Jack?
Did we land on the moon? Yeah, we landed on the moon.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
We have stuff up there.
So you're not a conspiracy
we have stuff up there.
You can see it with a telescope.
That's my
very good point, Jack. Very good point.
Yeah, I left my earpods up there.
We have stuff up there.
Yeah.
Drop the mic after that one.
I know, Jay. This is good, guys. I like it.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Did we really land on the moon?
Orchid Mozart said my aunt was part of that mission. Nice.
Supposedly.
What? Well, hold on. Before we start getting you on air for talking about your aunt was part of the mission, we want to like a little bit more detail because we had Hughes's wife on here one time, which wasn't Hughes's wife. When we were trying to get rid of these people.
Yeah, we weren't sure.
We got catfish.
We got catfish. So yeah, we got to get some validation before we start hyping that off. That would be awesome. If you have something that somehow can put this together, that would be awesome. I'd say I don't believe.
Yeah, that would be.
Been catfish before.
Well, it's just tough. Yes.
It was cheap.
Catfish me
That was a
once,
weird
shame on
troll.
me. Catfish me twice.
All right. Well, I think so. Here we go.
Oh my God. We have 26% of
Oh,
people
dear.
Oh,
saying
look
no.
at gold.
How's gold?
Just dropping, man. Like literally like hot knife through butter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice move. Whoever
Dollar.
was that?
Dollar catching a little pop.
Well,
Right. I
So-
mean, technically, we do have a value acceptance coming in crude oil, but again, inventories. So I'm still sitting on my hand,
Smart.
So the opening
holding
call
my
we
hands.
talked about
What
gold.
was it? Keeping my hands on my butt.
On the
Yes,
buttocks.
right.
Yep, on the butt.
I will
One of those
never live
days.
that down.
No, it's a catchphrase at this point, John.
So in gold, we were looking at, the fact that it's range bound and it's in rollover. And I was looking at these highs here and I'm thinking, anywhere between 38 and 40 looks like a kind of an interesting spot. It's been rejected, a few times there. And look what happens. Look what happens. I should be trading gold,
Yep.
not S&Ps, at least today.
It was a gap fill as well.
Yes.
That was a classic. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely right.
I love gap fills. One of my favorite setups.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
All right. So still wrestling with VWAP here.
Slipkid has a good question. Is this technically the 80% play a test of the value low now? Well, we had the test of the value high. So we opened just above it. Then the price fell inside the value to accept it. So yes, technically there is a good chance of it rotating all the way through to the value low, which is 74.15. But we do have the inventories, which can sometimes put a wrench in the works. So it doesn't have to play out that way. You can have a value acceptance fake out. And looking at the way the daily chart is, we are trying to push higher. And if I'm, just assuming things here, this is looking like a rally-based rally. If you look at the daily chart, it's just stair-stepping higher. So it goes up, does a little breather, goes up again, does a little breather, goes up again. I call it the staircase formation. It's like a staircase. So for me, I would like more to be on the long side at some point. I'm not too keen on shorting this. So for me, this is actually against the value acceptance short is against what I'm seeing on the larger time frames. I don't like it when larger time frames and short time frames are not making sense with one another. And whenever that happens, I sit on my hands and I just wait for the market to show me the way. We're still inside the initial balance as well, so nothing that we have no other time frame participants stepping in yet.
I sold 3 while you're talking, Dan. I sold 3 up there at 68. Covered
Okay.
all of them now. So I got 55s, 53s, and 49. So now I'm down to 1,500 for the day.
There you
Yeah.
go. Chip away.
Good.
Jab, jab, jab.
Jab, jab,
Thank you,
jab.
Wit. AMD up nearly 7%. Thanks, Wit. All right, we got our poll back, 781 votes. Did we really land on the moon? Well, 10% said, I think so. 14, not sure. 26 said, nah. And 50% said yes. We landed on the moon. I think we did. I think we did.
All right.
When are we going
Now,
back?
Someone is
I'm
saying,
still
Marie
trading.
is saying, this is the way. Is that a Mandalorian reference?
This is the way.
This is the way. Yes. That's what the cult of Mandalorian says. Whatever happens, they're like, this is the way. Yeah. You've never watched it.
He's sort
I
of
love the
badass,
Mandalorian, by the way.
Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Mm.
Absolutely love it.
so I'm short again here, 49.13. There we go. Finally, we're starting to see some continuation to the downside. We held below the VWAP, so I waited for just a brief pullback, got short, and we're seeing overnight inventory adjusting. Fred, what you were just talking about, all those overnight longs are at risk.
Yeah, well, like I said,
Crude
the
here.
fixed daily range level, when the market opens there, and it's a gap, it has a very, very high chance of going all the way to the value area. That's one of the research that we did statistically. How often does that happen if we look at 3 to 5 year period? It happened about 70% of the time when you have that particular situation. Some of the other opens, like when you don't have an obvious level, it's like, yeah, it might happen at a rate of like maybe 55%. But
Right.
literally, whenever I saw the fixed daily range, it's like such a high probability trade. So whenever I'm in on that, I will hold it until value high, especially if the value is not super far away, which, today it is in both ES and NQ. But still, probabilities are probabilities. So let's see.
New
I'm
low in
just kinda
crude,
looking up.
2019 half.
Just kind of looking to hold it till this consolidation area here.
Okay.
If
Michael,
problem
you
is,
flat?
where's my risk?
Yeah, I'll let you know if I have a position on.
You're flat now, Michael?
I was flat on that.
He'll let you know.
Okay.
He'll let you know.
Okay.
I will let you guys know.
How you doing, Andre?
You're muted, brother.
I am muted. I am muted. Thank you. Thank you. I was coughing. But yes, flat. Wish I was still short.
Okay.
Long trading day.
Yeah, Andre, you're Bell the Beller.
Bell the better. Make sure to tune in for Power Hour. We have a lot of fun on there. And we does get a little goofy,
Yeah.
but believe it or not, we do take the trading seriously.
Yeah. Does that Bell the Bell? It's probably knowing the fact you have opportunity all throughout the day. Like I got squeezed into the mornings for 2 hours. And you got opportunity all throughout the day. Helps you
Took me a
probably
while
be
to
patient,
adjust.
right?
Yeah, it takes a while to adjust that you got to put on trades for stuff in this 2 hour window. Obviously, there is opportunity, but you got to keep in mind that we have all day long, 6-7 hours of trading to capture opportunities. So, plenty of time, no rush, no forcing trades. January started off a little rough for me. Got myself out of the hole.
I think all of us.
Yeah. Maybe it was just an adjustment we had to do to get used to with January 2024. I was reading something that the first 5 days are a harbinger for the rest of the year. Have you guys heard of anything like that? That the first 5 trading
that
days
mean?
of it's like predictive. It's going to give you. It's forecasting what the rest of the year is going to be. Is there any credence to that? Yeah, maybe you've heard something like that or something along those lines.
The first 5 days.
First 5 days are a harbinger for the rest of the trading year. I looked at it with skepticism, but I don't know if anyone else has heard that.
Yeah.
Well, first 5 days is when nobody's around. I'm not sure.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. I go, how could this be? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie has heard that.
I don't think that's right.
Physically speaking, there you go. So maybe there is something to it. I don't know.
Is that like one of the Financial Times or talking heads on CNBC?
Exactly.
The first 5 days are the harbinger of the year. It's like, what?
Yeah, I know.
Kramer.
Show me the stats. Show me the stats. Then I'll believe it.
Well, we got some comments here. Anne-Marie says yes, just speaking around 63%. Kamal says, yeah, first 5 days indicator suggests that the stock market is positive. For the first 5 days of the year, there is an 83% probability of a positive year.
Someone said something. I'm like,
where'd you get that, Kamal? Yeah, let's get that article.
Where did I get that in the first place? I saw that going. Is that
Kamal, send that to TopstepTV at Topstep.com. We'd like to check that out.
What's up, Michael?
You're basically going to rip on you for scrolling through the internet so much that
oh, don't act like you don't. Don't act like you don't scroll through the.
I don't.
Okay.
If my girlfriend was the one.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I'm not saying.
We were looking at our
Andre's girlfriend didn't like him being on Instagram so much, so I remember that one.
Oh, that part. What did she call him?
Yeah, old years ago, 10 years ago.
Couple months.
Who are you following on Instagram?
Adam, glad that Tilt can help you with some good trades. Good stuff, Adam. Thanks for sharing that.
I'm going to sell another one here.
Off VWAP.
Johnny. I'm going to toss this bowl over to you through the internet right now.
Sorry, not the bowl, my bear. Up against VWAP, and we get much above VWAP. We'll get stopped out on this around 17.5.
It's still looking.
And we'll see what happens.
Hey, are we having a bell-to-bell this week?
I find it hard to believe I'm short.
We will have something, Michael. We will have something. It could be a bell-to-bell. It could be anything right now. But of course, yes, we will. We will have an opportunity for you to get a free reset. Friday. 64. Yeah, big bounce off of gold. Back up to 2024.
Yeah, straight from the average session low as well.
Just had to turn on the fan. It's getting hot in here. Taking heat.
Here's gold chart.
Taking heat.
Taking heat.
Yeah.
It's heat in the kitchen, Michael.
You
can't stand the
heat. Been thinking about.
You gotta get out. Get out of the kitchen.
I've been thinking about that guy in the pit that told me to do the opposite of everything I'm thinking because it would be working lately. But we've got good reason for this trade, so we'll see what happens. Risk is managed.
Most important thing. Yeah, bounce off VWAP.
Yeah.
If you're wondering where our Shy City locals are, up top on the screen, it's going to give you if they're flat, what their P&L is, or if they are in a position. So look up on the screen here, right under the scrolling tilt that we have.
Oh, shoot. It says here that Friday is our 100th episode of YouTube TV. 100th episode ever. That's something special coming out, man. That's going to be crazy.
We're going to do something special.
We got
All
something
right.
special.
We'll do something special.
100th episode. I'll be damned. How about it?
That went fast.
I sure.
Yeah.
100
It did. Yeah, it did.
My goodness.
Crazy.
Cranking out.
I mean,
You're
when you're on
having
it
fun.
every day for 8 hours a day, for however many months. We started in
Stay-
September,
So, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Day after
We started in
Yeah, we-
September.
We had dress rehearsal way before that, but yeah, somewhere in September.
Day after Labor Day.
So instead of bell to bell, we're gonna have something different on Friday. 100 episodes. My goodness.
I go
Yeah,
100.
why don't we find out who can do 100 push-ups on the 100th episode? I don't think it's
Wow.
anybody
Exactly.
here at Topstep.
No.
I wonder if
Oh,
there's
easy.
anybody who in the chat.
How
Who in the chat room
about
thinks
sit-ups?
they can do 100 or knows they can do 100 on camera? On camera,
100.
could you do 100? Bananas.
How about sit-ups? Can you do 100 sit-ups?
Oh yeah, that's easy.
I can do 100 sit-ups.
Okay.
Could do
do
100
fifty.
in
Yeah,
I do
Dolby.
50.
6
My,
months.
my money's on Dolby.
Right.
For 100, Andre.
If anyone can do 100, I don't know. You got a better
He
bet?
tapped out at 42 on video the other day, so he's got a ways to go.
That was post workout though. He
I
wasn't
think
fresh.
so.
I'm putting faith in you, Dolby. I'm putting all my
All right.
I'm backing
If
you,
you
Dolby.
think you can do 100 push-ups, videotape it, all right, and send that videotape to TopstepTV at Topstep.com. All right. We're going to count them too. So make sure you do 100, and we will have something special for you.
We'll have our video guy make sure you didn't
It's hard,
splice
hard
it out.
to hard to find a videotape these days, but yeah.
Yeah, I know,
Just
right?
just a regular video, yeah. It's like post millennials are now going videotape, what tape? Sorry, being a bit
I think you
mean
could.
to
I think
the young
nowadays
ones.
you can just upload
Well, I'm
to
just kidding.
ChatGPT and say,
I'm getting shit from the left. I'm getting shit from the right. Yes. Put it in VHS,
What-
please.
what-
Yes. VHS.
Yeah, just the VHS. Yeah, Betamax. Yeah, one time, this was like probably about 10 years ago, I still had like a little separate camera because, the phones weren't that great 10 years ago, but people were already like doing videos and photos on their phones. And one time we were like out for dinner and it was some kind of somebody's birthday or something. And I pulled out like a little camera and a friend of mine is like, Jesus, man, what the hell? Is that like 100 years old? It just moved on so quickly. It was like, why do you have a separate camera?
I used to have a video camera you'd bring around college, right?
yeah,
exactly.
I had one of those cool, and I brought it around college. I have all the videos, it's still, I don't,
Yeah, I've
you
watched.
have to put them in a certain thing. They're not digital, of course. So like, yeah, it's actually really cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I was at probably
It was a different
90.
time.
No, that was probably 2001 or 2.
Hoop's looking for the
Well-
NASDAQ to break these 17.7 evens.
Yeah, I got stopped out on my shorts. I'm now long.
Are you flipping it?
Ooh.
Yeah, because we're now
why are you long?
we rejected below VWAP.
Okay.
Did you see that tail? I'm just kind of basing longs and shorts off of VWAP right now. And long has been good. It's a cheap trade. I'm not going to let it go much past VWAP to get stopped out. We had some liquidity up above. If you look on the dome, 300 at 20, 200, a little over 200 at 23, to a little over 200 at 24.
Oh, upside
I'm
liquidity. Yeah.
torn between two time frames, D.
Right.
What do you mean, John?
Well, normally I'm looking for much bigger opportunities in much more specific levels and longer time frames.
Oh,
But
gotcha.
it's I'm trying to trade in a shorter time frame, and it's proving to be a challenge, and it's more fun, especially for tradertainment, if you got some active things going on. So I've just been kind of basically looking to hold short below VWAP or hold long above VWAP, and we'll see what happens. I mean, we're back to the opening range now in the S&Ps. We're through the opening range now in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is putting in new day session highs.
Right, I'm
impossible to
trying a
hold
little
shorts.
long ahead of crude oil inventories here.
Yeah, EIA. Oh, okay.
So I'm staying on one lot at 74.82 because it looks like it's failing the auction. So we'll see if we can get a few ticks here ahead of the inventories.
And
Yes,
John,
we do have
Kai's talking about this.
auction.
This
Go ahead, Eddie.
what's considered a cheap trade? If cheap, why take it, and why counter trend trade?
Well, a cheap trade is anything where your entry is very close to your point of invalidation, where price has to prove you wrong. For the short that I just took in the S&Ps, my point of invalidation was trading above VWAP. It traded above VWAP. It stopped us out. So now I'm trading I'm long because it's now above VWAP. I've just been kind of experimenting with this, but if you're talking about going counter trend, the short this morning was counter trend in the longer time frame.
That's true.
In the daytime frame, it's been trending lower, right? So this is a counter trend in short time frame, but in the longer time frame, we've been on a tear to the upside. So it depends on the time frame you're looking at as to whether it's contrary to the current situation.
You can't stay short in these equities. You just cannot.
Yeah, I mean, if you have been, you've been getting smoked,
Getting smoked. Fueling the rally.
I have no idea how this trade is going to play out.
Give it your best here.
Yeah, we're just looking at it.
What?
Other than I'm liking your discipline. You trained in the afternoon yesterday?
No.
You're running a company?
Yeah, that's hard enough to do.
Trade at the same time. Michael Jordan of trading.
Yeah,
Trey, not really seeing too many like we saw yesterday. Yesterday on the dome, we saw some heavy areas with some size. Little pullback today, not too much. It seems average. I'm scrolling up and down here, and I can't really see anything that big here.
See 300 at 49.20 sitting in the offer. But that's about it.
300 at 49.25. 39.20, a little bit of size, but there's kind of liquidity on both sides, but it seems like the liquidity is to the upside.
You got me looking for paper now, John.
Jack, we got news. We got time for a Topstep news package here today.
Yeah, real quick. We wanted to show first we have the photo evidence of Hoag winning that roulette game in the casino.
Look at
that.
There.
Yes, look at that.
Oh, nice.
And JD
Clearly
on the very top of my head.
Yeah, John, that was a big win. That was fun. You had like your first or second bet, wasn't it?
It was the first bet I made in Vegas. I didn't do anything until I
awesome.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, my wife's like, just put money on to 8 and 13. Those are her lucky numbers on roulette. Never played roulette in my life, so I just went up and did it and told everybody at the table why I was doing it, and the dealer was like, okay, and everybody else put money on 8 and 13 as well, and they all won.
It was good. Yeah,
Did they comp you a buffet?
It was $750 payout on $20.
Beautiful. Take the money and run.
That's how you do it. Good risk reward. Yep. Also want to hit real quick. Reddit. San Francisco-based company was valued at $10 billion in a funding round in 2021. It is doing its IPO for 10% of its shares in March. But the real question is, what does the Wall Street Bets subreddit think? If you think this website is shitty now, just wait till it's publicly owned. Can't wait to post my games from shorting Reddit on Reddit. And we have one more here. The site is 90% porn. Good luck. Calls it is.
That's too good, Jack.
So buy your Reddit if you choose.
Some users don't even like the site. Bill for a message board.
Who would have thought? Message boards.
They've been around forever. This one's no different.
Been around forever. Yeah.
This one's no different.
Yeah.
Hey, in about 8 minutes here, we got our crude oil inventories. So crude traders heads up. Prior 2.492, they're looking at a 1.4. So we'll see if they can sort of turn the blender on.
Deanna, anything popping in crude?
The auction is so far not doing that well to the downside, so I do have a little long at 74.82. But I will close that before the inventories come. So we'll
hang in there.
See. I'm a little bit under. I'm like literally just like 11 ticks under, but yeah, that's like normal. So we'll see. It's only a one lot.
Yep. Yeah, John, I'm seeing liquidity upside and downside here. S&Ps, like you said.
Yeah, keep it moving.
I am.
Come on, let's go get that liquidity upstairs.
Let's get a poll here. Let's start a poll here. On the morning here, are we up or are we down on the day so far? Put that up in the chat if you can, Robbie. Let's see who's playing the market right and who needs to adjust.
Yes, sir.
Stay patient. Bank of Canada, 6 minutes, everybody. Thank you, Alexander Pantry. Wait this out. Beat yourself up, Andy. Long day. Long trade day, man.
Yeah.
We got this. 70%
long week, long month, long year.
Days are long, years are fast, right, Michael?
Yeah, right.
I think Michael.
Days are long, years are fat. Yes.
A few people here done for the day on a positive note. It's good to see. Put the mouse down and slowly step away from your trading desk.
That's right.
Nice, John H.
One John H to another.
Yeah. Yeah, he's up 2,614 in the trading combine, 484 in his XFA, done for the day. Nice work. Nice job. KJ passed the trading combine this morning. Nice work. Always love to hear that. All right, back to the opening range now in the S&Ps. NASDAQ holding above the opening range.
Mike Holmes, nice start. Bucks, 12 more than me. Michael, what do you got going over there?
I got patience. And I got 75% long in the S&P. I got 68% long in the NASDAQ. We got folks getting long up here. Longs have been getting, the tilt majority bias has been getting paid quite a bit in January.
The shorts are getting squeezed in the S&P's average price 49.16 for shorts, longs 49.17. They're upside down.
Money. I like that, John.
Longs
nice identity. That's how you idea that shit.
Yeah, and then you got the average longs that keep increasing. Average price of longs was like 17,690. It was 92. It was 96. Now it's 98. So that just means longs keep coming in up here, which is going to pull that average price of all the longs that are even in the strong bias, 65% now. Interesting information.
Not liking the long. I want to see us take out that opening range, but it's struggling up here.
Hey, Deanna, did you ever trade the
Shorts.
micro crude?
Only if I'm trying out somebody's combine, like if or a challenge, whatever you want to call it. So if there's a new company that pops up and somebody goes, "Hey, can you test out a challenge?" So I will get a 50K, and then usually I will mess around in the micro crude oil. But generally, I personally, when I'm taking the challenges seriously, I don't trade micros at this point in my career.
Okay, thank you. Hey, John, as the gap hasn't closed relatively quickly, the bias now would be for the continuation. Isn't this according gap rules? This is from Nick said.
It is. If you don't close the gap relatively early, the implication is continuation away from the gap. But the subjectivity is what is relatively early? Right? So, we
I
had
consider that the first
overnight
couple of hours.
Yeah, usually it's the first couple of hours. And we did have an inventory adjustment when we had that move down to 49.09. Was that enough to even out the inventory so buyers were available to come back in and push price higher? So, this was an attempt at a gap close. It did not close. What doesn't happen is sometimes as important as what does. So this may have been an early attempt to close the gap, which did not succeed. So I'm with you. I do like the idea that the attempt to close the gap failed. That is an early attempt. So the implication would be in that nuance to say, yeah, you know what, that was a failed gap close. We head in the other direction.
Hey, what do we got at 9:30, Eddie?
We got you coming up in a minute there, folks. You got your crude number. Watch it for it right now. You got about 50 seconds here on that.
All right, buckle up, Michael.
I closed my position, so I'm down $60, so that's practically scratch. So now we wait.
Got to watch up top here. Thank you, Dante. Got some size on crude.
See that 78%.
78% long in the S&P. It's getting very tilty. A lot of open positions. A lot of folks choosing one direction.
They're in the money. Though. Look at the price. Look at the price. They're in the money.
The price is even, and that's making me nervous on this long.
Oh, I don't know, John.
10 seconds.
Right with them.
Yeah.
We're going to just let it play, though.
Watching crude here.
Let's
see if those size can see it here. 75.50.
There's the top.
Got 178 sitting there. 75.33, 150 offered at 75.33. It is the high and still holding some size there right now.
Yeah, that was the level that I saw earlier, 75.35.
Big time.
Yeah.
9,233. That's crude oil inventories. My goodness. They were looking at a 1.4. It comes out 9.2.
They're bad at guessing that.
Yeah, that's a big draw.
Every week they miss.
Yeah. Big difference.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big draw.
It's always a miss.
They're always missing with that number. Amazing.
Yeah, they might as well just close their eyes and just go.
We can come up. We can guess if they need us to. I mean, whatever.
Exactly. It's like, do you need some help? Andre and I'll step in.
It's brutal. It's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that offer at the high.
You do have to wonder what the hell is it they're looking for when they're making up these numbers,
That size at 75.33 did not get filled. I wonder how happy they are calling a high and not getting filled.
Well, we have a neutral day now, so unless we get some single prints to the upside, this is setting up as a range-bound day. Obviously, if
Range-bound
we
day.
do get single prints, yeah, then it's going to be what I like to call the asymmetrical neutral day. The difference between that and the running trend day is that the running trend day tends to have more TPOs below the initial balance, whereas the running trend day sort of starts with excess and then carries on. So it's kind of like a trend day where they tested to the other side, that failed, and then it just continues. So to me, it's a different sort of definition.
Mm-hmm.
We running. NASDAQ running.
Yeah. See, and if you look at the profile in the NASDAQ, here's, most of the first hour, we extended the range and now we've left single TPOs here. So, that's potential for continuation.
Further up.
We
Yeah.
just extended the initial balance. If we don't leave a failed auction up there, if we see continuation, this long is probably looking pretty good. I know it's a long ways from settlement, not sure what I think about it, because the S&Ps has not taken out the high of the opening range. This gold bar right here is the opening range. That's the first minute of trade. So the opening range trade technically is still valid. Now we're long back up into it, but watching the NASDAQ is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, but we do have the earnings happening, so that tends to decouple ES and NQ usually somewhat.
Yes.
Why is that, Deanna? I've never thought about that. Why is that?
Well, it's the differences in the earnings. And so if you have really strong tech sector, obviously that's going to be slightly different because NASDAQ is a thinner market, so it's going to have more effect on it. Whereas S&P, it takes a lot of stuff to actually move it in the same way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Interesting point. Yeah,
It's the broadest of the
100%.
indices.
Yeah, 500 companies, isn't it? Versus
Mhm.
100. And 100 is all tech sector that tends to have a natural crazy upside to it. And S&P, even though it has an upside bias, it's not as crazy.
Netflix up 13%.
I got Quant Vang saying that Fibonacci trend exits 17,726 to 17,730 for the next resistance. Thank you, Vang.
I'm going to trim this risk down just below VWAP. And
What made you buy, John?
Hit. Pardon?
What made you buy? One or
What's
two?
that? Just one.
How many are you long?
Light and tight.
Okay, sorry.
One. Yeah. Just one right now.
All right.
Down
Deanna,
like
Francis, thank you very much.
What was that?
Fred says, thank you very much. Great idea about the earnings decouples the correlation between ES and NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah, sure. My pleasure. Right, I'm just coming up with some hypos here with the new information that we have in crude oil. So just writing down what I just said. So hypo 1 is that we stay range bound. So basically just playing what we've got already, which is a very tight range for now. We have only 84 ticks even after that top upside. And that's very small so far.
Yeah.
And then hypo 2, possibility for that upside asymmetrical neutral day. There's still some range left for the average daily high, which is located at 75.86. And then we have average session high, which is even higher than that at 76.32. So if this starts to run and I get an entry long somewhere, those two would be my areas to look out for any potential slowdown, reversal, end of the move.
John, this thing's staying strong for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
NASDAQ.
Still hasn't taken out the opening range high, but we're going to stick with this for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
NASDAQ running. New highs. New highs. Stop me if you've heard this before. NASDAQ. Michael. NASDAQ look,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
I mean, I'm saying the herd's getting the herd. The majority's getting paid right now.
The herd.
I slipped with that one, Deanna. You're not supposed to hear that one.
But it is
You're not supposed to hear
majority
that
of the herd. Yeah.
one.
Majority of
Herd
it. So John,
mentality.
I mean, like all longs are getting paid. S&P is 77%
Yep.
biased to long side. Johnny's even long, and he's in the money. I mean, they're all been long. It's kind of push up. Question is, are they adding to it and taking off, or I don't know? Stayed around 75%. Nasdaq 65%, a little less.
Ooh.
Well, we're not really getting any help from Delta. I mean, it's just 700 positive in the S&P, so there's no divergence or anything there. I'd like to see us take out the opening range high and see what it looks like up there. That's going to be our overnight high above that too. We need to stay above that if we're gonna continue.
To be honest, seriously, Jack, I hear that. Yeah. Is that opening range trade still valid, John, or would you say no, not anymore?
It is, because we haven't taken out the high of it.
What would that price be?
The high of the opening range is 49.2375. 49.2375. The NASDAQ took out the high of the opening range an hour ago, and it's still continuing to push to the upside. So, if that's going to be any indication of what's going to happen to the opening range in the S&Ps, then we probably want to sit with this. Keegan, the delta that I'm looking at is regular trading hour session only. Yours is saying 8,000 positive. That's probably including the overnight session, or it's a continuous delta number. So I'm only looking at the regular trading hour number there.
Mm-hmm. You gotta get in there, Patak. You're trading light today.
Who, me?
The other one. The other Michael, Patak.
You stole the cookie from the cookie jar. Ooh, me.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be.
I know.
Yeah.
Nothing doing.
Right, trying a little long in crude oil, 74.68. Playing off of that range bound, range bound idea.
Low value. I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, the markets are moving. It's time to get in. NASDAQ just ripping.
Yeah, it is.
NASDAQ only has one direction it likes to go. One direction. Take the top off the defense. Take the top off.
Top off the defense. Here they go.
We just took out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps.
So NQ has an average daily high. So ADR high in NASDAQ is 177.62 3/4. And then you have average session high much higher up at 178.13. So just keep an eye on those two areas.
Okay. Want to see us hold above that overnight high. That overnight high, Andre, that I'm talking about is 49.24 half. 24 half.
If we hold above it, hold above it.
Yeah, I want it to hold above it.
That validates the auction, or that keeps the rally going, right? Theoretically.
Well, I mean, if it fails above it, sometimes it can be a pretty good short.
If it fails, yes.
Do you guys know how much short sellers lost in 2023 against U.S. stocks?
Not.
How much?
No, say that. Yeah.
I really know this.
Do you know how much short sellers lost betting against U.S. stocks in 2023?
Oh,
Go on.
Trillions?
$195 billion.
Oof.
Jeez.
Never getting short again. Never getting short again. All I need to hear.
All right.
Never, ever again. Dude, I'm not adding to that number.
I'm gonna start holding my bull instead of my bear.
Yep.
All right.
Here we go. Here goes the
So,
rally.
Yeah, we've got I've moved the stop up, which I'm really bad at. But if we come back in inside the overnight high and back below the high of the opening range, we'll be out of this trade.
Average
What a
price of the
rally.
long.
49.30, there's some liquidity. So I'm going to put an order in at 49.29 for a potential profit target, which we might get whacked here.
You got 400 sitting at 49.30 right now.
Yep. That's why I'm just short of it. And I'm going to 10% this. And we're done. We're out. Okay.
Nice, Johnny.
Nice, Johnny.
So up on the day now, back to better than break even. So what are we? We're up 260 bucks. Woo!
There you go.
I got short.
Yeah, this
You got to give it to you. Ready? There you go. Get you going here.
Oh God, please.
I was waiting for that.
That was a nice flip.
Yeah,
I'm
it was.
I'm not a huge fan of I'm not a huge fan of reversing, but I thought that was a great reverse.
Me either.
It was good.
Yeah.
Very decisive, very
sometimes
recognizing,
that's
and then
cool.
pulling the trigger.
Well, there's a reason for it. I was kind of basing, the VWAP as pivotal, long above, short below. It worked once on the way down. I didn't take the profit.
Yeah.
And then it worked. Now it worked this time on the way up. So we'll see.
So I made 260 as well. So better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick, as they say.
Yeah. Almost ended up being,
yeah,
I almost
would
ended
say
up
that's a
being
lot
the
better
exit.
than a poke in the eye.
I like
Almost
that
ended up
trade,
being the
John.
accidental
I love
trader.
that. You didn't get married to your position. You realized, you accepted that you were perhaps wrong. You took what the market was giving. You said the bulls are in control. F this. I'm getting long. We can't stay below VWAP. And let's ride the sucker higher, man. That's good shit.
Hey, John. Eric says, looks like you still got your sell stop on the screen. You got a position on still?
Yeah, I was just saying I might end up being the accidental trader if I left that on, but I pulled it. So it's gone.
Okay.
It's off.
Just checking.
Yeah, the first day that I was using Topstep X, I was really paranoid that I was going to leave some orders, so I kept texting Casey. I was like, "Are there any orders? Are there any orders?" And he's like, "Nope, you're good."
Mm-hmm.
First day using a new platform is always an interesting proposition.
Yeah, definitely.
Really gets filled. What was that? 400 lot sitting at 49.30 evens. 400 lot got filled.
49.30, right.
Yeah.
And that's why I got out just ahead of it. It's probably going to get filled. I mean, we're getting a little bit thin as far as volume is concerned up here. And D, if you don't mind, what is the average session and daily range for the S&P highs?
Yeah, I was just about to do that for you. So the average daily range high comes first today. So that's 49.39, let's say.
Okay.
Slightly below that, but let's put it that way. And then the average session high is higher up at 49.44 even.
Okay.
So we still have some space.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Says, watch for topping formation. Watch for topping. We'll do.
Yeah.
Love the team trade. We're team trading here.
Yeah.
Pretty much is.
We're all trading buddies.
Yeah, talk about team trading. We had a lot of traders that are sort of following D's actions. and actually logging in profits. So appreciate that, Deanna.
Oh, that's nice.
Cool.
Always good to hear, guys.
so
That's what we're
cool.
here for, right?
Yes.
Deanna, how do you
Yeah,
calculate
go.
average daily highs and lows?
Okay, I'm gonna put that calculation in the chat. But do keep in mind that it's a dynamic measure. All right, so here it is.
John, I love that trade, Johnny.
Yeah.
Trading your ass
I
off. Trading your
love
ass
it
off
when
this week, man. You're trading your
I
ass
love
off.
it when a plan comes together.
Right. Thank you, Deanna. There it is, Marcus Stalker D.
Yep. Yep.
With the formula.
Just like I said, keep in mind that it is a dynamic measure. So the code will recalculate that. So every time you get a new high or new low on the day, that has to recalculate until one side is busted.
So the 5-day range, 10-day range, 20-day range divided by 3.
Yeah, because it's a weighted average. So I don't use just a simple average. I use a weighted average so that if there is any market change in liquidity, that it shows up pretty soon, so that it doesn't take like yet another 10 days before it shows up. So now if you have if you have 3 days where it's just smashing 250, 300 ticks, that will get calculated. So it's going to weight the average towards those last 3 days.
Nice call on the top formation, Anne Marie. How about that?
Yeah, she's so good.
We're all good. We're killing it. Michael, I wanted you to look at that average daily range formula and break it down for me.
The only thing I'm breaking down right now is my emotions.
What does that mean, dude? Another diary entry.
I don't know, man. If you're not having fun in life, just quit it. Have fun. Have fun. Yeah, you taught me that one.
Trade with a smile on your face. Oh my god.
What can we do to get you motivated?
I'll post it again here because I think somebody missed it. So there you go.
There it is, Michael. There's that formula we were talking about.
Yup. Pi r squared. Beautiful minds right there. What is that? You put that out. You put that on the chalkboard for me, and it would be the opposite of Goodwill Hunting.
So good.
Seriously, guys, I have so much fun when I'm on with you. It's just amazing.
We're just being silly. Thank you, Deanna, for putting up with our nonsense sometimes. You know we take the trading seriously.
No, not at all. That. You know, one thing. Yeah, one thing that I really miss with prop firms and, just being around people, really, is this kind of stuff. So, thank you for bringing that back into my life. Like, it's really been something that I missed a lot.
That's where a lot of this comes from. It comes from the prop shops on the floor. From these guys, it comes from the trading floor, the camaraderie. That's one of the things I miss the most about trading by myself. Lonely. We miss the camaraderie. The BSing. How's your family? Christmas time. Let's go have a drink. Here's gifts, things like that. That's one of the aspects that I think has been lost with the advent of electronic trading. And now that everyone's trading solo in their own home office, and we don't have that communal feel anymore, it's kind of what we're trying to recreate here at Topstep TV. And I'm glad that people are enjoying it. Deanna, you're a huge help to this. When Michael decides he wants to spout off, there's nothing better. There's nothing better than when Michael decides to get on one there. But we're trying to recreate that communal feel. You can't recreate it 100%, but we're doing our best shot. Yep. I'm playing with that bull over there.
Well, thanks. Agree. That's what made it fun. I mean, I'm still friends with your prop traders and your prop.
Yep.
Good catch.
Some of the guys that brought you up. Who's look at this sell off. Anne Marie, nice call on the nose. Paper man. Okay, so
new low in gold here.
No, the S&Ps we'll gravitate towards that liquidity, but boy, then we'll bounce off of it. These fills always seem to be good fills. It gets filled, and then they're good fills for the paper orders. It's what I'm noticing lately. When Johnny gets back from his coffee break, we'll ask him about that.
NQ tagged the average daily range high and just bounced off of it.
Yes, it did.
You see that on my screen.
Well, the
Listen, man,
weekly kickoff low is established here in gold, direct hit bullseye.
nice.
There it is.
How do you get those weekly kickoff levels, Eddie?
Well, we've got a site if some of us don't know about it. It's called TopstepTV.com. And there's a lot of great information in there. We've got our glossary. We've got access to these daily levels. And JD updates them every day. And I think this is something we should definitely have open and watching because, John puts these numbers out. JD takes over and updates them. And it's a great source to know where the markets are going, what potential we have. So keep it up. If we can we post that link? Eric, can we post it? There it is. Top Step TV. Eric posted it. Great job, Eric. Check it out. And to get to those levels, if you look to the right of the screen, there's 3 lines horizontally. Click on that, and you're going to say, oh, my goodness, look at all this cool stuff. There you have it.
Thank you.
I saw Gretzky's out in Aspen right now, Michael.
I told you watch too much Instagram.
Keep an eye out for that. What? Best hockey player of all time. What are you talking
Yeah,
Wait,
that's the
Gretzky,
one.
really?
That's true. That's the one you're following, I'm sure. Yep.
about? It's
There's somebody
the
that
game
love
is-
to
I
meet.
got- we're still breaking
Here we are. Pull back.
still breaking here. Boy, we just 49.30. More Harlow. What a fill. Coop got the joke.
It is. Well, here's your first little pullback of this big little move. Slow creep
Yeah.
up,
Buy it. Yep.
and then now, yeah.
Could be the pullback here.
Yeah, I'm up 260 on the day, by the way, guys. I don't know whether anyone's watching the chat.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Nice. Good job.
Jab.
D.
Jab, Deanna. Nice work.
Thank you.
Big little move. Being extreme.
What, Michael?
Funny little story. So I know you know how I'm going skiing tomorrow. Heli skiing or whatever.
Pumped.
Yeah. So it's like 12 of us, and I've never done this before. I just got invited. I think it was a courtesy invite because somebody bailed. But needless to say, I got invited. Never been on a private jet before, and there's 12 of us.
Ooh, look at you.
Splitting it 12 ways. So the pilot, somebody in the text just goes, do you guys know? Anybody look up the pilot's name? Look up the name. He's been Epstein's pilot for 30 years, and he was deposed in the trap. What was that girl's name? The girl, Ghislaine or something.
Gillian. Yeah.
Gillian, thank you.
You don't know. Like you
In the trial. And he's the pilot, so we're gonna ask him a few things and see if he can spill the beans on what 30 years of flying Epstein around.
He's probably seen too much.
Wow.
Yeah. Careful.
Oh, yeah.
Careful. You want that sun to land, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, he's seen some stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Careful.
How about some stats?
Thank you, Jack. Oh, I needed that
Yes.
life preserver real quick.
Oh, yes.
That raft couldn't have come soon enough.
Yes. All right. Stats. Not about Epstein's flight patterns, about hot streaks today. "30 more seconds. Yeah, I have some unfortunate news. Alan L. was knocked out of the top spot with a heartbreaking $10 loss yesterday.
Oh,
Oof.
But
come on.
Oh,
Them's the rules.
I wish we could. Yeah, that's a W in my world still, but I get it.
we are people of honor here, so the hot streak must be pristine.
Yes, sir.
22 for Swan, and I hope I am pronouncing that right. Joseph, Mateo, Robert, and Michael H. Let's take a look at yesterday's best.
Ooh,
Ozig
nice.
O.
With that live money.
Give
Alexander
me
B
some
in
of
the
that
live
live
account.
Uh-huh.
What are you guys slinging? You gotta be slinging tens and stuff. Tens, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
usually.
I don't know. Let's find out, Mick, if you're listening. Alexander, what's their average? What's their average lot size, position size? Be interesting. 8,000. No, is that 9? That's a 9,000. Almost 10.
Niner.
Almost
It's
10 for the
almost
day.
10. Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
Look at that,
Good
Deanna.
job.
Deanna, have you ever got to like almost a whole number and then fought for that next little get to your whole number amount? Like Alexander stopped at 9,939. If that was like,
Yeah, I'm not. That's not really something that I ever had a problem with. I never
Yeah.
had a target where because remember I come from swing trading for the first 5-6 years that I was doing this,
yeah,
and you don't get to choose what your target will be. And I always, pretty much, I think after a year, I stopped looking at my P&L and I just focused everything in ticks. And I think that's why sometimes if you see that kind of a number, maybe that's what he's doing as well. Just going, well, I actually got the trade done for the day and I'm going to walk away. So he's not chasing the 10K. He's just chasing the setup. That's kind of what I'm doing. So, yesterday, I suppose if you have a look at my XFA in live, I was like 2.9K across the two accounts. So I'm like, another 100. I would never do that. So I'm just like, yeah, that's cool. Walk away.
yeah.
It's a
We just
very
see
good
people
lesson.
kind of try to get to that whole number, and then next thing you know, then they're losing it, and then they chase it, and then
Yeah.
Been there.
And
But
then
guys,
they
Dan, that's a
profitable.
very,
Yeah.
very, very good lesson that you learned early on from the swing trading.
Yeah.
Consider that a gift or a blessing that you didn't never focus
yeah,
on the
for
final
sure.
P&L, getting that big fat round number.
Yeah.
They agree in the chat.
Mike, check.
I think it also helped me not to expect every day to be profitable because as a swing trader, you don't get every day to make money. It's like you get to the next day. And it's like, okay, setup is still happening. And it might be, a little less than yesterday, might be a little more than yesterday, but it's not the end. And you just kind of learn to look at things from a larger perspective. And I sort of carry that into my intraday trading as well. So going, yeah, today I'm going to make money. I come to the trading day with no expectations, and I just do the best that I can. I try to control my downside risk, and when the good setup appears, I try to take advantage of it. I think it makes things a lot easier emotionally and psychologically, at least for me.
John, how's Delta behaving? I think we still have super light numbers, right? Might be on mute, John. You might be on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I was going to say that I'm really proud of that trader that lost his hot streak on a $10 loss for the day. I have been $10 from a target and absolutely blown up a day. So proud of you for not doing that. The delta is positive 170 right now in the S&P.
That's it?
Positive
Oh, God.
1,300 in the NASDAQ. So not really seeing any kind of a divergence, although that's a pretty low positive number for a range extension of this magnitude. And we're leaving single TPOs here in the S&P is above the initial balance, just 3 single TPOs. But still, that's single TPOs that could end up kind of providing support there. So we've got some single TPOs also in the NASDAQ. The single TPOs go from 732 all the way down to the initial balance high, which is 17,719. I don't know if you've noticed, but I look at the profiles in the NASDAQ as each TPO is 4 ticks. Each TPO is 1 point in the NASDAQ because it is so rangy. The profiles just get too long. So, I mean, we are showing potential signs of acceptance of higher pricing and continuation as long as we don't re-enter the initial balance and re-accept the initial balance. There's nothing says these things can't just continue to run to the upside. Who knows?
Crude getting super heavy long, 78%. S&P 74% long.
And the long S&Ps in the tilt have been getting paid today.
Yes, they have. Johnson, you're starting to look more. You're starting to look at the average price now, aren't you? I've noticed that you're not just looking at the bias long or short. 80% long in crude, by the way. So you're starting to look at the price as well relative to the bias.
Yes, and this is something that Anne Marie pointed out to all of us, and especially and to me, and something that I'm trying to keep track of when I'm when I'm in the market or thinking about getting into the market. So the theory is if if let's say the crude is 80% longs, and if the average long price and average short price are very close together, usually that might indicate a potential pullback from that level. Getting too long, even as far as the average prices are concerned for shorts and longs, if you don't get that continuation, those longs will likely capitulate, because right now, I mean, it's 1 penny apart. The average long price and average short price are 1 penny apart. With the long 81% longs, you would look for a potential pullback off of this level and a potential move lower. Now, again, I keep asking Anne Marie if I'm stating this correctly. And the last time we were talking about that this morning, she said I was right, and it actually did pull off of that level. And we were talking about crude oil at the time.
Okay. All right, good. So we're starting to hone this sucker in with
Okay.
tilt. I know it's a lot of data. It's a lot of data getting thrown at us at once. Not always know what to make of it. I mean, full disclosure, we've been trying to parse this data for months
Yeah,
now,
we
and
have.
we're starting to get a better idea of what to do with it.
Yeah,
We're not
I've
always
got
right.
a,
It's not
I've
always
got
going to
a,
hit. It's not going to hit 100% of the time, but yeah,
I've
we're
got,
starting to get.
I've got an idea for a potential chart that will show us, when tilt is extremely long or extremely short, and when the average price of longs and shorts is real close together, so that visually you'll be able to say, hey, this, we're 80% long in this, and the price of the average long and short is close together. This might be something that we might be able to use, at least in short time frame, for opportunities. Now, when we first started talking about that, I think crude oil was trading around 75.20, 75.20 when we just started.
Rip's number.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. So, are we gonna see a pullback off of this? We're still long 78%. The average longs and shorts are 2 cents apart. So there is a possibility that we may see a pullback off of this to perhaps maybe get into the longs. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that this is the way that she's been talking about it. Yes.
Well, I do see some orders at 75.32 that we ran away from last time. So because we have a neutral day type, I would expect to see another pullback there. So I wouldn't want to go into longs just yet.
Yeah, and we're 81% long.
It's building structure. Yeah, but it's building structure as well. Like, look at the profile. It's just like 4 ticks wide, 4 TPOs wide already. That's not generally very conducive to a continuation move, unless obviously we get single prints somewhere. Then we can go to my hypo 2 of looking for that asymmetrical trending day because of the inventories. But for now, I'm just going to follow whatever the price does and assume that it's a continuation of a range bound day.
Yeah,
sometimes they smack through the highs and then reverse.
Yeah, the fact that it's an EIA day could change things drastically, right?
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, Deanna, what was the new information? You said new information came into the crude. I know the EIA. What was exactly the information? I know we said that expected and what it actually was. What was it? I haven't given it much thought. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really take too much notice of the actual number because that's not really. Generally, it's not a good indication of a direction. So, a lot of the days you get like a massive draw, but then they perceive that as a good thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's okay. It's like we still, we're still good kind of thing. And then on some of the other days, you will get the exact move with the number. So it really doesn't have any statistical relevance in all of my years of trading crude oil, and that's like coming
Lovely.
up to like 11 years. Yeah, every time I tried to use that number to position myself, I was wrong, probably about 80% of the time, and it either ended up as a range-bound day, so storm in a teacup, as I like to say,
I'm in a
or
teacup.
it just went completely the opposite way. So it's like I stopped looking at it. So I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. And I just use technicals. So right now we have neutral day. We had those orders that were filled, but we are already seeing some sell-off from there. So really, until I get a proper breakout and the market really goes into a strong move that holds, thereby leaving those single ticks, or even you can call them FVGs, like fair value gaps, if you will.
Right.
I'm not going
Yep.
to. I'm not going to try and run a momentum trade. Earlier, somebody asked me, "Oh, do you look for breakouts outside of initial balance on a day like this?" Absolutely not. Well, yes, but to fade them, not to go in the same direction. So yeah, so we'll see. But for my plan for now, I would actually be looking at a short somewhere around here if we get a little bit of stability, maybe some reversal that stays on a Renko chart, and then some sellers coming in, range bound.
Sellers just came in both NASDAQ and S&Ps.
Yeah,
Hopefully
they
Michael
did.
was short there. Hopefully Michael was short there.
No.
Oh boy.
Now we just
you need to go to the
we just closed out the single TPOs that we were looking at as, potential extension, right? In the S&P and the NASDAQ. We closed those out. So, that is indicating more range bound or possible reversal up at these levels.
Yeah, auction. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Michael. Comeback starts now, dude. What's going on over there?
Samuel, I'm not zoning out. I am trying to hold it together, and I'm just trying to pay attention, trying to be a sponge, trying not to get run over, which I did on that little pullback right there. And trying to be the best.
One thing in favor of
my
BS having a slower auction upside is that if you look at the overnight high, the price, yes, we pull back, but it actually closed slightly above the overnight high. So this is where it gets difficult when we have a slower auction, because it's kind of creeping higher, but it has a lot of chop in it. And actually, some of these slower directional days are the toughest days to trade. So for now, I don't really see the strong failure of the auction, just like that chop that could still have some legs in it, because we still have, space until the average daily range. And we have a weak close above the overnight high. The price is still holding above POC today. So I think this is a slower upside auction still.
I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, it is going to be tricky because we're not, we're not seeing a big, strong directional move to the upside. My concern is as the day goes on and this little selling tail up here remains, I think it's going to be more and more important as the day goes on. We are seeing excess at the high, but that excess has all day long to get taken out.
Yeah.
If you want, let's take a peek at gold over here. Gold's getting absolutely slammed. Or John, if you want to bring up that chart, gold's just getting hammered right now.
There it is. Yeah, little stutter step, weekly kickoff low, and now continuation.
You've seen over there, John?
Yep.
Yeah. Break that down for us really quick if you could. Holy moly!
Yeah, I mean, let me see here. My notes from today.
Shout out to Vito Chico. Shout out.
So, I mean, on the daily chart, I mean, these weekly kickoff levels have been getting tighter and tighter because we've been putting in higher highs and lower lows. This is a relatively, it could be a relatively strong potential continuation to the downside. We've got last week's low, which is 22,460 cents. That would be kind of the last ditch for a continuation of the downside. But again, this has been coiling. There's a lot of energy in this market. We haven't, let me check the open interest here. Open interest has been overall trending much, much lower over time. So there's a lot of money on the sidelines on this market.
Okay.
And if that money starts to think, okay, we need to adjust inventories to get out of longs or add to short positions, then we can see a continuation of the downside. As far as the 30-minute chart, we were kind of looking at the profile yesterday being B-shaped, right? So, when the market looked higher and then ranged here all day, that's long liquidation, which is supported by the 1,000 contract loss in open interest. That's not a huge loss in open interest, but does indicate long liquidation, which takes selling power away from the market. If that was long liquidation in short time frame, guess what they did? They got back long overnight. We looked at anywhere between 2038 and 2040 as potential resistance up against these swing highs. Well, it traded up to 38, and then it's been breaking hard ever since, taking us to weekly kickoff low. This did not hold. What doesn't happen is as important as what does. So now we're showing, depending on the volume, the time, momentum, and participation below this level, this market is attempting to accept at lower levels against an important inflection level that, I look at as an important level for longer time frames to adjust inventory. I do not want to step in front of this move because last week's low is the next target.
Damn. Good stuff. Yep. It's hammer time.
We'll see what happens. ACH, baby. Anything can happen.
And will happen.
Yes, you got that right.
Hey, Jack, you got some more goodies for us here, I see.
Nice.
Yeah, really quick, I wanted to show our top 10 funded list. There's a little bit of movement here that I'll discuss. Numbers 6 through 10 here. Now, you'll notice that in this top 5, or this 6 through 10, we don't have Chris B. And that is because, as I transition to the next here, Chris B has moved into the top 5.
Top 5. Nice.
Coming for the
These are all
2
live
current
folks,
members.
huh?
Yes,
Hell
this
yeah,
counts some of their
Michael's back.
XFA liabilities too, because some have multiple accounts.
Yeah.
But Justin R and Dennis R, the R team,
Man,
the 100K
120.
traders right now.
Hey, Jack, is Justin R and Dennis R, are they still actively trading, I assume? Day in, day out?
I would think
We
so,
can
because
look
I
that
see
up
their
later.
numbers changing.
Numbers are changing. Okay. 'Cause I see, yeah. Unbelievable. Nice work. We should get them on if
Good
we start
job.
around. We're watching. Use my
Michael,
phone.
we
Don't
may
let it
have
flame your
found our
FOMO.
Michael Jordans.
Yep.
Yeah,
Who's
you know
your
what, John?
inspirational
We always the goal of when we started Top Step was to find traders that are better than us, more disciplined than us, have a better strategy than us, more emotionally balanced than us, all that kind of stuff. And it's exciting to see. It's exciting to see ones that just keep staying on the leaderboard and growing their accounts.
Wonderful to see. That's the goal
120
for
Gs.
all of you. We want to see all of you trading that well.
Hey, how much were you up that one time where you decided to cut the trading year like 3 months short? You decided just to go to Colombia or wherever? Patak?
Well, I was up. I had $100,000 a month in October
That's what it was.
of 2000,
That's what it was.
2008. I was going to call it a year. Because I already kind of met my goal for the year. And I continued trading. But that was 08, man. That was like, if you stepped away from 08, you were getting handed like a lot of opportunity.
Yep. One of my best trading years ever.
Yeah. Traders do well with volatility typically.
Yeah, unfortunately, this dirty little secret is bad news is good news for traders.
Yeah, you almost feel bad.
You kind of do, John. You kind of do. Those trading interest rates at the time, and bad news is like, all right, oh man, what are you supposed to do? Just sit there and watch the market move and not do anything about it?
You
have
feel
access,
bad until you
you're
look
able
at
to
your
short the market.
statement.
I know you have obligation to your statement.
You feel bad until you look at your statement, and then you feel
Yeah.
better.
With the right
Yeah, it's the
trade.
worst when you come in and people are like, "Man, you missed a great week last week." If you took off,
That's FOMO to the max. FOMO to the
Mhm.
that's
max.
FOMO
right
to the
there.
max, like what?
And sometimes they would
Hey,
just tell you
Andre,
that
looking
to
at
make you
some
feel
volume
bad.
here.
What do you got? What do you got?
Just on the dome here, 49.20, and if we look down here, we've got 49.19 to 49.18. Close to about 300, 250, 250.
Bids.
So getting close to it.
Yeah, Michael, tell us about that 100 grand month. Real quick before the segment.
It's just the
100
markets
grand
were
month.
moving. The
He just got
markets were
short,
moving.
closed his
Yeah,
eyes. He closed his eyes,
it was
got
actually,
short, got boned up from a broker next to him, and it's like, oh, cool, sweet fill.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, that would happen.
Be
But then
honest.
then there's also times where the broker would be like, "Hey, sell you 100," and the next thing it'd go right through you. I mean, it was exciting. That was a great month of my life. October 2008, I met my soon-to-be wife. I had zero debt. My biggest bill was my cell phone bill, and I had a condo that I owned, and I was buying another one too, and I had them all paid in cash. It was just one of those things that I was like, I was 28 years old in Chicago. 28. It was awesome.
Bachelor.
I met you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when
Hey.
things started. That's when it started spiraling downhill. But hey,
Here we are.
High too,
Here we are. What,
Here we
16
are.
Years later, here we are doing a show together. Unbelievable.
Where
bachelor
did
running
you
around
meet
Chicago.
Andre?
We were neighbors.
I met him on.
Where did you meet
Yeah,
him?
we were neighbors. He had a roommate that I would see on the bus. I saw on the floor, and then I'd see him on the bus back home. The 156, I think it was the 156 bus. Takes you from the Board of Trade all the way up to LaSalle. Whatever, who cares? But I'm on the bus. I'm like, "Hey, you work on the floor?" He's like, "Yeah." And next thing you know, we exchange numbers, and then we like, "Hey, you want to go grab some drinks?" Blah blah blah. And we go out, and then he's like, "Hey, come on over. Let's have some drinks here." And then I met Andre, who was head deep in the laptop, studying his stuff. And I'm like, "What do you do?" He's like, "Oh, I'm a trader." I'm like, "No shit." And then next thing you know, we started talking. And then, yeah.
Here we are.
Trading buddy.
Trading buddies. Yeah, single 28 years old.
So no, that was
a
a very
interesting time.
Yeah, very exciting. It was
Tinder.
a great time in my career.
They met at
That was about the trail end of what, Eddie?
they met at Tinder, the strip club, Duff's. Wrong. You got your answer from Michael. They were neighbors.
Yeah, Tinder wasn't even
Neighbors
out
said-
there, was it?
Tinder was going to a bar
Yeah,
and
right.
going walking around and meeting people. That was Tinder.
Yeah, it's called putting
Yeah.
yourself out there. Hey, my name's
It's called
Michael.
conversation.
Hey.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah,
That's what Tinder was.
swipe left, swipe left.
Personality mattered. Yeah.
Yeah, yes,
Right.
it did, Deanna.
Yeah.
Social gathering holes, water holes, whatever you want to call it, bars.
Concert,
That was
church,
kind of the
library,
yeah.
gym.
Yep,
Library.
produce aisle of the grocery store.
You like that one, Eddie? The library.
Library.
Hi, my name's Eddie. What's your name?
Best game was on when I was at the library.
Yeah,
Is gold still dumping here?
Back to markets here. Slipkit has a question for UD. If we have a selling tail in the current period that then closes in a wider section of the TPO body, is that a short probability?
If we assume that this is a range bound day, I would say that would be already too late to take the trade because you don't really want to get involved when the market traverses all the way back through the current range. So really, this is where the range bound days require timing and accuracy. The closer
Mhm.
that you can get to the session highs, the better it is for range bound days. Because you're not looking for a huge trade. You're looking for your trades to get to the middle of today's range and that's where I tend to take my targets. So you can use VWAP for that. I've actually changed my VWAP to start for the NYMEX now because of this. And if I do get a short, I will be looking at the Renko chart, which is already showing me a bit of a reversal. The dome, where we had some
Okay.
orders at 75.15. And then also for the price action, at least on a 2-minute chart to show me that it's got a reversal. And then I can scalp it. This is how I scalp. I can then scalp it for about 30 to 36 ticks down to VWAP or the middle of the profile, whichever one looks better on the day.
Thank you, D.
There you
Thank
go.
you, D. Very succinct answer. Yeah, you don't want to trade range days from the middle of the range.
No, that's the worst trade location you can possibly find. You can get
We call
lucky
that
where it
diddling in
goes
the
to the
middle.
other side of the range. Yeah, diddling in the middle, exactly. You can get lucky where the price just kind of rotates all the way to the other side of the range, but that's not the norm. And with crude oil, you always have like one side that pulls the range day more. So you're not going to get like a perfect
Mhm.
ping. You might get a couple of shorts, maybe one long and then another short. So it's very kind of skewed depending on what is going on. And right now we're still in that big range. So I am keeping in mind what we have on the daily chart. So look at where we are on the daily chart. We're still in that supply area, just literally tagging the
Mhm.
edge of the supply. So if I was going to
Mhm.
go long, this is why I said I need that breakout. I need those single prints to show me that there are strong buyers that want to take this even higher. But until that happens, I'm just going to assume that this is a range bound day. I am looking at the dome to kind of identify slightly more accurately the price that I want to get involved with. But if you look at the 5-minute chart now, we already have that reversal. So if that holds, this is another short trade. So I'm literally just looking at that. But I still need another minute until it's actually printed, done and dusted. Because you don't want to go, oh, bearish engulfing on 5 minutes. And then you go in and then the price just pulls back and then it's not a bearish engulf. And you're like, okay, now what? Should I stay in? Might as well.
Mhm.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah. You
So
want
that's
to
why I have a
preempt
timer.
the bearish engulfing.
Yeah, and that's guesswork. It's guesswork. We need those price patterns to stay on the chart as like done and dusted, printed,
Done.
and then we can play off of them. Yeah.
I like that. Done and dusted.
Yeah.
100
All right,
push-ups,
so we got about
Saba.
5 more. Go ahead, Andre.
No, I was just saying someone said they can do 100 push-ups in the chat. Getting distracted. I got to pay attention to these
Yeah.
markets.
Did we get any
Sorry, Eddie.
emails? Did we
Someone
get
said
any
they got
emails?
100.
Topstep TV.
We invited our
Let me
chat
check.
to send us that if we do have videos. Remember, you can send them at TopstepTV at Topstep.com. If you could do 100 push-ups, yes, we will have something nice for you.
Oh, hold on.
That's a lot.
Really?
If any of you give me a virus, I'm not gonna appreciate it.
Here, download
Oh,
this. It's my 100 push-ups. I swear.
Yeah.
Just
All right.
download this
These-
thumbnail of a strong-looking dude. Okay.
Oh boy.
File cannot be
Yeah.
Buff
virus
guy.
scanned.
Yeah, you can find somebody in the gym that can do 100 push-ups. Give them $20.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I'm gonna review this and we'll show it later if it
Okay.
doesn't crash
Really?
during
So,
the
so
stream.
just quickly
But
going back
those
to the
that don't-
crude oil.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
New highs.
So we do have a bearish engulfing on a 5-minute chart, but it fell 32 ticks in the 5 minutes, and that means my trade location is still not there. So now what I want, I'm getting really pedantic with what kind of a trade location I want. I will want at least 75.30 to get tagged again if I'm going to get involved, because this is too much. It felt too far away from what I was looking for. So again, patience, timing, accuracy, very, very important for successful range bound trading.
And cheapness.
Yes, absolutely.
You want them to be cheap.
The only time when it's okay to be cheap.
Yes.
I
Right.
like
D.
that.
Slip Kid says thanks for always answering his questions.
Slipkid, ask good
Well,
questions.
they're good questions, Slipkid. I've got to say, I'm really impressed
Yeah.
with the, like, always intelligent questions, very well formulated, very clear. So thank you for asking those. I'm sure they're helping others as well.
Reminds me of somebody. I'm trying to think of who.
Who we got?
Well, Johnny, you can think on that one. We are running out of time here. And we want to say thank you very much, Deanna, for being with us here today. We all hope that you feel much better and
me
get
too.
some rest. Some chicken soup. Anytime you're feeling down,
No,
chicken soup.
no, chicken soup
No
actually
chicken
caused
soup?
this. I have a chicken
Oh, it
allergy
caused
from
it.
the lovely long COVID that I got 4 years ago. And then
Oh,
it got
goodness.
made worse by the vaccine injury. And one of the reasons why I'm sick is because I thought I was okay with chicken. And I tried it this morning and it just went downhill really quickly. So, yeah, so no chicken soup for me. But thank you, Eddie. I appreciate the sentiment.
Well, we hope you feel better real quick. Thank you for being with us, Dee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Michael, thank you for being with us here. You are off to some meetings, correct?
I'm off to
Sipping
some
those
meetings,
legs.
and then I'm off to I'm off tomorrow, and I'm off Friday, and I'm off Monday. So
Make sure you check.
yes,
Hi.
I may
Make sure
actually
that
send some videos. Videos.
Please do.
Oh, yeah,
Lots
that'd be
of
great.
videos. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do. Hopefully, I'm not that guy. The one guy that got invited, that got the courtesy invite,
be
he's
that
doing
guy.
selfies and talking about
Don't do
all that
that.
stuff on the mountain.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm looking forward to it. I got to go up my life insurance here right after this for this trip, and make sure my family's taken care of if I make the wrong turn.
Well, just be careful. We
Great
all need
stuff.
you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Great to be on, Deanna. Get healthy, and
Yeah.
love being on with you.
Thanks.
Later,
Yeah, me
guys.
too.
See
All
you
right.
guys in the afternoon.
Thanks.
Stick around. We got Shoulder Tap coming up. Power Players with David Green. Jack and Bonnie Top Quiz. We got Hoag and Robert with Group Coaching. KV's going to join us, Andre and Dolby. And, of course, the end of the day, the Power Hour, Isaac Suffren. Andre and Dolby will be closing out the day. So stick around. We'll be right back with Shoulder Tap.
So far apart. Been way more than wrong. Just look at these scars. Damn, we're forgetting our fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame. Oh no, that we're playing this blame game. We were so out of touch. We're so far apart. Been way more than wrong. Just look at these scars. Damn, we're forgetting our fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame that we're playing this blame game. You push me away and all that I tried to give when you only take, you never see in my shoes. But you don't accept it, we had a standstill. While you be building walls made of steel. Here we go, calling it quits so you can find someone to click with. Someone new fit, treat us like a business. Sharp tongue cut like a knife, this isn't us. I don't recognize the me that loves you, guess I'm done. Have I grown too comfortable? Thought we were unshakable. But when you started leaning on somebody else, I didn't know you. Gave me a sign, now my shoulders are closed. We're on thin ice, we're at each other's throats. Why? We were so out of touch, so far apart. Been way more than wrong. Just look at these scars. Damn, we're forgetting our fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame. Oh no, that we're playing this blame game. We were so out of touch, so far apart. Been way more than wrong. Just look at these scars. Damn, we're forgetting our fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame that we're playing this blame game. We've been so out of touch, we're so far apart. It's been more than just rough when you look at these scars. We're forgetting our fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame that we're playing this blame game. We were so out of touch, so far apart. Been way more than wrong. game.
And we still ISO to the end. Still the same ones. Big up. You already know. Y'all to Trini, you don't know. Let's get it. We still the same ones. When it come to chats, we don't take none. Cheese. Badman Jamaican. Trinity global sensation. Mobbing till the day come, yeah, till the day come. Red, white, black flag, daddy gon' shake some. Green, yellow, black flag, rude gal shake some. We don't want no drama in this, so don't make none. Mobbing till the day come, yeah, till the day come. And the day came, still thumbing through the night, chance of light rain. I guess I really gotta show you about this Trini King. I guess this is how it is when you from the island, man. So I took a flight to Tobago, FOG down. Man's on the ends, Londonville to the C-town. Remo with a schemer and a beamer with the T down. And she wanna know me, tell me, baby, what you need now? A little buddy. Bubble up your pop, mix the curry, go dummy. Whole fam, ice on no funny. From the Ville to the Ville, shout out Teddy, that's the Tuggy. Still the same ones. When it come to chats, we don't take none. Cheese. Badman Jamaican. Trinity global sensation. Mobbing till the day come, yeah, till the day come. Red, white, black flag, daddy gon' shake some. Green, yellow, black flag, rude gal shake some. We don't want no drama in this, so don't make none. Mobbing till the day come, yeah, till the day come. Say they want smoke, when we see them, they don't say none. Yeah, they all talk, all them stories they be made up. Really putting work, all them nights we done stayed up. Really from the islands, whole fan from Jamaica. Yard man style when my come true. Coolin' with my pops and my uncle. Joints on standpipe jungle. Shout out to my cousin, yeah, 1-2, yeah. Never force a vibe, let it come to you. I tell man, sell a tofu. Really in the trenches, eating soul food. Certain places you can't go to. Bear gun, man, and now you're rare. We still the same ones. When it come to chats, we don't take none. Cheese. Badman Jamaican. Trinity global sensation. Mobbing till the day come, yeah, till the day come. Red, white, black flag, daddy gon' shake some. Green, yellow, black flag, rude gal shake some. We don't want no drama in this, so don't make none. Mobbing till the day come, yeah, till the day come.
All right, welcome to Shoulder Tap, everybody's favorite segment. We've got our good friend and mustache Mick. Mick has mustache number 1. I have mustache number 2. Mick, how you doing this morning?
Hey, I'm good. How are you, John?
Good, good. What's going on?
Nothing. Speaking of the stash, we got these new headphones in here, and I was testing them out before I came on. They're like the little buds that go into your ears, and I was thinking I'd really look like a Fed with the mustache and the earbuds, wire behind my back, but the audio wasn't good on them, so I dropped them for today, and we'll see if we can.
If anybody's ever suspicious of that, you just talk into your hand and say, "Liberty is moving."
Right. Listen here, talk here in the wrist. But speaking of talking, let's get into it. The waters are warm this week for our funded traders. I was kind of talking about it yesterday. I'm going to share how many people were calling up from XFA to live. I'm going to share how many live accounts that were closing. Yesterday, we called up 4 accounts from XFA to live. So people doing well and only lost 1 live account yesterday. So I'm saying the waters are warm. I hope they continue to be warm throughout the remainder of the week. And heck, it's the beginning of the year, so hopefully it's the case for the year, and we can get more people in the live accounts than we did last year. Speaking of live traders, I got some shout outs. Shout out to Alex B, who made $9,900 yesterday, a little over $9,900. We're going to talk about him today and one of the trading cards. He's on a 9-day win streak. Shout out to Fatima. She's up $2,310 today. John R. up $5,500 today. I've talked a lot about John with some of the big wins, big losses, having some issues keeping that money, those profits that he's taken on the day. But hopefully today's a different day and he locks in this $5,000 something winning day. David up $2,300. And then this isn't a shout out. This is a shoulder tap, which is going to lead us into our first trading card on the day. Jonathan, one of our live traders, Came into today with, they've been trading a live account for 29 days, came into today with a $3,200 account balance after all their trading activity. And they're in 150K. We might as well queue up the card. They lost $3,000 today on a $32,000 account balance. John, I'll let you kind of share here your thoughts on what's going on with, risking 99% of your account in a single day.
Yeah, it's a bad idea, especially, just kind of looking through his trade report. He hasn't put up a $3,000 winning day. You got no business risking that kind of money on any given trading day. Jonathan, if you're listening, I can feel the emotion on those days when you start out wrong and it just keeps getting worse and worse as the day goes on. You overtrade, you take stabs to try and get that money back, and rarely ever, if ever, does that work out. And I mean, even on one day, you were up $1,000, and that's twice your average winning day, but you couldn't walk away. You kept trading, you got emotional, or whatever it was. I mean, I can almost feel the emotion because like you, like me, like every trader, we've all done this. Not yelling at you, but when things are going bad, if you're averaging $500, $1,000 a day as a winning trader, that should be your daily loss limit, somewhere in the middle there. It's heartbreaking to see somebody who works so hard to get to this level, brick by brick, and then have a wrecking ball come and knock it all over. It's just brutal. And I know you've got some things to say about this, Mick. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you're preaching truth. I mean, everything you talked about, don't risk more on any winning, on any losing day than you make on an average winning day. It was the last bullet point I have on the trading card. I kind of want to get back to this losing $3,000 today when you only have $3,200 in your account. It's a major F up. Not managing the account well, obviously not trading well, but there's things that we need to do, when we have our back against the wall. I got $3,200 in my account. I've got a $3,000 daily loss limit. I can't risk $3,000 on my next trading day. You need to split that up and give yourself a few swings at the plate. Jonathan could have said to himself, if I risk only $1,000 today, I give myself 3 swings at the plate. If I risk only $1,500, I get 2 swings at the plate. There's no reason that anybody should risk 99% of their account on a single trade, a single trading day. You need to live to trade for tomorrow. Be able to take advantage of future opportunities. So I don't know what was going on in Jonathan's head, but it's unfortunate that this happened. He spent a lot of days in this live account. Like I said, 29 days. Of those 29 days, I mean, he's on average losing $64 a day. But look at these metrics. And I think this is going to throw some traders off. But after we talk, throw some of our viewers off, excuse me. But after we talk through it, you'll kind of understand here. So this person on average is losing every single day, but they have 71% winning trades.
Right.
86% winning days. I think that was mistyped up. Maybe that was my fault or somebody else's, but I'll take ownership of it. So 86% winning days and 71% winning trades. You got to look at those metrics and say, how the hell is this person losing money in this account? And it's because of right below the average winning trades. They're only making $450 on their winning trades, winning days. And then they're losing $3,200 on each one of these losing days. So in this trade report of these 29 days, this guy has been trading lights out for the majority of the time. It's those few days where he's actually losing, and he's losing way more than he makes on his average winning days. That's what crippled this account and crushed the account. The account, no doubt, is going to get closed tomorrow with only having $200 left in it. I don't think that there's any wiggle room for that not to happen. But during this trading account, in this live account, this trader's had several really nice win streaks. There was a 16-day win streak in that 29 days. There was a 5-day win streak in those 29 days. There was a 6-day win streak. So this person is right way more than they are not, but when they are wrong, they are getting crushed. This should be an easy tweak to make a change and change the overall performance. It might not be an easy psychological tweak, because what I'm seeing on these $3,000 winning days is Jonathan can't stop himself. And that's a little demon he needs to work on. He needs to set, if I were talking to him, and I'll talk to him, through this very directly, he's got no business losing more than $500 or $450 on these losing days. If he could stop on his losing days at $450, we'd be having a very different conversation around this trading activity. And this guy would be someone who I would say this is probably one of the prettiest trade reports I've seen. If you could remove these $3,000 losing days on here, this is awesome, awesome trading that, I don't have metrics in my history of 71% winning trades or 86% winning days. That is freaking great. And it's something that Jonathan could build on. So Jonathan, if you're watching, you've got the stuff. You need to work on one area and cut these big losses out, and you'd be kicking ass all along the way in this live account. So I wanted to share this with everybody. This is really good trading overall, like 90% of the time. It's just these bad losing days. I'm sure there's people out there watching that, go ahead.
If I could, before we move on, I talked about this, I think, about a trader last week. As a trader averaging $500 a day, you don't really have any business losing more than that in a given day. Part of, I think, Jonathan's problem is he has several times been down $1,500, $1,600 and dug his way out in the day time frame for a small win that day. Now, first off, he shouldn't be down $1,500 to begin with, but it has reinforced bad behavior that he has been able to dig himself out of those days on a couple of days in this account. And that, I think, is why he has such trouble like ending the day at a specific loss level, because he has dug it out on a few different occasions here. But it's that bad behavior that ends up getting you to that $3,000 daily loss limit, and it's unfortunate that it happened again today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we're talking about that scenario of going down money and then being able to recoup it. We talked about it yesterday. It's the kiss of death. Like we said yesterday, the one or two times you do trade out of that, drawdown, that's what you remember. And it's not the other 8 or 9 times that you end up losing more money. So that's definitely something there. And, this is another classic example of something we also talked about yesterday, John, and that's taking, multiple steps forward and only one step back. This trader's not doing that. They're taking multiple steps forward, and then in one crushing day, they're going, miles behind. It's a shame to put together a 14-day win streak only to have it wiped out by, a single trading day. That's not where we want to be. That is like gut wrenching, kicked in the stomach kind of stuff. And I'm sure that's how he was feeling. But Jonathan, if you're watching, you've got some really good things going for you on the majority of your trading. You're doing stuff that people are not doing out there. Trading's so tough. Those winning days look really good. It's just, cut the crap on these losing days, buckle down and manage your risk better. It's a small, direct, suggestion for you. So anyways, that's Jonathan. I want to go on.
We feel it because we've done it.
We've done it. Maybe you can pick up the tone of my voice. I'm feeling a little spicy right now talking about this one. But I want to move on to talk about Alexander B., another one of our live traders. If we could pull up the card for him, Alexander's been doing pretty well. He's been doing okay. So that's why we want to look at him here. He's been in a live account for 15 days. he's one of our big swingers. I look at his trading activity, and it's reminiscent of Hughes and Kyle K, who we've talked about a lot here. So I have some concerns about the longevity that he'll have in this account. He's profitable. Average daily P&L 600 a day. There's a lot of big swings that make up that average daily P&L of only $600. 42% winning trades, 40% winning days. So he's less than half of the time on his trading. His winners are making up for those losers. Average winning day, $6,400. Average losing day, minus $3,200. He's taking 13 trades a day. So when we talk about, like we were talking about with Jonathan, as long as he can maintain these big average winning days of $6,300, $6,400, it's okay to be losing 3,200 or hitting your daily loss limit on these losing days, because you're keeping your wins bigger than your losses, and you don't have to be right more than half the time for that to favor you. He's got the math on his side right now. I think there's area to work on the risk reward. That's worse than 1-to-1. It's kind of it's 2-to-1 the wrong way. Per contract, he's risking $230 to make $110. So that, I think that kind of plays out in the winning all the other metrics up there. Over trading is a problem for Alexander. John, if you're looking at the trade report, you can see on some of the bigger, well, heck, I mean, some of the losing days there's over trading, but some of the big winning days there's over trading as well.
Right.
I will say that this is Alexander talking about the winning days. When he's feeling it on those big profitable days, you can tell that he's really putting the throttle down, because he's active and he's very in tune with the market gyrations. These are short time frame holds. He's holding his winners and losers for like 6 and 7 minutes, and very, very active on those winning days. So kudos to him for, we always say pump the brakes when it's not working and put the pedal down to the floor when it is. He's doing that when it's working. So I really like that, and I respect that in a trader. That's an aggressive, competitive individual when you see that kind of stuff on those winning days. So I really like it. Again, just one of our live guys wanted to share. There's a good story here, and Hoag, feel free to dive in a little bit more on what you're seeing here with his trading.
Yeah, just one comment. I mean, Mick, we talk about all the time, when you're up a decent amount, you want to finish the day a plus player. And it's, really only looking at one day here. And, it wasn't a huge winning day at this time. He was up $1,000. Risk that $1,000. Don't end that day down. You're up $1,000. You end the day down $3,000. At some point,
January
you've
17th.
got to say, January 8th. And the 17th, both of those days, he's up 1,000, up 1,300, ends up losing his daily loss limit on those days. That's, that of course kills real capital, but it also kills mental capital. When you're up, make sure that you're going to, at least keep a piece of that, a part of it, end the day a plus player once you're at that level. You would have saved yourself $6,000 if you did that.
We're just kind of dissecting things here. Again, Alexander is a profitable live trader here with Topstep, and very happy for his success. We're just kind of critiquing a few things, but it has definitely been very exciting watching him, especially on those winning days. We always get fired up when we see someone up big in those accounts. On the topic of excitement, last but not least, I want to follow up with the trader we didn't get to yesterday, Aiden. Aiden is one of our traders who we called up live. And this is one of the best trade reports that I have seen. I really, really love this. I'm going to get his trade report up right now so I can look at all the individual stuff. Probably. So I say this is one of the best trade reports I've ever seen. Our viewers might be kind of wondering, well, 70% winning trades and 71% winning days. We've seen better metrics than that. Yeah, we have.
Sure.
But these are metrics over 31 trading days. Aiden spent 31 days in his XFA before getting called up to live. So those are stellar metrics that we've got on this trade report. What I also love is the average trades per day, 1.1 trades per day. Very, very selective. This is someone who's, this guy's telling himself, I got one bullet for the day. I'm going to make it count. And they're coming in and, their average P&L is $450. They're trading the NASDAQ, but there's winning days here, going all the way up to $2,000, I think is their P&L high in this account, highest winning day. Yeah, $2,050. They're trading 3 lots, anywhere from 1 to 3, but lately they've been doing 3 lots. But I mean, this is great. Patak always talks about jab, jab, jab. He comes in, Aiden comes in, he's got his one jab for the day. He's surgical with it. He makes it count. So, excellent trade location and excellent risk reward. The biggest losing day, they did hit their daily loss limit on one occasion, but this is someone who doesn't risk everything that we say they can risk. They are not losing $1,000 every losing day that they're having. They're stopping when the market's telling them that it's not working. So those losses are, they're containing the losses. They know how to call a bad day. And I mean, I'm really excited for Aiden to come into the live account, be trading with our prop firm, because this is scalable trading that, if you can scale it and go from 1 trade a day at 3 contracts to 1 trade a day, 5 contracts, 6 contracts, 10 contracts, like this could be a wildly profitable year for Aiden. With what he's doing, it could take him a little bit of time to get to that 100K club. But I mean, I don't see any reason why he's not there come a little bit later on in the year. I think we'll definitely be talking about Aiden quite a bit, and I'll be providing, regular updates on him, because if he maintains this kind of activity, the sky's the limit for Aiden, really.
Yes. Just kind of looking at this, and I'm, liking everything that you're saying. The one day that he did hit his daily loss limit is a forgivable mistake, but his average losing day is minus $734. Most of the down days he stops short of that. It's almost like Aiden is listening to you, Mick. There's a few days that we get a little bit past that, but he works really hard not to hit it. There's a $400 losing day, $500 losing day, $500 losing day. He's really a good risk manager. And, the metrics that you're talking about here, 71% winning days, 70% winning trades with 31 instances. This is really statistically significant. It's always hard for me to say statistically significant that Aiden, if he maintains this, you're right. He could build an empire trading this way just by building the account, adding another contract, building the account, adding another contract. As long as he keeps his head together, and doesn't get his switch flipped as he's building this account, we could be talking a lot about Aiden for the rest of the year, and maybe even somehow writing songs about him. One of the things that I do like is he's using the journal in his trade report.
I didn't even look.
We don't look at
those.
That's
awesome.
But he's been using the journal in his trade report, and it's whatever he's doing, it's paying for him. So Aiden, blessings, keep on the path, dance with the one you brung, all of those little colloquialisms that we all say as traders. Do what pays you, and we're looking for great things from Aiden for sure. I mean, we're looking for great things from everybody, but with this much information and as consistent as he's been, I have high hopes for our good friend Aiden here.
Big time. I think this is a shining example, John, of treating their account, treating their trading as a business, and not, they're treating it as a business. It's not a hobby. There's 2 days here where they, made 2 trades. Every other day they're just 1 trade. So this, there's some mental fortitude here. I'm imagining, because they're not deviating from anything. There are no anomalies on this trade report.
Mhm.
This is like, cool, calm, collected, come in, do your job, get out, rinse and repeat the next day. And they're doing it over and over and over again. I wish I had trade reports that looked like this, back when I was doing it full time.
Likewise. Yeah, this is great. Well, Mick, we're kind of running short of time. You and I could probably take a vacation and talk about trading the entire time that we're on vacation or spending time together. And I would relish that. I would enjoy that. But unfortunately, we got to get moving on to the next segment. Mick, any final thoughts? Any final comments?
We'll have vacation and talk trading. I think we need to go have a margarita sometime soon. I get a chuckle every time I walk past, what's that? Murphy's, the place where we went for margs one day.
Oh,
Murphy's. You remember?
Yes.
You had a good comment for the waitress. Maybe we'll talk about that another time. But I laugh out loud every time I walk past that on my way home.
The $80 margarita. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. We're
all right.
This and that, and not coming back here ever again.
And I don't think I've been back. That's funny.
No, I haven't
All
either.
right,
I haven't either. Thanks,
Have
John.
a great
Have
rest
good
of the day. Thanks for your wisdom and your energy, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day.
All right.
Folks, stick around. We got the Power Players segment coming up here with David Green. Looking forward to seeing how David is doing. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Chemistry, same energy. I can see us make history. Bing, bing, 돌아가듯이. You are goddess like Venus, I be orbiting. Promise, I ain't tryna play games with your girl. Honest, you are not a side character. Every day after day, I try to go out my way. 'Cause I wanna secure you. Oh, I wanna see you every night after night. Forget about time, 'cause I wanna adore you. Oh, I wanna make you mine, make you mine. Snap, this is picture perfect. Really got me thinking you and I could be something. Pressed all the right buttons and now I'm done searching. Damn 다른 여자랑 비교 안 돼, no competition. Sweet like gelato 되고 싶어 Valentino. Rockin' on a high note, gotta love it, it's soprano. 너 만나고 나서 절대 놓지 않아 바빠도 다른 여자는 없어 no. 'Cause you're the one and only girl. Promise, I ain't tryna play games with your girl. Honest, you are not a side character. Every day after day, I try to go out my way. 'Cause I wanna secure you. Oh, I wanna see you every night after night. Can we forget about time? 'Cause I wanna adore you. Oh, I wanna make you mine.
Welcome to the Power Players segment, everyone. We're very excited about today's segment. We do have David Green with us, who is between me, Eddie, and David. I think we're looking at, well over 100 years of experience in trading. David's been in the trading arena for more than 35 years. He was a specialist on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. He did so well, he was able to retire before 40. That's amazing to me.
Wow.
And for the last 20 years, David has been teaching and training and mentoring traders, and we're very excited to have him with us. Welcome, David. Eddie, always a pleasure to have you on the segment here. And what you got going on today, David? I guess you've been trading this morning?
Yes, we have. Let's just start with this, all right? I was more lucky than good to be able to retire.
I'll take it.
I was 38 years old.
Doesn't hurt.
It was
I'll
right
take it.
place, right time. I worked for Spear Leeds and Kellogg, which was the biggest specialist firm on the Florida Exchange back in 1999. I was a tiny partner, and Goldman Sachs bought us for $6.5 billion, which, by the way, was the worst trade probably ever made in the history of the New York Stock Exchange. Because after 1999, when they bought us, things kind of went straight downhill from there as far as the specialists on the Florida New York Stock Exchange were concerned. When I started working down there,
trade for Goldman.
one of the only ones that Pete Kellogg ever made, because he was a very, 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 very smart man. I'm sure they wiggled out and did fine anyway, but when I started working down there in 85, there were 55 specialist firms on the floor. And when I left, there were 11. So they just complete business, just complete whittled down. And I think now there's like 5 or 6 that are still left on the floor.
We had the same thing in futures. The
happened
pits
to be
are
in the
all
right
gone
place
if
at the
you
right time.
Very nice. Very nice. Rather be lucky than smart.
Yeah, that's for sure. The bottom line is I don't know how to do anything else. I've been doing this for a long time like you guys. I barely get out of high school. I didn't go to college. It was my first real job I ever had in my life. Like I'm sure you guys too, right? We started out taking messages back and forth, basically sweeping the floors. Is what we started out doing back down there.
In essence, yeah.
And, we've had this conversation before that when we were working there, the best part of what if you were good at your job, you did better. And that was it. There was no nepotism. There was no, the better you are at your job, the more money you were making for your firm, and you were able to move up the scale very quickly back then.
I never had a job interview in my life. Never.
Yeah, me neither. When I was a squad on the floor, after a couple of months, one of the firms noticed, hey, this kid might have something going on. So they gave me a job as a clerk. I think I went from $150 to $175 my first clerking job. And then it's kind of just, took off from there the better you were. You guys were talking about something very important before I came on that I spend a lot of time talking about. And that is, it doesn't matter what you're trading, the psychological part of this is so important. And I'll show you guys some trades and some setups that we did. We had a couple, the one thing we will never do, which you guys talked about. We had a couple of good trades this morning. I tried to empty out my trading room. We were here for maybe a half hour. We had a couple of good trades. And I said, guys, usually it's never going to get any better than this. If you hit those couple of good ones early, what I notice is if you hang around, maybe you start forcing some stuff on. You're not really following your technicals anymore. And I will never turn a winning day into a losing day. It's hard enough to make money doing this,
Yep.
And I always tell everybody it's not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep, right? You could have days where you qualify accounts in one day at 10 o'clock in the morning and you've blown through that same account at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So that is one of my biggest rules is I'm a big proponent in taking profits in every trade that we do, and I'm a bigger proponent in never giving back. Because first of all, it's the worst feeling in the world, right? We've all been there. How bad a feeling is it at 10 o'clock when you're up $3,000 in an account, at 12 o'clock you're down $2,000. And you say to yourself, how the fuck did I just do that? Pardon my language, right? How did I do that? And you're sitting and you're looking at your machine now and you're like, what did I do? How did that happen? but yet it can happen so easily, and it does. It does. That's why the mental part of this is I don't care what you're trading either. That is the part of this that you have to have down pat before you can even think of being successful, whether you're trading futures or widgets. It doesn't make any difference. And I spend
trading widgets
a ton of time. Yeah, whatever. I have a very private trading room where I'm trading live the markets all day with all of my traders. And I probably spend more time in that room telling people what not to do than actually the trades that we are doing. Because we know that's the hardest part of it.
Yep.
So I'll show you guys a couple of trades that we got today. I'll share with you guys some of my technical analysis. Now, everybody uses different stuff. Everybody uses technical analysis. Maybe not everybody does. For me personally, Eddie, guys, I will never make a trade unless my chart tells me to make a trade. There will be maybe an occasion where I've seen this movie happen before, and I might start to get into a little something because I kind of know how it's going to end. But other than that, if my chart does not tell me to make a trade, I am not making a trade. And the bottom line is that good traders should be bored most of the time. That's the bottom line. You know, if you find yourself, I can't find 100 setups in a day. You know, sometimes if I have two, and we get to the point where we're doing enough size for it to make a difference, or even one, it's enough to make your day. You know, and then to just sit there. Look, what's the most precious commodity in the world? Time, right? That's the one thing in the world that we are not getting back, no matter how much we try.
No, that is true.
And I'll tell you guys notice too, I can't believe how fast it goes. I just can't. I mean, I'm 63 years old. I remember being on the floor when I was 23 years old. And it's like that. It's just gone. So, you know, if you can get a good handle on this and hit a couple of good things in the morning, what's better than not being here anymore, right? The hell do you have to sit here all day for when you've either made your nut or have come close to making your nut, or you've just had a good morning? So to me, those are the most important things about this.
David, I got a question. I got a question for you, David. You know, a lot of our traders don't want it, but I mean, it's there. You're talking about having a great day, never ending up a losing day. You know, what all the trade reports Hoagland and myself have gone through and talked to traders, it seems like that's almost standard, where the greed kicks in. What would you suggest to a trader? What's the best way to sort of end this, where you're actually walking away and shutting things down with a profit? Because I've seen so many up 1,200, end of the day down 600. I mean, things like that, where, you know, where's the shutoff valve?
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about patience and discipline. That's the bottom line. And that's why this is so hard. I have a plan for every single trade that I get in. So I think everybody, although I don't even like going this route, I think everybody should have a goal per se. All right. I have a goal. This is how much money I want to make every day when I trade, whether it's $50, $20, $100. It doesn't really matter what it is, but you should have a goal. And I tell my traders when we're trading to not even look at your P&L. I don't want to look. I know if I'm making good trades, I'm making money. I know if I'm making bad trades, I'm going to get stopped out. If I have enough bad trades where I get stopped out a few times in one day, I'm done trading. We are going to have bad days doing this. There's just no two ways around it, right? So if I have a goal, and my goal is to make $100, okay? And I'm going to show you a trade that we just did. Hold on. I'll show you a quick trade that we just did. Check this out. Can you guys see my chart?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Everybody see? Okay. So I just did a double top trade in the NQs. I'll explain what it is. I'll walk you through it. And I took a quick 10 points out of it because that's all I want to make when I do a far from moving average trade. So hold on. Let me just make sure we're up here. And it's now down 15 points. This is pretty cool. This is a trade that it's one of the simplest ones to learn. It's probably one of the ones that a lot of people who are just starting out, it's the easiest one to follow. So I'll show you exactly. I'll walk you through it. Okay. And now it's actually worked for 22 points. So check this out. NQs this morning made a high of exactly 17. Let's see where it is. 1763.25. All right. So when I look for a double top trade, one of my rules is, and I have criteria for every single trade that we do. and I have a bunch of different ones. And if the criteria aren't met, I won't make a trade. So a double top basically is, for everybody out there, is when a stock makes a high in the morning, comes down from that level, and then some point in time goes back and tests that level. That is what we call a double top. So this first high right here was 17,763. Okay. We just went back up, tested that high at 17,763. We went a little bit above it. 5 points in the NQs is nothing. I usually, if I'm trading the NQs, I'll give it a 10-point stop when I'm trading it. So from that double top right now, this just came in 20 points from that double top. So I posted it in my trading room for everybody to see. And, most people put between 10 and 15 points. But here is the double top. Now here's where we come into support, and this is where you get out of your entire trade. So that right there was between 10 and 20 points on that trade. And look how long it took, guys. How long did that take? Less than 5 minutes.
Not long at all.
Right?
Yeah.
Less than 5 minutes. We just did it live in our trading room. I'm sure it probably happened in the MES and the ES too. Not quite in the MES, but NQ is the one I concentrate on because it's going to be the most volatile. But again, I will never make a trade in this unless it's one of my technical setups. I'll show you one that we got early this morning. This was another thing. And anyone who wants, guys, I will share all my technicals. You got to learn how to read what we are looking at with our technicals. I have a bunch of them. Some people use 1 or 2. Some people use 50. Whatever floats your boat. We happen to use just what works for our trades. I'll show you 2 we got this morning that got us out of here early, although that one wasn't too bad. I think we averaged 15 points on that one in 3 minutes. All right. This is my 65 EMA and the NQs. That is another moving average that I use to get involved in a trade if it comes down and hits that level. That this morning
and
was
what color? What color is that one?
That is gold.
Gold. Okay, that's the one below.
So my moving average is going order of strength. I have a 9, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200. Those are my moving averages. They go in order of strength. 9 and 15, I only use when stocks are in trends. And I don't want to get too technical and confuse everybody up here. The bottom line is, and I'll share all this with anybody who wants, when it hits one of our lines is when I'm looking to make a trade, if it's moved far enough to get to that level, right? So here we got the NQs down to the 65 EMA. We made a trade that worked out for about 20 points. This is another trade I look for in the NQs. It doesn't happen very often. But when the relative strength in the NQs gets a little stretched out between 70 and 80, and I'll show you a couple of instances of this. This is when I usually look for a reversal in a stock, in a future, whatever it is. And you'll see that most times when we get this relative strength, and I use for a relative strength 20 and 80, what that means for everybody is when a relative strength gets close to 80, the stock is overbought, and we can look for it to pull back a little bit. And when it gets under 20, it's oversold, and we can look for it to rally a little bit. So when we see here, we got about 75, which is relatively high for the NQs. What I'll look for when I see this is this little confirmation candle right here. And I'll even switch to a 1-minute chart so I can get into this trade as early as possible. I'll have my stop
you've got a little
above.
bit of you got a little bit of a divergence in that that indicator as well. Price got to this about the same level, but the indicator did not go as high. So there's a little bit of a divergence.
Correct. Absolutely. So what I'll look for confirmation to get in this trade, and I'll go to a 1-minute chart. I'm not going to go all the way back there now. And as soon as I see that red bar, that's telling me that we're probably going to have a changing of the guard. And it took us right down to our support level. Again, that was about 30 points. And it happened here. Check it out. Same exact setup. A little later in the day, this was about 1040. This one we got up to about 77, 78. Got the confirmation candle. This was up at 17,764. Here's my support level. So it's very important when I get into one of these trades to step back for a second. Because not every single trade that we do is going to work in 10 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever it is. This double top happened to work in 2 minutes for 20 points. So when
also
I
a
get
divergence
into a trade like this, I'll switch to my 1-minute chart. Here's what my target should be, right? If I'm getting in for a technical reason up here, my final target in this should be, if this is my resistance, my support level. So we talk a lot, and I hear you guys talking about it all the time, and it's great. How do we get the most out of our winning trades and lose the least out of our losing trades, right? And it's technicals. If I'm getting in this trade for a technical reason because I'm at resistance, I'll get out of the entire trade when it comes to my support level. I don't care what happens after this. It could bounce up. It could break back down. This is my trade.
Sure.
And the NQs here, I think this was 60 and this was 26. That's 34 points. Now, I'm going to be taking profits on the way down. You should on every trade that you do. So I'll take some off for 5 points, 10 points, 15 points. But I'm always going to leave a little bit of that trade on until my chart tells me to get back out of the trade. And sometimes I'll notice that on the last little couple that I have left, I'll make as much as all of these I made because I'm being patient and letting it set up and getting to a level where it's telling me to get out of the trade. And this is
David,
what I do all day long. I'm sitting in the NQs. We have a bunch of little messy stuff here. We got a little breakout here. We got the double top. Maybe now we'll set up for a trend trade. Possible. I don't know. I have no interest in trading anymore today, to be quite honest with you, as far as my real stuff is concerned. Yes,
Right.
Max, the double top. Max, the double top worked for 20 points in NQ. I hope you guys got it. I'm just talking to my
David,
traders.
when you say changing of the guards, when you're seeing that candlestick, how long until you enter that order, knowing when the market's going to change direction?
Okay. When I see this happening, and I will switch to a 1 minute chart now. And as soon as I see this red bar starting to form, I will get into the trade because I don't want to wait 5 minutes. If I wait 5 minutes to get into this trade, it has already gone down 20 points, right? It doesn't mean it still can't work. It would have worked for a little bit more, right? It still would have worked for another 20 points. But I want to get into this trade as soon as I possibly can. So I'll go to a 1 minute chart. Whenever I see this situation rise, second I see that red bar, I'm getting in with a market order. And very simply, I will have my stop if it gets above the high that it just made by 5 or 6 points. So I'm not risking a lot to make a lot. And if it bounces and goes right above that, I'll look for this trade to set up again. So sometimes I might have to do this 1 or 2 times and lose 5 points or 10 points before you get the 30 or 40 point bounce. These just happen to be perfect examples of them working today. Nothing works all the time. I'll tell you that right now, right? This is technical analysis. What I am trying to do and what everybody should be trying to do out there is put the odds in your favor of the trades working. That's all we can ask for, right? You know, if you go into a casino, no matter what game you play, the odds are against you. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, of course.
They have an edge.
Yep.
They never change the rules of the game because if they did, then they would lose their statistical edge, right? You can't have a blackjack dealer start playing and then start hitting on 17. It won't work anymore. So I look at technical analysis the same way. I will never get into a trade until my charts tell me to. And we don't know. This is another thing that people don't realize. By using my technical analysis, I am putting the odds in my favor. There's no question about it because what we have is a tried and true system and it works a lot more than it doesn't. All right, so good. We know that. That being said, it's not going to work every time, okay? And
nothing does.
I have to do every single trade that sets up for me to do in order to keep the odds going in my direction. So I can't, what I find a lot of people doing sometimes, even in my private trading room, they're picking and choosing the trades they want to do, and then that skews your win rate, right? Oh, I missed that one, but I got into the one that didn't work. How many times have we all done that, right? I missed the 3 good trades you had, and I got into 2 bad ones. Am I just unlucky? You got to do every single one that sets up so that it keeps the odds in your favor. And, I am, and it took me a long time to learn this, guys. I told you, when I first started doing this, when I left the Florida Stock Exchange, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know what a moving average was. I didn't know what a technical was. I never had to use any of that stuff on the floor. I don't know if you guys did when you were trading, right? You didn't have charts in front of you, right? No. None of us did. I never even knew what a chart was. And I lost a few $100,000 in the first couple of months because I could never be wrong, right? I know what I'm doing. Right. I've done this my whole life. I couldn't have been more wrong because I had no idea what I was doing. None whatsoever. And then my big fat ego got in the way. And if I bought something, it had to go up. And I just kept buying it until I couldn't take the pain anymore. And I lost a shitload of money. I was 38 years old. I knew I wanted to do this for the rest of my life. So I had to figure out a way to do it the proper way. and I'm always changing things. Trading's not the same now as it was 30 years ago. I have people that I rely on that are experts at what they do. I have a gentleman named Ken in my room who is a Fibonacci wizard. He is spectacular. We get a lot of trades off Fibonacci's. I have an option guy in my room who is also great at futures. I am willing to learn from anybody, even at 63 years old. You show me something that works.
You gotta be.
And show me a hit rate. Dave, I found something that's working 78% of the time. I'm in. I'm all in.
Yep.
But to me, the most important part of this is I never trade just to trade. Everything's got to be a setup. And I spend more time during the day singing to the people in my room than I do actually trading. That's the bottom.
David, can you do me a favor? I've got a couple of people asking. Can you repeat the moving averages that you're looking at?
Yes. Okay. This is what I use, and they're all exponential. 9, 15, 30, 65, 200. 9, 15, 30, 65, 200.
Got it.
And then I have some other stuff on my charts. I have pivot points. Of course, I have relative strength. I am always starting on a 5-minute chart when I'm day trading. And usually that's enough when you're trading futures. There's enough technical analysis on my 5-minute chart to trade futures. If we get to a spot where I don't have any support and resistance anywhere, I'll go to a longer time frame, a 15-minute, a 30-minute, a daily, a weekly, stuff like that. I'm looking at a daily chart. This is a daily chart right now of the futures that we're looking at, right? We are stretched out by any metric that almost one of the most stretched out things I've seen in a long time. Not only in the NQs, in all the indexes. But that doesn't mean my mindset is to be short, because stocks can go and futures can go in one direction longer than you can stay solvent. We know that. That's a fact. Plus, when we're trading futures, we're only trading intraday also. I can tell you that I personally have, and I don't know if anyone cares about this or not, I have taken this opportunity because I'm a little older to significantly lighten up on some of my longer term investments. And that's only because, I'm 63 years old. And again, I've seen this movie before. I've seen this euphoria. There are going to be better spots to enter NVIDIAs and AMDs and Apples and any Microsofts, Netflixes. I don't know when it's going to be. I don't know when it's going to come. But I know history, and it's going to come. There's no question about it.
Yeah. The market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. Isn't that right, David?
Exactly. That's exactly right. That's like analysts. They're always upgrading things at the top and don't want to go anywhere near them at the bottom. I remember Jim Cramer when he was crying when Meta was $88. He was actually physically crying on television because he recommended it to people at about $130, and it went down to $88 when one of their earnings came out. How good was it to own that at $88?
He also recommended people buy Bear Stearns 2 weeks before it fell apart.
No question about it. And his latest one, I remember he said that IPO, Didi, or whatever it was, there was some Chinese IPO, and it was like $18. And he said, mortgage your house, buy everything that you can. I don't even know if it trades anymore. I think it's delisted.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you're only as good as your last call.
There's no question about that.
Yes.
Go ahead, Eddie.
House of Pain.
Yes, the House of Pain.
Most people
David, I got a question for you here. One of our traders is asking, David, if the moving averages are angled higher and the price dips below the 9 EMA, then closes back above the 9 EMA, would you take a long on that situation?
Okay, this is one of the trading setups that they have, and this actually just set up, right? Now we have started a nice trend in the NQs, okay? We settled in, it's 12:30 in the morning, we got through all this mess, blah, 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 blah. Now if you look at the chart, we're settling into a nice little uptrend. So when the futures are in an uptrend, one of our trading techniques is to get in on the 9 and the 15 EMA. These are the weakest of our moving averages. They will only work when stocks are in trends. So if you can see right here, guys, we pulled back and hit the 9 at 38. Check it out. Okay. We're in a trend. Look what happened when we hit the 9 EMA. We're up 25 points from there already, right? This very rarely happens. When it does, I can tell you this, I will stay in this trade for the rest of the day because we could from here just, we're in a beautiful trend now. So the way we will do it is I'll buy small on the 9. I will add on the 15, and then I'll have my stop order if it breaks, and I will just parse this out for the entire day and keep raising my stop order until I get to a nice resistance point, which we have. I have a pivot point up here at 17,804. That's where I will be out of most of this trade, if not all of it. And I probably reverse and go short there for a trade. So you guys know that the trend is your friend, right? We have finally settled into a nice trend. Even if you got the 9 EMA, you are up 37 points from there now. Beautiful. And no fuss, no muss. If it broke it, I would have got out. We're holding the trend. That's a beautiful thing. So yeah, the answer to the question is, if it hits the 9, gets a little below it, and then above, yes, I would be entering that trade. Yes, 100%.
Nice.
You are more than welcome. I think I just executed something, and I don't know what. Oh, I got short. All right, hold on. Let me just cover it. Okay, perfect. I tell you guys, I really thank you for the opportunity for you guys to have me here. I love this. I love teaching this. I like teaching better than I do trading. I love to see people who are successful at this and their stories. This is how we do things. Everybody does everything differently, right? This is just how we do things. All these things, by the way, shameless plug, are in our course at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. The course is 9 hours long. It's 200 hours of archives from every meeting that we have. Anyone who buys our course, we mentor you for life. On every Thursday night, me and Pete are with you live for a couple of hours every Thursday night, walking you through everything. I do a live boot camp, which I'm in the middle of right now, where I go over my entire course for the whole week. That's also included in anybody who buys our course. I have 75 people in the boot camp this week. So we're trading the markets live, posting every single trade they do, and explaining exactly what kind of trade it does. So that's what we do at Wall Street Global.
David, that's greenroom-live.com. Is that
don't even worry about that. Go with the Wall Street Global Trading Academy.com. The green room is for my private trading room. I don't even take people in that anymore. That's very, very private.
Okay.
If people take the course and they want to bop in there, they can. But the course is Wall Street Global Trading Academy.com.
Okay. See if we can get that posted. Good stuff.
WSGTA.com. So, look at the NQs now. Again, you take some profits at sometimes. It's up 40 points now from the 9 EMA. How cool is that? So what's one contract at 40 points is what, $800? One NQ contract, right? 40 points is $800. So what if you did your full amount, your 10 NQ contracts right now? Each one is 200. It's up. That's what, $8,000 on that trade?
Yeah.
There it is.
Right. Size it up.
That's an $8,000 trade. And I wouldn't be getting out of the whole thing. We're still in a nice uptrend. So it just shows that, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was muted and I was trying to ask you a question if you have a moment, but finish your thought and then I'll ask it.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
Oh, all right.
Ask away.
So one of the things that you mentioned was, when you sit down at a trading day, you have a specific goal as to amount of money that you want to make that day. I have found when I have done that in the past, it has an opposite kind of response to me, because if I get close to it, and let's say I'm trying to make 40 ticks and I get up 38 ticks, I've lost more money trying to get that last 2 ticks than actually making the extra 2 ticks. How do you deal with the idea that I've got $1,000 I got to make, I'm up $950? That's not good enough. I have to get the $1,000 to feel successful for that day. You got to kind of loosen that up a little bit, right?
100%. I tell all my people, at or close is enough. And I've used exactly what you just said a million times, right? I know people who are up $950 and lost $3,000 trying to make $50, right?
Right.
At
I've
or
done it so
close
many times.
is good enough. Yes. At or close is good enough. And I say that all the time.
Love that.
If my goal is 1,000 and I'm up 900, I'm done. Thank you very much. Or here's what we do, Eddie. I kick in the 20% rule. Okay. And I don't even like people to do this, but I'll kick it in. All right. Let's say I'm up 900 and my goal is 1,000. I will kick in the 20% rule. If at any point I get back 20% of that 900, whether I'm in a trade or not, I will kick myself out of that trade and leave with $720. So I will have a rule. If you get close, kick in the 20% rule, turn off your machine if you give back one bad trade, because you know what's going to happen. You're going to give back 2 bad trades and 5 bad trades. The first thing you're going to say is, when you have that first bad trade, is just let me get back to where I was. And then I promise I'll stop trading. So it's
that one more trade.
Worst case scenario, kick in the 20% rule. And again, all this is stuff that's so hard to do because no one's sitting over our shoulder saying, hey, you just lost 20% of what you were making, right? That's why this is the hardest part of this, the mental part. And again, if you don't have that down pat, forget about it. All right, we're stretching out now in the NQs. I will short and be out of my entire long at 17,804. So that will be 64 points from the trend line 15 minutes ago. How cool is that?
Yeah.
And you guys saw it happen right here. We hit our 9 EMA, boom, chakalaka. We did a double top. We got 20 points. Hit our 9 EMA. We are stretching like crazy now.
David, I like how you say, forget about it. Forget about it. It's going to walk away.
It's wackadoodle.
There you go. Hey, David, J-Boy's got a question here. Talking about trailing your stop. How do you do that? How do you trail your stop?
You can do it manually. You can do it automatically. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does Topstep have bracket orders? Pretty sure you guys can build bracket orders into your system.
Yes.
You do? Okay. So that's how I do it. Or you can put in a trailing stop that automatically raises up. Usually when I get into a trade, I'm using a bracket order. So what that means is I'll get into the trade. I'll set a couple of profit targets for maybe 10 and 20 points. Then my stop order, you can just automatically raise up. Or you can set it just a trailing stop that will automatically follow it up once you've hit some profit goals to the long side. Yeah, Topstep absolutely has the ability to do that.
It's always a challenge. I always seem to move trailing stops just a little bit too close and get stopped out in good trends. I mean,
but I don't, you know what? I don't even mind if I'm getting stopped out for a good profit. That's okay. That's all right. Look, here's what I do, right? If my first target is to make 10 points in NQ, once I make the 10 points, I'll just go to break even and give it room. If my next target is 20 points, then I'll raise my stop to lock in a 10-point profit and just keep going like that.
Right.
And you can see, guys, on the 5-minute, we got a little stretched up there. Look at the 5-minute chart. We got that RSI up there a little bit, and here comes the pullback. So I was hoping we could have
higher high in
17,804.
It's another divergence.
Yeah, I mean, I'd look to get back into this on a trend
lower
trade
high
again.
in the RSI. Yep. Look for a pullback.
So whenever, again, notice though, guys, whenever this gets up to this higher RSI, that's where we get the pullback. And we just went down, 17, 18 points. So I will look now, look for the trend trade on the buy side to get back in. Again, guys, this is all for a demonstration purposes only.
Of course.
Exactly.
This is for educational purposes only, not suggesting
100%.
the purchase or sale of any particular product at this time, of course. At this time. So those double tops, I love those because they tend to be cheap trades. You're looking at a double top taking 5 points of risk in the NASDAQ. That's like almost no risk at all. I love those. I love trades that are that cheap to get into. Is that ever in your mind when you're looking at these opportunities? Like, wow, look at how cheap this is. I got to take it even if it's a loss.
Yes, 100%. Because it's either going to work or it's not. That's the bottom line. And if it goes up again and goes through that, well, then it's not a double top. And chances are it's probably going higher. But I can tell you the odds, it works a lot more than it don't. So that's why I'm going to do it every time. So it works a lot more than it doesn't.
Right, got another question
I'm a little
for
blown
you.
away by this entire market.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Chibo's asking, what would a reversal signal look like in NQ with your EMAs?
Good question.
That is a good question.
If we were to break this trend line, okay, because now we're in a nice uptrend. So if we were to break this trend line, okay, I would say that could be our reversal signal to start hitting some of these lower support levels. So when a stock is in a trend and it breaks it, that's when I'll start looking for my lower support levels below that. So when something breaks a trend, that's what give me the reversal in it, 100%. Yeah, you were talking about the P&L also. Go ahead.
You would be looking at like either the 9 or the 15 for a potential reversal pattern. What about like a technical reversal pattern? Like
if it breaks it significantly, if it breaks this significantly, yes, then I would look for one of these lower levels. And I wouldn't even do the closest one if we break that. I would wait to my 65 and my 200 EMA. I would wait.
Do you use candlestick patterns at all? Like,
I don't. You know what I mean? Like haramis and hoshamis and flying Walendas
bearish
and stuff like
engulfing. Right.
The flying Walenda.
Not really.
God rest
I know this is a bearish engulfing candle right here, right? But I'm in the trade, so I'm cool with that. Right now, I'd be looking to get back in this trend trade if we pull back. You know, small on my 9 and the 15. Until it tells me it's going to break this trend, you have to be long this for the rest of the day. And that doesn't mean it's not going to break the trend.
Right. That's how you'd manage the risk on those EMAs.
100%.
Got it.
No, this is good. This is something that I'm going to take with me today, and I'm going to watch this on my practice account and see if I can utilize this. I mean, this is something that we've been in the business so long, and I can honestly say I learn something new every day. And I really appreciate you sharing this method and strategy with all of us.
That's what we do. I love it. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, you could see, all the trades that just set up since I've been on, you could see them very clearly, and so far they've all been okay. Not always going to be that way, but so far they've all. The ES.
I heard you knock on wood.
I want to show you this one. This was beautiful. Check this one out early this morning. There's another trade that got us out of here early. So this is my 200 EMA, right? That is the strongest indicator that I have. Okay. And this is the ES. I mean, we exactly hit it. I think it might have went one tick below it, literally. This is what, 49? I don't know what it was. It was like 49.13. Here's my resistance up here, 49.19. 6 points in the ES is a big move. So that was one of the first trades we got early this morning. Again, the 200 EMA. Stretched out up here, pull back, just like the NQs. And again, I like to stress, not everything works all the time, okay? There are days when all your technicals are beautiful and it's spectacular and everything you do hit. And there are days where, especially when we have news events, like we had the PMI come out, something came out this morning at 9:45. It was some kind of I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, PMI composite flash. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. And we got, if you look here, we got kind of it came out right here. It's kind of a non-event. But anyway, I won't even trade during those times. When it got to 9:40, I told everybody, guys, I got no orders. I don't want to be involved in this. Tomorrow morning,
right?
We got some PCIs tomorrow and Friday. I think we got GDP tomorrow and then the PCE on Friday.
Yes.
I will tell everybody, be aware. Be aware when these things are coming out, okay? I have seen the futures move 100 points on some of these numbers in 30 seconds, and some people stand around saying, why did that happen? Well, I go to marketwatch.com. I always look every single morning to see what the events are coming out. I know Friday's a big day at 8:30. We'll get some, and those are the inflation indicators, which are the biggest one now because they're the ones most tightly to interest rates. and the Fed.
Yes.
So
Yep.
be aware
Yeah, it's
of
going to
all
be
that that's coming out.
interesting.
Sometime it should be. Tomorrow could be a
it's gonna-
wackadoodle day. What's tomorrow? No, it's Friday is the bad day, but tomorrow we can get some stuff.
You get GDP,
Be
which is a
aware when
preliminary
there's,
number, but PCE is the big one on Friday.
Yes, that's the big one. I think tomorrow we get GDP.
David,
let me check real. Yes, sir.
but before you leave, I got to say something. I'm a big hockey fan, and I noticed that you wear the Rangers hat. Are you a big hockey fan? The original six, yes, Blackhawks, Rangers. You big Rangers fan?
Season tickets since 1985. So my whole life,
sir.
I've been a huge Ranger fan. I sold them when I moved to Florida. I was there in '94 when they won the Cup. So yeah, I'm a huge Ranger fan.
Big Mark Messier fan here. He's probably one of my favorite hockey players ever. Good stuff. Love that. Rangers are my second.
In '94, he was mine.
Yeah. Great player. Great player.
I was always surprised. I was always surprised that he never wanted to be a coach. Always surprised. I can't tell you how many times I said Messier should be our coach. Messier should be our coach.
Yeah. Well, David, we're up against time here, and we got to say thank you very much for joining us today for our Power Players. It was an absolute joy. Make sure you tell Peter we said hello, but thank you again for joining us, your knowledge and your passion for markets, especially helping other people in the markets. David, always great, always fun to see.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Eddie.
We'll be talking again soon. Eddie, thank you for joining us. And get ready for Top Quiz coming up here, and we'll see you shortly.
Thank you, guys.
10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Anything I do for the gang. Took those L's and I took that blame. All money in, we ain't copping no chain. Feel like Ice Cube, cause a dead good day. Don't need 3 whips, don't need no race. I'ma keep it simple in the Chevy I skate. Thank the Lord every time I wait. Lace my shoes and I get to that gate. Yeah, heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. Down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Yeah. Pedal to the floor, to the engine. Head up in the clouds when I levitate. We don't spit game, we just educate. 1080, had a paper straight. Couldn't get it back then, so I had to wait. Now the money come to me, so I don't have to chase. I don't gotta flash nothing, I don't gotta fake, darling. We not practicing, we falling. And heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Yeah. Go and stack it by the hundreds. Yeah. Heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am your host today, Bonnie, and welcome back, Jack.
Thrilled to be here, Bonnie. Thrilled to be here. If this is your first time playing, click the link pinned to the top and follow the instructions there. Go to kahoot.it and enter the code if you want to do it that long way. Remember to answer the questions as they come up on your device because we're on a 6-second delay here. What else do I have, Bonnie? Oh, if you get 3 or 4 correct, you will be entered into a raffle for one of 30 free resets today. And the top 3 will also be getting free resets. To be in the top 3, you have to answer these questions incredibly fast. I have not seen these questions today. Bonnie, you are the question master. Who did write these questions? Are these more from the chat?
I think it's all from the chat, I believe. So the questions are from all of you guys.
Well, Lord help me, because the questions from the chat yesterday were insanely difficult. One of them was, when did the NASDAQ start? And it gave the years 1971, 2, 3, and 4. Come on, guys. How you doing, Bonnie?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm excited. I am doing.
I'm excited to see these questions, though.
Slightly nervous because I finally got thrown yesterday. I think I only got 1 right yesterday. So,
Really?
yikes. Hopefully be better today. Yeah. Tricky questions. Well, Bonnie, are you ready to start this?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay. Here we go. Looks we have Enon Court, Bumblebee, Hijack. Hey, what's up, you? And let's get this started. All right. Here we go. You can read the questions to me, Bonnie.
Oh. Okay. First question. What is the overall shape of the universe? Is it perfectly round sphere or ellipsoid? I don't know how to pronounce this third one.
Dodecahedron.
The
A 12-sided
or
cube. Flat. It's ellipsoid. Oh, it's flat.
Oh. That was
Who
close.
made this question?
If someone's in the chat, that's his question. Piotr.
Could somebody answer me? What does flat mean in this context? Because the universe is not flat. We have 3 dimensions. All right, whatever. All right, let's see who got these questions here. Where's mail? Email? Where email? Don't know what to tell you. What's up? A fan of the early 2000s. Bud Frogs. Amy, Humble Trader, and Trading Faux Show. All right. Let's see.
Someone said, only God knows.
I guess, like, I guess my problem with, like, the flat is, what does that mean in 3 dimensions? It's not flat. Maybe it's flat-ish. All right. All right. Next question.
Next question. Where were the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights stored during World War II? Is it Fort Knox, or the Federal Reserve Bank Vault of Cleveland, the Iron Mountain Vault, or the Federal Reserve Bank Vault of New York?
I believe I do know this one. I want to say it's Fort Knox or the Iron Fort Knox. Fort Knox is correct.
You got it right. Nice.
Yeah, they wanted to keep it into the interior of the country. All right.
I'm glad I'm not the one answering today, because would have gone 0-2.
The chat loves ripping my questions, and then they get some of their own medicine. Trading for Show, Humble Trader, Lego Profits, Dancer Row, Slain by NQ. That's a good one. All right. Bonnie, can we go to the third question here?
Yes, let's do it.
All right. I'm going to keep on going back to that flat thing. Do we mean flat in like 4 dimensions or something?
Can't let it go.
Everything's flat to a 5th dimension person. All right. Here we go.
All right, third question. What is the hairiest animal in the world?
What does hairy mean in this context?
Is it North American beaver, sea otter, or pygmy rabbit, or Highland cow?
I'm going to go with the sea otter. I have no idea what this means. It was the sea otter. I figured because they're
Oh, good.
wet, they need to have it. But what does hairiest mean? Like the most hair by volume, the most hair per square inch, the longest hair? All right.
These are funny questions.
Sorry, folks. Terrible quiz today. Blame yourselves. All right. Humble Trader with the non-humble score. Lego Profits, Dancer Row, Narogi, and D-Book. Okay, let's go. Final question. I am prepared.
Last question. Let's do this. Last question of the day. Which baseball player hit a historic home run in the first sporting event played after 9/11? Is it Mike, Alex, Derek, or Bobby?
Well, it was the Yankees that played first. I don't think it was the Mets. So I want to say that it was Derek Jeter. I don't think A-Rod was on the Yankees yet.
Oh.
Mike Piazza? Were the Yankees playing the Mets that day? I thought, okay. All right.
I'm not a big baseball fan, so I have no idea. But, well, good job. You got 2 right. 2 out of 4.
I did get 2.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Bobby Bonilla was still getting paid. For those that don't know, Bobby Bonilla, I believe, is still getting paid to this day. He signed a contract. He stopped playing in the 90s, I think. But he was making $1 million a year through like 2030 or something like that. All right, let's see who our top of the leaderboard is. Lego Profits. And Raga. And Humble Trader. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for playing. I might have to come in and save everybody and bring back some quiz questions in the next couple days. If you like that, let me know. I will go back to doing questions soon. But Bonnie, you didn't write these. These were the chats. You were an excellent host.
Thank you, Jack. Nice to have you back.
All right. Thrilled to be back. All right. That was lovely, but we have more lovely stuff coming up. We got Hoag for group coaching. You'll want to stick around for that. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
have me thinking they're friends. 10 toes down, I'll be free until the end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins. I'm in debt to no one but the one who took my sins. I do it for real, there's no reason to pretend. If I do it once, I'll do it again. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, told her if it's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what, told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. Roll like a Mack truck, country heart, I might cop a farm and go act up. Lot of scars, I was cold-hearted, now I'm back up. Keep it real, I do this once a month, I don't rap much. I just take the money and go stack up. Only buying car till you tatted up. All that other bull, it don't matter much. You only climb me, I put the ladders up. No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, told her if it's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it.
For joining me. Maybe you're having lunch, maybe you're in the markets, but always a pleasure to be with everybody. And we're looking forward again to a really good session. We got some good questions. If you don't know me, this is me. I'm John Hoagland. I've introduced myself enough. You can probably just check this out, but I want to introduce Robert, who is asking the questions this morning or this afternoon. Good to have you with me, Robert. JD is currently battling dragons to save a small village, so he's going to be missing us today. We'll be happy to have Robert with us. Robert, how are you?
I am doing wonderful, Mr. Hogan there. I've actually been with you all day just behind the scenes, so love the show, love everything that's going on. Happy to be here filling in for JD while he's out there slaying the bad ones.
Awesome. So this is the CFTC disclaimer. We put this up because we do really want to remind everybody that there is considerable risk in trading futures. These are leveraged products. And that means you do run the risk of losing more than your initial investment when you are trading futures. We should remember only to be using risk capital. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose to trade with. We are not suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security during this session. Remember, this is for educational purposes only. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this screen here so we can watch and see what's going on in the markets. You're just coming off a new high in the S&Ps, and I'm very eager to get into the questions today. So, Robert, fire away.
Absolutely. First of all, we do really appreciate all these questions. We always have some good ones, and we always have a lot of them. So what do you say we get rocking and rolling? We have, it's actually a triple question here from Mr. Brian S. I'm going to lump them together. They're really similar. So here we go. Questions are, what's your favorite part of trading? What did you tell your family that you trade? And how long did it take you to reach profitability?
Great questions. Starting with the last one. How long did it take to reach constant profitability? Which time? I've been trading for a long time, and I've had really good periods of profitability. I've had some tough times too. I mean, that's trading. It changes all the time. So I would say it took me a year and a half to maybe 2 years after leaving the trading pit to find reasonable profitability on screen. Took me probably 2 to 3 years to find some sort of reasonable constant profitability as a trader in the pit. But again, it's never a straight line. There's always things changing. There's things that you have to learn when things change? It was a really great question. My favorite part of trading is being right and profiting. It's one thing to be right. It's another thing to be right and profit. There were a lot of folks on the trading floor that were really good analysts, and they used to sell their levels, but they were really bad at trading. So, they made their livings analyzing the market and selling their analysis to others. I never wanted to be one of those guys. I wanted to be somebody who was doing his own analysis and able to profit from trading. If it's an execution thing, whatever it was, they just found trading too difficult, but they were really good at reading the charts and reading markets. But when did I tell my family that I trade? Well, my dad was a trader on the floor of the board of trade for 40 years. My older brother, Rick, who is sometimes in the chat, he was a trader at the Mercantile Exchange for a number of years. That's when I started going down there, was when my brother was at the Merc. So pretty much it's been, in my family, and I've never had to tell my family that I trade because they were already well aware of it. And as far as my nuclear family, my wife knew I was a trader when she married me, so she knew what she was getting into then. And my kids haven't really been all that questioning as far as trading is concerned. I've tried to teach them a little bit, but if I've told my kids one thing about trading or investing, it's you take 10% of your net income, save it, and start investing in something. Invest in things that you look at or that you use every day. I hope that they have taken that to heart. If I'd have taken that to heart, I could have been in some really good levels on Microsoft and Apple and all those things. So if they're doing that, I'm hoping that they're looking forward to the next disruptor, and that very well could be AI. Great question, appreciate it. And Brian, we appreciate you. Consistent profitability comes in waves. Dad always said, if you ever get to a point where you're making serious money, make sure you put some away, because nothing lasts forever. And, fortunately, that was one of his advices that I heeded, because there were, after stepping out of the pit, I didn't really make any money for 2 years, year and a half, 2 years, at least trading. And, I had enough to survive and take care of my family and the house and the cars and all that stuff, because, I was a good saver. I also didn't overspend. A lot of guys I knew, when they were making big money, they bought mansions and fancy cars and all that stuff. I didn't do that. I had that wealth of knowledge from my dad, who said, you're making big money. It's tempting, to go get yourself a big Mercedes Benz and a mansion and everything. But just remember, nothing lasts forever. There's going to be lean times. And a lot of those folks that I knew on the trading floor who did that, when the trading floor went away, they had a hard time learning how to trade. They lost a lot. They lost houses and cars and wives and families. And that's one thing that I'm thankful that I didn't do. And great question. Thank you very much. Robert, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. That's wonderful. And John, thank you for sharing some of that information. You've just been so transparent and forthcoming with your personal advice and backstory that everyone appreciates it. And I always learn something new about you every time I hear one of these, to see every session. So thank you for that as well. Such as trading, those three questions is a different answer for every person. Like, you ask every single trader in the chat or in Topstep those three questions, and they're all different answers. So true to form of trading. Appreciate it. We're going to move up to the top. We have Stuart. Got a question in here. And Stuart says, can you explain how you use the VIX when looking at ES? And maybe you share your TPO settings and trading view, which I don't think you have the TPO on trading view. I believe that's TradeOvate.
Yes. I do have it in TradeOvate. I don't have it in Trading View. What you're looking at on the chart here is the volume profile. And you can find that in the indicators. Go with session volume profile, which lets you start and end the profile at specific times throughout the day. So you're going to find that in indicators, volume profile, volume. Well, it's in here somewhere. Just look for volume profile, and then it'll look for the session. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Volume profile.
If you just type the word profile in there, you'll get it better. It's session volume profile. Yeah, they word it a little bit differently.
Session volume profile. Right. So one of those, you'll be able to put it on there. You'll be able to pick the time frame of the profile that you want to put on. This one starts. This is the S&Ps. The regular trading hour session starts at 8:30, so it starts at 8:30 and it ends at 3 p.m. That's one of the ways. I don't have Tradeovate open right now, but maybe we can look at that another day. But the profiles that I look at are on T4, but unfortunately, I would not suggest getting T4 as your platform if you're looking for market profiles, because we can't administer market profiles to traders in the trading combine or on funded accounts using T4. So your best bet, I think, is, well, I know that, I think if you own a lifetime license on NinjaTrader, you can get market profile. You can get market profile on Tradeovate. Maybe I should open this up, and then we can move on to another question and come back to what the market profile charts look like on Tradeovate. How's that sound, Robert?
That sounds wonderful. We can certainly move on. And each platform does have something different. There's not a right or wrong one. It's really what matters to you. If you're a DOM trader, you might like one profile. One platform. And if you're a trend trader, you might like another one. If you're indicator heavy or you're responsive, there's not one bill that fits everyone. And it's best to try them out. You get a combine, you have the practice accounts, and there's got to be at least 15 different platforms to use in Topstep for your trading. So give them a shot. Take a look at them. Okay, while you're looking at that, okay, go ahead.
Here it is. There's the TPO chart on Tradeovate. So, this is today's regular trading hour session. You are going to have to make some adjustments to it. If you're going to be looking at it, you're going to want to, I put the letters at different colors so I can tell over time where price was. There's different settings for it. And again, this is something that we can look at, later on as time goes on. I don't even know if you're using Tradeovate, but as far as market profile on TradingView, I do not have it on TradingView. All right, Robert, sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, I'm glad we got that all cleared up. I believe TradingView is adding that, and it's in demo right now, or beta testing. I do need to take a look at that myself. Awesome. But yeah, I love TradingView. You know that. So moving on, we have a question from Frank S. And this is a good one, too. It seems to be very, very common. But Frank asks, when should I start increasing my daily trading goal, and by how much? He says, I've hit my personal goal of $250 3 days straight trading one contract, and hit today's goal in the first 15 minutes of the market. So you got any feedback for Frank?
Okay. Frank, this is something that we kind of touched on when we had David Green on in the segment before the top quiz. Having a personal trading goal of $250 is okay. And like David Green says, close is good enough. Okay. So Frank, without knowing your level of experience, how long you've been trading, and your overall risk appetite, it's going to be difficult for me to answer, because this is something that is going to be different from everybody. If this is a new account and you're just looking to make through $250 a day, one thing I would say is don't lose more than $250 in any given day. How soon should you expand your potential goal as far as a daily profit level is concerned? That is another kind of thing that's going to be personal to you. But if I'm making $250 a day on average, that's $1,250 a week. After 10 weeks, that's $12,500. You don't have to be a wildly profitable trader every day. because those wildly profitable traders also lose a lot of money. They can be a little bit wild. So, Frank, the thing that I would suggest is when you reach your $250 goal, number one, make it loose. Don't demand it. If you're up $225 one day, you can say, that's close enough. That's close enough to my goal, because after having financial goals in front of me on a daily basis, I've found that just trying to get that last couple of ticks has created some really bad situations where, I'll be up $900 just trying to get the last 4 ticks to get to 1,000. And if the next trade's a loss, now I'm chasing that loss. If that trade's a loss, then I'm chasing that loss. I'm starting to get emotional. I'm starting to get upset. This is not what I want for you, Frank. So, if you can make $250 every day for 3 days straight, try and make $250 again tomorrow. Try and make $250 the next day. Build the account, build your knowledge, build your confidence. And if you are able to maintain this for a period of time, and sometimes I would say a long period of time, then maybe it's just not necessarily a financial goal. You would just add another contract to your strategy. Now, if you're continuing to try and get that same goal as far as ticks per contract are concerned, you're going to be doubling your income from 250 to 500. Hitting your goal in the first 15 minutes, great. Watch, do something else. If you want to continue trading, make sure that you don't give all of those gains back. I know we're talking about $250. It's not that difficult to give back $250. So, if you feel, Frank, like you are putting a glass ceiling above your trading and your trading abilities, don't have a goal. Don't have a profit goal per day. I've stopped doing that because I found that it kind of works the opposite. If I don't get to it, I feel like I have to get to it. If I feel like I have to get to it, I'm going to try and get to it. And that's going to probably take me out of really looking for good trading opportunities. It just can snowball on you. So, instead of, looking for a daily profit target of $250, if you get to $250, take the next trade. If the next trade is a loss, maybe then you say, okay, that's it. If the next trade is a win, now you're up $350. You can go, okay, well, I've kind of broken that glass ceiling. I'm going to relax. I'm going to watch, let the market come to me. If I see something that is in process and in strategy, I can take that trade. If it's a loss, maybe you say, okay, that's it. I'm done. I've just put up a day better than my 250. If it's a win, now you're up 450 as an example. You say, wow, I'm sitting here longer, but I'm seeing the market well. Now maybe I can take the next trade. Be calm, stay centered, wait for the next opportunity that is in line and in strategy. And if that's a winner, now you're up $550. You're thinking, wow, this is great. Stay humble, because the market is always going to make you humble at some point, but expand in little ways, kind of like I'm suggesting now. You don't have to, go from 250 to 1,000. Next time you're up $250, take the next trade. If it's a winner, that buys you another trade. If it's a loss, you stop. You stay positive on the day. If the next trade and the next trade and the next trade are winners, you stop at the first loss. And these are just suggestions, and it's different, as Robert says, for everyone. Just a couple of thoughts for you. Robert, what do you think of that?
I 100% agree, and I think something there. When I was looking at the next questions, you may have said it, but I just want to reiterate that when you go from one contract to two, everything is doubled. It's the hardest move to make, from one to two, because everything, your profits doubled, but your losses are doubled too. You need to keep that into consideration. So that's great question, great answer as always. We're going to take a quick check back onto the market, because the ES has fallen all the way back down to the opening range low, approximately 49.20. And also crude oil, we were looking at this morning with Deanna on here. Boy, she does a great job on crude, doesn't she? That has
Yes, she
sold
does.
off from the highs at 11, and it's come all the way back down to the point of control, roughly 75 even. So just wanted to give a quick recap or check in on the market there at that point.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert.
Now, you're welcome. Now that this next question is actually tied into the last one. It's got to do with sizing up or down. And prior to that, I don't get many shout outs in chat, but I gotta respond that Yuri gave a shout out. It's a rarity, so I appreciate the shout out. Behind the scenes stuff, you don't get much on there. So I just wanted to make sure I acknowledge that. Moving on.
I
Taco.
will give you shout outs all the time.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Moving on for Taco. Taco asks, is it better to size down after a loss or size up to make up that loss? What do you think, John?
I mean, what kind of a loss are we talking about here? Are we talking about a huge loss where we're close to our daily loss limit? There's no way I would size up after something like that. I would size down, try and chip away at the loss to cut as much of it back as I could. But I mean, think about it. If you just had a big loss, you're down $2,500 on a $300 daily loss limit, and you size up to make up the loss. That's a YOLO move, man. I'm just going to try and put on this big position because I'm down so big. But if it doesn't work, then I can just reset the account. Taco, would you do that if it was your money? Would you do that if you were at risk to do that? Size down. You have a size loss. Try and get it back, being reasonable and probable, staying in your strategy. I know it's difficult when things are crazy and emotional, like after a big loss, but doubling down on something like that is usually, it seems like 99 times out of 100, going to exacerbate the problem.
Great advice there, Hoga. Great suggestion. Yeah, it's going to depend, as you said. To summarize that, it's just going to depend on what the situation is, where you are in your account, what your trading is like, where you are on the whole combine or XFA. So great, that's excellent. The little thing I said there, I got a lot more shout outs. So thanks to the chat for shouting back on me. The irony being, the next question is from Bob. It just happened to be that way. So Bob says, hey, says, it wasn't a setup. I promise y'all, it was not a setup. Bob asks, John, have you ever traded the European session or the Asian session? And if so, what are your thoughts about it or them?
Okay, speaking from me only, the European and Asian sessions are usually when I'm sleeping. I like sleep. There's a couple of reasons why I choose not to trade them. And again, this is just for me. We have Coach Dakota. We have coaches that are talking about trading during, they call it quiet markets, and quite often they can be. And Dakota is doing great. There is opportunity there. I've made a choice not to trade that, again, because I like to sleep. And number two, because I'm looking for and depending on the information that I'm getting from all time frames of trading, including the longest of time frames, banks, hedge funds, all the bigger long time frame deep pockets traders, and the most speculators that are available. I'm looking forward to trade. I like to trade during the volume, when the volume is there. I feel like there's more information that I can find useful during the regular trading hour session. And again, that's just me. People are, finding ways, whether it's strict technical analysis, whether it's a particular chart, some sort of indicator that they're finding success in the overnight, and God bless them. Me personally, I don't trade them maybe because again, I do like my sleep, but I also kind of feel like the information that I'm getting is more full in the regular trading hour session, if that makes sense. Robert?
That makes complete sense, and I will second that motion that Dakota does a wonderful job on trading those slow markets overnight. That is definitely his jam. And as we always
Yeah, it is.
say, there are as many ways to trade as there are traders, and I think you'll agree that 100% true, right?
Yes. I just want to mention something here, folks. We had a couple of questions during the session with David Green as to where Delta is, and we've got some pretty negative Delta in the S&Ps right now. It's negative 11,200. We just added a bunch on this pushback, but where did it push back to? VWAP. If we see price unable to continue to push lower on decreasing value in Delta, in other words, a larger negative number, we may end up having a Delta divergence, which could provide opportunity for us later on in the day, perhaps during the power hour session. We'll have to see how things play out. Just wanted to point that out, folks. Sorry about that. Robert, what you got?
That's excellent. That was a great aside, John. It's almost like you've done this before.
Once in a while.
Yeah, so we have Evan asked in the chat if we can get an algo room trading on Discord. Yeah, we can set that up. Hit me up on Discord and I will get one going in there for you. But for the questions for traders, we have one from Ben Hoag. And Ben asks, could you guide us through how to determine the presence of the shorter time frame traders and the larger time frame traders? Yeah, I'm curious too, John. How do we see that on the chart? Go for it.
Ben, Robert, one of the things that I learned after stepping out of the pit where I could see the other time frame traders executing right in the pit. I used to be able to stand in the pit and watch Goldman sell 2,000, Merrill sell 2,000, Shearson sell 2,000, Bear Stearns sell 2,000 contracts. That was the presence of longer time frame traders. We don't get to see that on these charts anymore. But one of the tools that I kind of discovered, and some people kind of poo-poo, or some people really kind of like, is the delta that we were just talking about. Now, we've been kind of lean as far as using delta for any directional activity late in the day because we've been range bound. When the market is range bound, it's largely shorter time frame traders, moving price between kind of random levels, right? We don't see a lot of increases in open interest. We don't see any delta divergences. So the delta divergence that we're looking at today, Ben, might be, and of course, nothing is 100% sure, might be telling us because the market looked lower. We just came off of highs and we've got negative delta. So what I'm going to be looking for is if this negative delta, which is more traders exiting, using market orders to enter short positions or liquidate long positions. The delta is the number of contracts that trade on the offer, which is buy market orders, which is positive delta, minus the number of contracts that trade on the bid using sell market orders, which are negative delta. Every contract that trades is added up, and the sum is the delta. Right now in the regular trading hour session, we've got the market you kind of holding inside value, inside the range, with negative delta. If price continues to push lower, delta is probably going to be congruent, and that's not what we're looking for. But what we're looking for is a delta that increases to the upside. If price continues to hold here and delta continues to decrease in value and price can't get through there and price then moves higher, and maybe we'll see the market hold here for a while and delta getting more negative or lower in value. That can be an indication of the presence of longer time frame participants. The presence of long time frame participants. We don't know 100% for sure, But what we're looking for is if this delta continues to decrease in value or gets greater in negative numbers without the market continuing to push to the downside, that may offer us an opportunity later in the day. Now, this is a really big question. The presence of shorter time frame or longer time frame traders is a study that includes open interest. Like, when we were range bound in the S&Ps, I'm going to show you this. This is a spreadsheet that I collect every day. This was, largely when we were range bound. A lot of this change in open interest was after the rollover, which was on the 29th. Well, actually, this is actually just for this year. I started it again. But while we were range bound, we were really just not really doing much as far as open interest is concerned, right? Well, now that we've started moving in a different direction, we're seeing open interest increasing at higher prices. We have not seen much of a delta divergence in this. So we've got basically almost all time frames acting in concert for the last 3 days. We don't know about today yet. So this is indicating that there is probably an execution of multiple time frames of traders either getting out of shorts or getting into longs. So we're going to be watching, volume. I'm not that worried about volume on the upside, but if we start to see open interest increasing, price increasing, and we start to see negative delta day over day, that is something that I'm going to be kind of looking at as, okay, now we're starting to see the longer time frame get involved in this market, and we don't want to fight it. We'll use that information to our advantage by recognizing the possibility that our direct, I don't want to say competitors, our direct time frames, speculators, short time frame traders, weaker hands traders are ending up on the wrong side. If the longer time frame continues to buy, they're not buying from other longer time frame. They're buying from speculators. And as those speculators get shorter and shorter and take more heat and more heat, sometimes they'll turn and push the market higher. About a month or so ago, I showed a really good example of this that happened. It's a really stark example. That's why I use it. It happened in 2022 in gold. We get a chance, maybe we'll go back and review that information because it was so stark. If you didn't take advantage to profit from it, at the very least, it gave you really good information to stay out of the way. Don't try and fight this because you're fighting the longer time frame. You're fighting the bigger players in that case. It's a really good question, and delta is sometimes obvious, and you're going to see it, and you're going to be able to take advantage of it, and then it may be days, weeks, or even months before you're going to see a really good one that you can really kind of sink your teeth into. But keeping track of that information over time can, number one, keep you out of trouble, and number two, offer you more, I think, more confident in your executions during the day time frame, whatever tools you're looking at, whether it's whatever chart type you're looking at, market profile. I mean, when you see that the price is attracting new business and continuing to attract new business at higher and higher levels, that's the longer time frame. That's telling you, don't fight this. Look for opportunities to buy weakness. I mean, since we've broken out, the only thing to do is to buy weakness. It could change at any moment. We're still seeing some pretty negative delta here. We're down to about 10,800. This market is wrestling with VWAP right now. The VWAP tilt is still, it's still to the upside. If we can't really start to break this and we see delta continuing to decrease in value, we may be able to use that as a possible indication that longer time frame buyers are present. Great question, Ben. And there's nothing easy about fishing them out. It's a whole bunch of information digested, and then you find a way to use it. It's not easy. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And knowledge and information is power. And John, there's pros and cons to everything. Moving from the floor to electronic, there's pros and cons to that. You can see a lot of information really quick running around these screens and charts and DOMs and ladders and everything else. But what you don't see on electronic is the whites of the eyes of the person across the floor. So there's pros and
That's
cons to
right.
everything, and learning to make that adaptation and gaining the experience and knowledge and information to make it work for you is the best way to do it. That's great. That's good. Okay, we have a question here. I hope I'm not going to butcher this name. It is Itai. It's ITAI. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Regardless, it's still a good question. Itai asks if the NQ in ES
Mhm.
are if they mimic the QQQ and the SPY during real-time trading hours, why don't we analyze them?
Well, they're kind of mimicking each other, right? I mean, the Nasdaq and the ES, and then the QQQ and the SPY. How much information do you need? I don't analyze them because I'm maybe not smart enough. The more information that I try and jam into my brain, it seems the less likely I'm going to be confident. Wow, look at this move to the downside. We got some pretty good sellers here down to low value in the S&Ps. Sorry about that. So
I was almost
I
going to
feel
jump
like,
in on that too. I'm glad you saw that.
yeah, yeah. So, thinking about, adding more and more equities, indices, ETFs, whatever it is. I mean, I can add as much as I want. I don't think it's going to necessarily help me to make good trading decisions. I'm sure that there are people that are thinking, Hoag's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about, because I look at them all and I find opportunities with them. Well, that's great. Tell us how. um, I feel like looking at the NASDAQ and the ES on a daily chart, or QQQs or SPY on a daily chart, I'm looking at the same thing. Maybe in a shorter time frame chart, when there's divergences or there's a little bit of a spread, or if people are arbing between the two of them, there might be opportunity there. But if I try and analyze everything out there to take a trade, I probably would never take a trade, because I can't digest that information fast enough. I don't know if that's a good question. Just kind of my thoughts about, the more I tend to look at, the more confused I am.
I'm 100% with you on that as well, John. Occam's razor is my philosophy. If anybody's heard me speak on anything, it's just usually the simplest approach is the answer. By adding more complexity, more variables, there's more room for failure, especially if they're running pretty dang close to the same thing. My 2 cents on this, I would say if you're running something that's similar but not the same. For example, if you're trading gold, you want to watch silver. If you're trading the S&Ps, you may want to watch the dollar. Those types of things I can give you. But to look at two exact instruments, it's like that. They're so close. I'm with you on that. It might be just a little bit information overload, especially for these short-term time frames. It's a good question, good answer. It's tough to answer that one, but since everything is different.
Yeah, and everybody's their own,
Nevertheless,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
So
Adam.
yeah, nevertheless, there we have John. We have John coming up here as a question. This is Jon John, to make sure we have the right one. John asks, "Did you ever think the market would ever reach these heights? And how can people keep buying at these levels?" Thoughts, John?
I did think that the market would reach these heights. I had absolutely no expectation for time frame for it. But the way people continue to buy at these levels is, well, a lot of it has to do with the money supply, and the money supply right now is gargantuan. But what I want to focus on more is the different time frames of traders and their motivations. So we're all speculators. We're all pea shooters. We're all day traders. Our time frame doesn't move markets. Our time frame responds to market movement. The longer time frames, the banks, the equities, or the funds, retirement funds, all of those long time investors, many of those are buy side only. When they're investing, they're always investing to the long side. But when we think about the major users, the major people that are using these products, they're using them in tandem with a bunch of different instruments. If you're long stocks, you may be short futures. If you think that stocks are going to go higher, you may lift some of those shorts in longer time frame. So you think about the longer time frame, they're far less price sensitive. It's more about making sure that they have a good hedge for what they think the market might do. So when we're thinking about how do people buy at this level, we're not just talking about individual investors. We're talking about institutions that may be, long stocks, but maybe they're too short in futures because, oh my goodness, we're not making the money on stocks that we should because we're short the futures. Well, if they want to lighten up, they have to turn it and buy it. That's not new business. That's not new buying. That's old business. That's covering. There were, earlier last year, we were kind of in an area, I think back in November, where I was reading a lot of things about the longer time frame, the funds, the banks being under invested in stocks. All right, well, if they're under invested in stocks, then they have to buy it to reinvest in stocks. They either have to buy stocks and or futures, or buy stocks and then hedge in futures, whatever it is. So it's not always just individuals buying up here. Sometimes it's large institutions. Sometimes they get caught, sometimes under leveraged or over leveraged, and those are the ones that really move markets. So it's the one thing that I kind of want to finish this with is, when you think about the millions of people out there looking at the stock market and going, my goodness, it is really strong. I don't have a lot of stocks. Maybe I should think about getting into stocks. Well, all of those people, and the millions and millions of them, only know buy side only. There is a natural drift to the upside because of that. I mean, 80% of stock stock transactions are basically, from the buy side. People are there's FOMO. There's a lot of greed in the markets. Oh my God, this thing's going to go forever. We got to buy more. We're going to leverage the house and we're going to buy more. Sometimes those stories don't end up that well, but there is that natural kind of upward hint or tilt, if you will, not tilt on Topstep X, but there's a natural drift because most people, the millions of them, of the stock eating public or the not quite yet stock eating public, are buy side only. They're just looking to buy some. They're not concerned because, well, like Dad said, market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. It's when the last of the retail traders are in and they're finally long, when the high is going to be in. And that high is not going to last forever. We've proven that over the last 40 years. I can show you a bulletin from, I think it was 1987, 86, where the price of the S&Ps was in the hundreds. Now it's almost 5,000. I can maybe take a look at that as we look into the next question.
Sure, that's great. Go ahead and look at that. I'll share one little quick thing with you and with the group where we all look transparency and honesty here. in Topstep. And I'll share one thing with you. It's got to do with the same highs right here. My absolute, without question, worst ever trading day in my life. It's probably 3 times the amount of my best trading day. July 6, 2020. It was a Monday, right after the holiday, after contracts roll over, and think of the time frame of the beginning of July of 2020. We had all that COVID mess. On that day, I kept thinking the market can't go higher. It won't go any higher. No, it's high enough. It's going to roll over. And I kept all day long. I shorted and then added to my position, going like, all right, it's starting to turn over now. I'm going to add and make some money back. Worst ever trading day in my life. It did nothing but went up 300 something points. As soon as it opened, it just went up all day long. And you know what, John? It should not have happened. But those are new highs. Those are new highs, all-time highs. All the take every 5 minutes, it was a new all-time high, and that was my very, very worst thing ever. Just want to be clear and transparent about that stuff. So that's my little thing.
And that's the other thing is, the retail traders always picking highs, and these S&Ps, these equities markets have been eating shorts for the 40 years that I've been watching them. And by I mean eating shorts is they get the short time frame short, and they have to turn and go the other direction, and they just perpetuate higher price for those that are already long. It's just amazing how these markets work.
It absolutely is.
So
It's
here it
almost like
is.
we're looking at Yeah, there's.
Here, check this out. So this is the bulletin, 1984, July 30th. Look at the settlement price, $105.75. $150.75. We're near 5,000 now.
Wow.
Crazy, isn't it?
It's unbelievable.
Crazy.
It really is. It's hard to think right now, but think of this: buy one micro ES and then check it in 15 years.
Right? You'll probably be a nice winner for you, but you can't
Probably
look at
will, but
it.
not.
You can't look at it. You gotta just maintain the margin on it for 15 years. Eventually, you won't have to worry about the margin. And of course,
Yeah, who knows what's
anything
gonna
can happen. We don't know what's going to happen, of course.
Right. I mean, it wasn't too long ago that the micro contracts didn't exist, so that was a whole new market right there.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's a great question, great answer. Hoag, thank you for sharing that part of history. We're going to do another question here, and I'm not sure how long it will take to answer this one, but let's just keep a minute or so at the end because I do have an important one to ask you. So I want to make sure we get to it.
Good.
First off, we have this one from Martin. Martin, thank you for sending this question, and thanks to everybody who sent these questions in. We really appreciate them. Hopefully you get the best out of it as well. Martin asks, what do you look at that gives you the confidence to hold trades longer? He says, I get caught up in seeing the green on my P&L, and I get out, and then the market goes up or down another 20 handles. So, John, how do you know when to stay in and when to get out?
Martin, Robert, I don't. But you have to have the hypothesis that this trade has the legs to get to a profit target or a larger profit target, right? So, and everybody experiences the same thing, Martin. You put a trade on and it goes your way for $200 and it comes back and now it's only up $100. So we have this fear that, we're going to lose all of that. And that's what takes us out of the trade early. We become fearful that we're going to lose some part of or all of some unrealized profit in a position. So that is the opposite of what Tom Hoagland says. When the market's going our way, we should be hopeful. Unfortunately, most of us are hopeful when the market is moving against us. We're hopeful that the market is going to turn around and make us whole again. We're hoping that we're not going to lose too much in this trade. We're hope. No, that's when you should be afraid. If the market is taking money from you, That's where you should be quicker to respond and protect yourself. When the market is going your direction, that's when you should be hopeful. Is it easy? Hell no. One of the things that I've mentioned here before is it's a muscle. You have to continue. You have to build that muscle a little bit at a time. You're not going to just all of a sudden decide one day that you're going to be, taking trades and looking for bigger profits on every one of those trades. First, not every one of those trades is going to be worth that kind of bigger profit. But let's say tomorrow we open and we start trending lower all day long. Like we start trending lower early in the session. You're short. You're seeing things in the market that it's putting in lower highs. It's putting in lower lows. You're going to be probably fearful that every break for the last 6 weeks has been bought. Where is this one going to find that bottom? Where is it? That's going to be a difficult trade to hold on to. It's going to be a difficult trade to take. If you can trade multiples, if you want to start trading 2 lots, you can get out of one at 1R or 2R, once risk, twice risk, whatever it is, and let a runner go. Maybe it would be helpful for you to use the micros to see if you can get used to or get used to getting comfortable being uncomfortable while you're in these to kind of build those muscles. It's this is not something that's going to happen right away. If you're looking for a quick fix to it, there's nothing that anybody's going to be able to do. You're going to have to be able to expand and build those muscles over time. Just like doing 42 push-ups, I'd have to build up to that. So this is a really popular, really good question. It's starting small, taking baby steps towards staying in trades longer, withstanding some of those pullbacks. And again, Tom Hoagland's book, The Best Loser, there are going to be trades that you're going to have money in, and they're going to come back and they're going to get stopped out. You got to be able to accept those, and that is not going to help you stay in trades longer. But you have to realize that to catch the big ones, to catch the big trends, you've got to just be able to sit on your hands. You got to build those muscles to be able to recognize when the market is bigger and to be able to stay in those trades longer. And everything is a hypothesis. Nobody knows if the market is bigger or if the market's going to peter out at one point or another. And one thing I know for sure is we don't get any smarter once we're in the trade. So if the trade is planned out, try and let the trade plan out.
Yeah, great feedback on that, John. I'll second the motion on the Tom Hoagland. I didn't read the book. I listened to it, and that's wonderful. We have to get him on TopstepTV here pretty soon. I think we'll put a push out. Maybe everybody in the chat can go to his chat and say, "You got to go on TopstepTV," and give us a little leeway in there. That would be wonderful. We're gonna jump into the final question real quick before we wrap it up. I only have a minute left, so this is gonna be a real quick one. Just prior to that, I need to make a clarification of something I said. I said to buy a micro and hold it 15 years, and then chat lit up saying you can't do that. There's rollovers out there. They are absolutely right. So let me clarify that. You got to sell at the end of the contract month when it expires. You just sell it, rebuy it back in the next contract. So my apologies if I misled anybody. That was not my intention at all. So we'll clear that right up. Finally, here we go, John. The most important question of the day, and it's for you. Specifically for you, all about you. It says from Force Driven. They say after your dry January, what drink you gonna have first? Are you going for beer, going for scotch, going for bourbon? Lay it out there, and then we got to jump off to the next segment.
I'm not sure. I may try and go beyond dry January, but if I do it on February 1st, it'll be 1 bourbon, 1 shot, and 1 beer.
Oh, I got you that.
Yeah, I'm a bourbon guy, especially during the winter.
Yeah, that's amazing, John. Hey, you're doing awesome with that, by the way. See it every day. Keep it up, keep it up. I know you're looking for that $1,000 from MP. We could all use a little bit of extra
Yeah.
cash and capital on that
Sure.
any day of the week.
Sure.
Yeah, that's going to wrap up our group coaching session. JD will be back with you tomorrow, just kind of moving things around here a little bit. I think we'll close it up with some dad wisdom, and then we'll take a quick break and move over into, it's going to be patience. Patience with a P-A-Y. Patience with KV. Close it up with some dad wisdoms, and we'll let you all go.
Yeah. One thing Dad always said, if it looks too good, probably is. That's why when a setup looks too much like a layup, I tend to think twice about those. Thanks, Pops, and thank you all for joining today. Thank you, Robert, for being here. Thank you, JD, for slaying dragons for us. And looking forward to the next session here. Back to the futures. And have a great rest of the day. Trade well, everyone.
Good day, everyone.
Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Patience with KV. This is our 1 hour rotating segment. KV, so glad to have you. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling amazing, amazing, amazing. My energy is at all-time highs, just like the market today.
Oh, dude, that is good to hear. That is good to hear.
Well
Andre, I haven't
done.
said hi to you yet. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I don't have a clever intro like KV did, but yes, my energy is high, just like the all-time highs we're trading today.
Dude, that's
That was
awesome.
good.
And KV, we got some people from your community in here. If so, let's throw some emojis in chat for KV and his community. I'm assuming you got some fans here, right?
There should be people from the community in the chat right now. I told them I'm not going to be in the chat in the next 1 hour, so they should be live with the crew, right? They should be part of the crew.
That is awesome. And then tip of the week this week is motivation. And what's motivation mean to you, KV? What's driving you to trade? How'd you even find your passion in trading?
Passion of mine with trading started a little bit, from a difficult situation. Most of the people that have been with the other sessions with me know I was born in Eastern Europe, Albania. So the conditions, like the economic conditions, aren't as great here as in the US, obviously, right? So that's where everything started from, having parents who worked very hard and not being able to, have that rich lifestyle. When I moved to New York, everything started to change. So that's where the passion started. And in my opinion, I think you need to have a passion more than just money when it comes to trading, because money at the end of the day is just paper, right? You need to have goals, and those goals could be whatever. It could be a nice car, but it could also be a nice lifestyle in terms of family wise, or just you traveling in the world and so on. So you should always have a goal in mind of why you are waking up every morning, being on the charts, doing your plan every morning. Like, there should always be an end goal that's more than just money, right? Because money in the bank account doesn't do anything, right? It's like, okay, what are you going to use this for? And waking up with that energy, waking up with those goals, and manifesting as much as possible, right?
Yeah, is that something that you is that part of your routine? Is just being able to, think about your day ahead of time, making sure you're prepared to accept winners, accept losers, and that whole thing, yeah?
Yep. Again, everything that you do should be on a wider scale. Because if you're just focusing on today, that really doesn't matter much, right? I want to focus more on, okay, am I hitting my weekly, am I hitting my monthly goals? That's what I care about. If today goes, south, that shouldn't really affect me, as long as I'm on track to hit my, weekly, monthly, quarterly goals, whatever that be. So as long as I'm able to achieve those, one day should not bother you much. And I think a lot of people have this issue where with one day that doesn't go right, they mess up all the days following that, and it affects
Right.
them so much that even talking with trading, one red day, it affects them so much that all the other days next to after that are they're not showing their best performance, just because they're affected, just psychology wise.
Yeah. I mean, Andre, can you relate to that? Have you ever had like a bad day before and it just like spirals completely out of control?
100%, 100%. There's nothing worse than that, than having that. It's I think what KV was mentioning, it's when you compound it. The worst thing you could possibly do is to have one bad day turn into 2 bad days, turn into 3 bad days, which turns into a bad week. Then a bad week can spiral into a bad month. Now bad month, now you're chasing for months. And it's January. It's the 3rd trading week of January, I want to say, and maybe 4th
Yeah.
week.
I think
But yes, it's been a struggle. I'm not going to lie; it's been a struggle so far this year. But what I've been able to do very well is manage my risk. I haven't let a bad day turn into a blow up day, and therefore I've been able to chip away at these losing days. But yes, main thing you can do is step away and do not compound the mistakes. Bad trades are going to happen. Bad days are going to happen. You can't let bad weeks turn into bad months. Otherwise, you're playing catch up. Then you go into the effort mode, and then you're just chasing your tail. But yes, it's compounding it. Compounding the mistakes is the problem. That's where you really get caught.
Yeah, definitely have been there before. And KV, in your community, are you helping your traders kind of avoid doing that, and how are you helping them, manage their risk emotionally or even technically?
Well, it's all about setting those long-term goals. Whenever I see traders go into a tilt, not mistaken with the top step tilt, that's completely something else, but going into a tilt when it comes to trading wise, um, it's always good to remind them on the long-term goals, and that could be something as easy as a spreadsheet that kind of cuts down those long-term goals into little pieces. Could be a daily or a weekly time frame, and just showing those that and how much they could really be making in terms of trading or just improving wise by making those small tweaks on a daily basis. Again, one bad day, one bad trade is nothing when it comes on to the long term goals. So again, it's just
Yeah.
those little reminders, and it's just those not speeches, but those hard talks that I like to do with my members time to time, where I see that maybe it's not the best market conditions. It's always good to remind yourself that the market is going to be here tomorrow. The market is going to be here the next month. So as long as you stay patient and as long as you keep yourself, on track, it's going to be fine, right? As long as the market is going to be there, which it will. It's going to be there tomorrow. It's going to be there in the year, 10 years, and so on. So it's just about moving on from the rainy days, and that's about it. It's easier said than done, obviously, but again, going back to the rates, that's why most traders fail, right? Because it's just these small things that they cannot do, and it doesn't take too much time either. It just takes a little bit, but I think the most time is getting yourself in that mindset. Or for example, going back to what we were talking a few weeks ago in terms of the journaling, it takes more time to sit yourself and start doing it rather than just doing what you have to do, right? So
Yeah. How many members are in your community currently?
Uh, we're close to 900 right now. We're close to
Oh
900.
wow, that's huge. That's huge and
So,
amazing. Do you have any like memorable stories of having like a heart to heart with one of your traders, and like how'd they take it? Was it like a positive conversation, or was it kind of like having to break them down a little bit to rebuild them back up?
well, again, going back to, I like to be as transparent as possible, as honest as possible with the members that I think really need the help. So to me, I really like to do those harsh talks and be as honest as possible, even though it might hurt their feelings at that moment in time. I know that it's going to do them good in the long run. So I definitely have a lot of relationships with a few members of ours who we talk on a regular basis. And whenever they're going on that tilt, it's always good to have those harsh talks, right? I definitely have a few on top of my mind. Again, it's personal stories, but it's something that I don't want to
Just
share.
change the
But
names.
just change the names.
Yeah.
But again, the most memorable stuff, in my opinion, we like to do in-person events sometimes, just to just social events. I know Topstep does some of those as well. I like to do as well here in New York. We've had members come in all the way from Canada, Mexico, the West Coast. So those are the moments I really remember, because as traders, we're trading live with each other every day, right? Whether it be on TopstepTV, on the trading rooms, right? But we never get to actually meet in person, right? And we're every day with each other. It's like sort of like a family. So being able to also meet in person really, really makes those memorable moments, in my opinion, and just creates a better relationship with each other as well.
Yeah. So it's just having a trading buddy, right? Basically, it's just having a
Trading
great
buddy, yep,
community.
that's it.
Yeah, keeping it open. And then, KV, you had some resources that you mentioned for risk management. I know you have a couple indicators. You have a Google sheet. KV is actually he's a partner of ours at Topstep, which is fantastic. I know you have a site that you shared me. I can have the admins put that in right now. Do you want to share some of those resources that you have,
Yep.
or if you want to share your
So
screen too? I think you can do that maybe.
yep. So I think my screen is being shared. So I have two tools that all of my members have access to, and I just wanted to give Topstep crew the opportunity to have access to those as well. It's all about risk management. And whenever people have asked me throughout the past few years, what is your edge? In my opinion, the only thing that's kept me alive in the market since 2013, which I've been in the market, has just been my risk management. And when I transitioned, or when I started trading futures from options, I started coming up with these tools to make that transition a little bit easier. So one of those is, if you can see my screen, guys, there is this table on the right, which I call the risk table. I watch TopstepTV on a regular basis, and I see a lot of people ask either Michael or one of the other guys talking as well, how do you know when to place a stop loss? How much should that stop loss be? And I really want to take the guessing game out of the equation. And so that's why I came up with this table. And it's basically showing me at this moment in time, I have NQ open right here, how much should my risk be in terms of a stop loss? So in this example, if I were to open a position right now, it says 10.2 points as a risk, and it's also translated in ticks and also dollar amount. So if I were to open a position right now, am I comfortable losing $204 per contract if that position does not go my way? Right? And that's where I make all of my decisions moving forward. Decisions basically if I should open that position, and also what my sizing should be. So in my opinion, or what I've seen with NQ, usually an average risk is about 8 to 9 points. So anything over that, it's considered high risk for me. So that's why I start decreasing my contract size. And this is the only way to do it, because without this, again, you're just guessing. This counts it to the volatility of the market. So when things become slower, obviously this slows down as well, because a 10-point stop loss might look good right now, but if you're trading after hours, for example, 10 point is a lot. So you have to adjust that, where it's going to be usually around 3 to 4 points. And with this table, again, you're just getting that guessing game out of the equation, and just you straight look at that. You're not wasting any time thinking how much it should be. You look at that table and you're good to go. This works for any futures. If I open, for example, ES right here, it will adjust to ES, where ES right now is around 2 points. And as we can see, the volatility is less on ES, which is $94 per contract as risk. So it's half of NQ, right? Again, works for any futures contract. I have made this table for those people that like to scalp and day trade, right? So mainly positions that are not lasting more than 1 hour, because that's going to be different a little bit. If you're holding positions longer than 1 hour, you are more comfortable in holding bigger losses, right? Because you're entering probably with less contracts, you're aiming for a lot, and you're putting a wider stop loss. So definitely use this, guys. I think Nick and the guys put the link in the chat. Just go to that link, put in your email, and we'll send you an email to get access to it. And then lastly,
and it's totally
I also
free,
wanted
right?
to share. Yep, it's totally free, guys. It's not a trial or anything like that. It is completely free. You have it for life. It is on TradingView. So you need to trade it.
KV, if you don't mind, real quick, how is that risk calculated? I mean, you may have touched on it. If you could just clarify, how is that risk calculated?
Yep.
The Nasdaq trade of 10 point. How is that? Or maybe if it's proprietary, I understand, but just a general idea of how that risk is calculated.
Obviously, I can't share the exact formula, but it is based on the ATR. So the concept is based on the ATR. And yes, as I said, guys, you have lifetime access to it, so you should be good on that front. You just need TradingView. It only works on TradingView. I cannot place it elsewhere. And then the next thing is going to be the gold.
And it's totally free for the community. Yeah, go ahead. Another thing too, right?
Totally free for the community. So let me just pull up my Google Sheets. 1 second here.
If we're selling off here in NQ and ES, just keep an eye on that. We've been selling off.
We are selling off. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at that 40 evens level.
Okay. So let me see. Did this come up? Okay, so this came up as well. Okay, so this is basically for you guys that have the unrealistic expectations. I don't want anyone having unrealistic expectations, so this is what we came up with. And again, this is fully free, guys. On that same link, you're going to get the same thing as well. Once you get this page, all you have to do is make a copy. You click File, make a copy, so you can start editing this as well. So here is how it works. you put your account balance, whether that be a 100K account, 150K account, that's up to you guys. And you put your desired monthly income goal, right? That could be 8,000, whatever you guys wish. Let's put 8,000 as example. You put a max drawdown on how much it would be a big loss for you. And then this is where you have to be really honest with yourself, right? What's your winning trade percentage and also your risk and return, right? Don't put some numbers that you cannot achieve or some numbers that you only did one day, you never did. Be real, because the only way this is going to spit out real results if you be honest with yourself, right? So we do these steps here. And the last thing is also this risk management rules. So ask yourself, how many losing trades per day can you take in a row for you to call it a day? For me, it's 2. After 2 losing trades in a row, I usually call it a day. Again, if it's a different number for you, you could adjust this number. Same thing would be for losing days per week, and also how many weeks in a month. Again, you got to be very honest with these numbers right here, guys, because if you're not honest, you're going to get the wrong numbers on the right. Last part is going to be the point stop loss. What's your average stop loss on whatever instrument you're trading, whether it be ES, NQ, CL, or GC? Once you do all of that, guys, this is what it gives
Sorry to interrupt. We're selling off very hard here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
All the bids
Yep, no
stacked
worries.
on the ES right there just got all filled to the downside. Pretty much sucked it all up. Sorry, KV, you're saying. So I'll make sure we're always paying attention
Good call.
to the markets
Good call, Andre.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, sorry,
So
you're
again,
saying.
guys, we put the winning trade percentage, we put the risk and return ratio, we put these rules here and the stop losses, and this is what it gives you. Because I see so many people just opening the wrong number of contracts. It gives you the maximum number of contracts you can open according to the risk rules that you put in there, right? So for example, if I were to trade NQ with the rules that I traded here, I should not open more than 2 contracts per trade, right? So there's no more.
So this will just
okay,
tell
how many
you
contracts?
kind of, gives you like a template of what you need to do, right?
This is literally the cheat sheet that you guys need to make this work and be consistent with it, right? And again, 2 contracts per trade on NQ. We also have those translated if you trade micros, guys, okay? So if you trade micros, that would be around 18. If you do micros, if you do NQ, 2. And the last thing it gives you is also how many trades you need per day, week, and month to hit those yearly goals, okay? So there's no more over trading and taking 100 trades a day. There's none of that. You have all of this here. The only thing you got to do is be honest with what you put in here and actually follow your rules. So for example, if you put 2 losing trades per day, stick to it. Don't feel like you have to revenge trade and go on to the 3rd one, because this will not work here. You cannot hit these goals unless you follow what you put in here. And it's, again, what we were talking about earlier, right? You have the long-term goals, but they're also cut down into little pieces, into daily, weekly, and monthly goals. And all of that is translated into how many trades you need per day, and also the maximum contracts that you need to open. So again,
this is awesome information. NASDAQ is still rolling over. If the production crew can switch to charts, or if you can switch to charts, KV, this 30-minute
I'm switching to charts.
It's just going straight down.
It's getting hammered. It's getting hammered right now.
It's getting absolutely
I don't know what the
hammered.
does anyone know what the catalyst was?
Just people taking profits at these all-time highs, probably.
That's right, KV. More sellers than buyers, as my boss would say.
Yeah, right. You take any trades today, KV?
Honestly, today I took 0 trades. I jumped on. We do an options call in the morning. I jumped on that. Didn't like the setups. I jumped on the futures call as well. Didn't like the setups. So I'm cash completely.
Have you been enjoying this uptrend in NASDAQ? Does your system allow you to kind of trade that, or is it?
Yep. No, we've been enjoying it. I mean, I think for the past 2 weeks, all green days, both options and futures. So it's been pretty
nice.
Nice. Again, you gotta be patient as well, because like today, I could have opened a trade and had my first red day, for example, on the past 2 weeks, but stayed patient. Didn't like the setups. Stayed cash, right? So it takes a little bit to stop yourself from clicking this little piece here and opening those positions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tempted right now. This feels like a pretty sweet action.
Sounds like
Yeah.
the 5-year
Chat.
auction was the catalyst of this thing. I don't know how bad the auction was. I'm asking. So I'll start at noon for the 5-year auction. Well, thank you, Freddie A. I love this. What I love about this community. Everyone's watching each other's back, helping everyone. Uh, you know, see their cover their blind spots. So I guess it was a poor 5-year auction. These auctions have been market movers lately. It's very important that we should be there at noon hour Chicago time to pay attention to these auctions. Seem to be getting a little bit worse and worse as time goes on. So something we definitely need to keep an eye on. Started this catalyst to the sell-off. Obviously, it's hard to stay short and hold your shorts in the equities, for instance. But when it starts selling, nothing better than a breaking market, make some profits. So hour and a half left. Colby and I will be here for Power Hour. So buckle up.
Yeah, so chat, if you have questions for KV, definitely throw them in there. I can relay them. We have Peter Tuckman coming on at like 3:15 today, so I'm definitely going to talk to him about the 5-year auction and see what's going on. Jake Wellington, it's the 5-year auction that we were referring to. I think that's why this market has been selling off. Is that something that you follow, KV, or these auctions at all? Are you pretty much strictly like a technical guy?
Honestly, and look, I want to be very honest. Back when I was in college and I was deciding should I go the equities route when I was joining sales and trading here in New York, or the fixed income route, I decided to go with equities because fixed income like bonds and all of that was just too much for me. So I never really got the hang of all of that. So I'm straight equities. Bonds, don't really look at them that much. Completely honest with you guys.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You don't look at them, but I think it's important that you stay cognizant and you pay attention to them. You don't need to fully understand the inner workings of how the bond market works, but I think as we've seen, this whole thing is fueled by debt, and the bond market's obviously the instrument of debt. So I think it's something to be important. You don't necessarily need to know how to trade them, but as long as you're paying attention to them, for instance, if this was a catalyst to the sell-off, it'd be very good to know them, be in tune with something like that. But I understand where you're coming from, KV.
Yeah, man, that's good action.
Yep,
You got 20 points right there
selling.
from
Yeah,
40s. Oof. Yeah, I mean, am I going to play some trades today in this before Power Hour?
Yeah,
it's pretty tasty right now, to be honest.
Yeah, it does.
Guys, if you're looking for if you're looking for KV's link, it's pinned up top of chat. That's where it's pinned, up top of chat. All the resources are free. You just need to provide an email, and that's it, right?
Yep, you just need the email so I can give you guys access, and that is it. I think it's the wrong link though, Nick. I think there's
is it?
another link.
That's not the link. Yeah, if we can have the admins pin KV's link again, that'd be great.
Yep, but yeah, strong zone here on NQ. Strong zone and NQ. It's the same level that we were bouncing off in the morning as well, where we created a double bottom on NQ. Same level right now as well, 635-ish area. If this gets broken, guys, we could easily see the 600s get tested, and maybe a break of that as well. Yep, NQ.
Yeah, so just to clarify,
2-year versus 10, what do we got?
NQ chart right now, right? 2-year versus 10. Wow. If anyone knows anything about bonds, feel free to pipe up.
I do.
I'm not a bond guy.
I do. I'm pumping in the chat, guys. If you wouldn't mind, I don't have enough eyes to look at all this. What was bid to cover on the 5-year, and what's the 2 versus 10 doing right now? Sorry, Dolby.
No. I mean, if you can translate for us, Andre, that'd be fantastic. I don't know a damn thing about bonds.
All good. Once I get the info, I'll try to.
Okay, that'd be awesome. KV, can you take us through like what your setup is typically like, just for people who are interested, maybe following you? So if they want to get aligned with your trading system or want to follow you live, like what are they going to get? What type of system? What type of trader are you? What are you looking for?
Yep. So I am mainly based on levels and the VWAP. That's my only two kind of, let's call them indicators or tools that I use. I started out as a breakout trader back in the days, but the past few years, it's mainly been about waiting for those pullbacks to get those better entries. So the past few years, it's been more about, missing the initial move and being happy that I missed that initial move and waiting for that pullback to come so I can get that second leg up or second leg down in that example. That's been the best. And again, it's more about patience. Again, back when I started, I literally used to open positions as soon as the market opened. 9:30, I was either buy, sell, I was opening those positions. Again, the past few years has been more about let's wait, see if a trend forms, if something happens in those first few minutes, and wait for those cleaner moves, because it's better this way. And it has worked the past few years for me. Less trades, better results, rather than trying to catch everything, which you can. It's just going to be energy consuming. And also, as I've said previously as well, when the market opens, your energy, let's call it again, it's at the all-time highs. And the more you keep on trading, that it's just going down and down and down. Not just your energy, but your focus as well. You're not as clear, mentally clear, as you were at 9:30. So less trades, in my opinion, is better. Wait for those setups, whether that be a pullback that you're waiting for, whether that be a breakout of a key level, whatever that be, just wait for the right setups. It's the biggest thing I could recommend in this market.
Andre, do you have enough information in chat to kind of give us the rundown of what might be? Hell yeah, dude, let's go.
Yeah, granted, it's 30 minutes past. It's the 30 minutes since the auction, but from what I can gather, bid to cover is essentially what the demand is for the debt offering, the U.S. Treasury's offering to the public. Demand was not there. What was expected was 2.5 for every dollar offered. $2.5 are bid for that. To put it simply, the demand was not. What it was expected was not met. Therefore, yields have to go up to entice demand, right? Higher the yield, the more demand comes in, which leads to a shitty auction. Shitty auction, therefore, spills into the equities, and that's why we're seeing the sell-off. So, 2.3 isn't bad, but when 2.5 is expected, so to speak, it's just less than expected. Therefore, the yields go up to entice demand, and that's essentially what happened. And a poor auction, it's a short-term event. I think buying these dips in the equities would probably be the move. But yes, the demand for the 5-year auction did not go as well as they'd hoped, and that's how we saw the sell-off. Bond auction overrated. It is to an extent, but hey, that's what the sell-off's going on right here, Blaine. So that's essentially what it was.
Yeah.
Short-term event, but, it's a catalyst.
But it moved the market like a lot.
Good.
A whole lot.
Yeah, it's sold off. It's not
over 100 points.
Yeah, we've seen it with the 30-year. We've seen it with the 10-year. We've seen it with the 2-year. So 2, 5, 10, and all right, Jonathan Wagner. I'm glad that passed the vibe check there. 2, 5, 10, and 30s. The auctions are starting to come in a little bit shaky, and auctions are kind of everything for everything. Like all of it, people stop buying our debt. Global financial system's in trouble. So, with that being said, we need to keep an eye on that. The auctions have been moving the markets. So, here we go.
We've been having a lot of these. We've been having a lot of these extended moves on the auctions, a lot of them, and I usually am not by my desk when these happens, just because usually we get them around lunchtime. I don't really like to trade at lunchtime, but they have been aggressive the past few months.
When there's action and there's volatility, we have to trade regardless of what time it is. Wouldn't you agree?
Agree and disagree. Agree and disagree. The reason why is just because again, when I left banking, I left it just because I didn't want to spend 14 to 16 hours by my desk. So that's where the system that I have right now, I only need to be there 1 or 2 hours and I'm good. So because I know more times during lunchtime it's going to be flat than volatility, I rather just not waste my time and wait for that day that has a volatility, rather than just take trades because of boredom on the days that it's flat.
Understood. Yes.
Right. It's like the David Green approach, right? Just trade until you don't have to trade anymore, and then just wrap it up and go do something else, right? You don't want to be spinning your wheels in a market if you already hit your profit target of the day. If you're not feeling it, whatever.
I think what kills a lot of trade. What kills a lot of traders is just being able not to stop, like not being able to walk away and call it a day. Like they just keep on wanting more and more and more and more, and it's not the best. You get exhausted if you do this for a few years. You really get exhausted doing that.
I agree with that statement. I have only been trading Power Hour, which is a 1 hour segment, and I pretty much don't trade at any other time during the day. And so all my emotional capital is just into 1 hour, which you can pretty much handle anything for an hour unless you really do something poor. But that's all it takes. And if you're watching Power Hour, you can make some decent money in an hour. You don't have to be here all day. You have to be at TopstepTV all day watching and listening because we're providing great content, but it doesn't mean you have to trade. It doesn't mean you have to trade. Also, we have a MP.
It doesn't mean
MP's in chat right now. I'm going to get a shout out
He's
to
in
MP.
the chat. Talking about Kenya. It's one of his favorite places on the world.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I say Patak's, he's bonding with one of our viewers here about we have a viewer say hello from Kenya. Michael took note of that. He was just in Kenya, I want to say last summer. They were just reminiscing about how beautiful the country is.
Really is. I went to like South Africa and Botswana, and it's like it's the closest you can get to like Jurassic Park in real life. Man, it is unreal, absolutely unreal. So much fun.
Pretty much. Hey, real
That and
quick
Alaska
check
are
here,
probably, like,
Dolby,
the prettiest.
we got to just do a tilt check here real quick. Crude, 76% long. ES, 57% long. Nothing happening there. NQ looking a little heavy long, 68%. Maybe some bottom pickers here. Be careful. People are taking profits here. When that market breaks, it really does break. Hard to do stuff in front of a moving train, but yes, should be interesting power hour.
Actually,
we'll do a check with
Oh,
John
yeah.
to get the delta. See what the delta is looking like right now.
We got everything is tilted to the long side. That's the 61.39
bottom
ES,
pickers.
71.29 NQ, 77.23 crude oil. Now it's 78.22 favors of the longs and 56.44 in gold. Everyone is looking to the long side. Everybody.
Makes sense.
Have you messed with the tilt at all, KV?
I love the tilt. Yep, I love the tilt. I look at it as a double confirmation on top of, as I said, levels and VWAPs. I always like to look at that when I do open a position. And usually I like to look at it when it's above 65% either way. Below that doesn't entice me as much, but if it's above 65% either way, I like to see, and if it reflects on the chart as well, I go ahead with that trade.
Yeah. Do you ever pay attention to like the delta between like long average price and like short average price? Sometimes it gets pretty interesting when they're like at the same level or if they're like really, really far apart.
I have not gotten into that yet. I've heard Hoagland and the guys talk about it, but I have not gotten into those delta divergences yet.
Speaking of delta, guys, we got
they're gonna work on actually
updating
like,
delta.
that stuff.
ES is minus 20,000 right now. Delta NQ minus 6,200. Sorry about that, Dolby.
No, go ahead. I mean, that's good stuff. I mean, I'm really looking forward to
Yeah, we're
Power
getting there.
Hour later, placing some trades. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be a great last hour for NASDAQ and some action. But I'm sitting on my hands. I'm sitting on my hands right now. I don't want to blow up or make any silly trades before Power Hour.
All right.
It's so good.
Should be getting in there, but yes, I'm gearing up for Power Hour. It's always a good time. Yes, we have a good time, but we do take the trading very, very seriously. We do some laughing and chuckling, but our trades, yeah, exactly. Try and pass. I'm trying to make money. So some people say, oh, you guys just goof around. We laugh and have a good time. And we were talking about with Deanna earlier this morning. We try to kind of recreate the prop firm, the floor feel with the camaraderie, with people around you, other traders around you. We know it's a serious business with serious money, but we also like to smile and have a good time while doing it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. KV, do you have a Discord as well, or do you have like a different private community that you're using?
We actually do have a Discord, and let's put if you guys want to just reach out to me in Discord, we like to give the futures part of the Discord, because as I said that we trade options as well, but the futures part of the Discord, we like to give that to Topstep traders completely for free as well. So just reach out on Instagram. If you're watching on TopstepTV right now, we can hook you up there as well.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. And you do all your live classes through Discord too?
We do live trading every single day, and we also came up with an interesting way where every trade I take on my quant tower, it gets automatically posted in the Discord as well. Every stop loss I put, every
nice little webhook action, huh?
Yep. So it's been interesting. It's been interesting.
Yeah, do you have a Discord link that we can pin for you? Or if you want to DM me in Discord or something real quick, I can share it and the mods can pin it so you can drive some traffic to your Discord. Samuel Alapate says, KV, you are super generous. Really appreciate you. Pretty sure KV also appreciates you. And if you have questions for KV, ask him. You got him for 20 minutes. Ask him whatever you want. What he ate for breakfast today, what his workout routine is, last time he got a haircut, why did he copy his Dolby classes? I don't know.
Dolby. My man.
Well, Nick, I literally just bought them when I was on vacation the past 2 weeks, so they're pretty new.
Okay.
Well, I got him first, so
there you go,
it sounds
Dolby.
like he copied me. Sounds like he copied me.
There you go, Dolby.
Oh, yeah,
77%
Crystal, how many
long.
push-ups can you do? That's the real
Push-ups.
question.
I used to do a lot, but I'm not gonna say the number now because I haven't been hitting the gym the past few months. So let's ask that question in a few months before the summer.
Right.
Right.
You gotta get that beach body ready. I understand. It's the off season. No big deal.
Yep. For the people asking, I am in New York. Yep, New York City. Hopefully not for long, but I am in New York.
Where? What do you mean not for long?
It's I don't know. It's been a while since I moved places, and I feel like I'm just spending money for no reason, being in New York, sitting all day in in front of the monitor. So I could do this somewhere else, probably.
That's New York.
That's right. You can trade wherever you want. And are you past all of the partying and lifestyle stuff that New York offers?
Yep. No, I haven't gone partying in a long time, so it's not to me right now. It's more about eating almost some nice restaurants, traveling, but not much into the clubbing space right now.
Yeah. KV, your Discord is blowing up.
Oh, it's because you probably shared the link.
What's going on?
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you're very popular on Discord.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, good question from Maz G here. KV, who is your role model in trading?
Role model. Well, I'd say this: the first kind of trader that I looked up to or just read up on his information was Jesse Livermore. I think a lot of you guys have or should read the book Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. So that was kind of the first book or books that I kind of read when I started learning about trading back in 2013. So I would say Jesse Livermore.
Close the app real quick. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite books. Is this what it's like every day in your Discord? Is you just getting pinned like 1,000 times in a row?
Oh, it's crazy. The Discord notifications. I'm just trying to close them out right now, and it's the first time that I cannot find a way to shut these down. But I think I found it. Okay, it's good now.
Well, I mean, when you're on stream in front of like 2,000 people, there's like nothing worse than trying to like troubleshoot something, dude. If you think being in like a trade is bad, that's going wrong.
Yeah, no, I shut them off, guys. People in the chat saying, shut off the notification. I shut them off, guys.
I started to see some heavy longs here. Heavy longs. NASDAQ, heavy long, 82%. S&P, 70% long. The bottom pickers are in. They said no more to the downside. Here we go.
That same level, guys, as we were talking about earlier. Same level, 635 on NQ works one more time. Again, we had a double bottom in the morning on that 635 zone. Same thing happening right now as well. The only thing that I would say is we're getting a little bit of a divergence in volume unless we see a huge buyer pressure on this candle. We're getting a little bit of a volume divergence where we're seeing the price action move higher, volume start to move lower. Usually in these instances, I rather wait for a rejection to happen. But again, unless we see some huge buyer pressure come in, which would make that invalid, I think we see a rejection happen maybe around VWAP or opening price here.
Yeah, can you riff a little bit on
you're talking
volume?
NQ?
I know we talk about
NQ, yes.
Yeah, can you riff on volume a little bit? I know we talk about like volume profile or market profile a lot. That aligns itself vertically on the chart, but you're using traditional volume here, which appears horizontally on the chart. Yeah, it's not something that I use, but I think you use it. I think you're probably one of the first people I've seen who actually uses the traditional volume like this. So how do you use that to help your trading? What are you looking for?
Yep. So this is basically how I use it. I've always used volume since I started with stocks back in the days, and this is how I use it. There are indicators out there where you can split up the volume between buyers and sellers. I did that for a while. It doesn't help that much, so I just stuck it to the traditional no colored volume bars, and I just look at the color of the candle bars. Okay, so if the candle is red, I'm going to take this as a huge seller pressure candle. If the candles are green, I'm going to take that as a buyer candle in terms of volume as well. And I always want to see volume go the same way with the trend, meaning that if we have an uptrend happening right now, which it is happening, we have this bounce, I would have liked volume to start increasing here as the move was happening, because that shows me that there's buyer support as the price action is moving higher, which in this example did not happen. So I would be careful in taking longs at this point just because I didn't see that the buyer support, right? So that's why I would more so look for a rejection area. If it happens, okay. If it doesn't happen, then obviously I'm not going to take a short just because, but I want to see some seller pressure come in, and then because I also have that volume confirmation, I'm more confident in taking that short because there was no volume increase there whatsoever. Similar to what happened here, like literally what happened right here. So at from 1:45 to 2 p.m. New York time, we had a drop, and then we had the pullback. What happened during the pullback? Decrease in volume, showing me that the buyers were not as strong to push that higher, did not support it. What did you have happen next? The next leg down. So this is how I kind of determine if it's a pullback or is it a bottom. More so times works than doesn't, but again, it's just another confirmation, just like you use any other confirmation out there.
Okay, nice. So you're not convinced, is the short of it. You're not convinced that there's enough
Short
volume
at this
here
point,
for
no,
this
it's
to
a bit
really.
too early. I would say for a short, I would like a retest of this. I would say the 700 level breaks, fakes people out, and then look for a short at that area. So around VWAP as well.
Okay. Where's VWAP at right now? That's like one of the other tools that
It's
you use is VWAP. How would you
yep.
use VWAP in conjunction with volume?
Yep. So similar to what happened right here as well. So what happened? So this purple dotted line is VWAP, the daily VWAP. We had a break of the daily VWAP. We had a retest of that daily VWAP. And because there was no buyer pressure with low volume to push that above VWAP again, I could have easily used
Could you
this
change the
as
color of the
a
VWAP real quick? Just so we can get a little bit more
yep,
clarity on it.
right.
It's
It
kind of
doesn't
blending in with the background a little bit. If it's not too
doesn't
hard,
show.
yeah,
Let me
that
do it.
you can,
White.
yeah, or like yellow
White
or
is better.
something,
Should
whatever.
work.
Just something
No,
that
what
pops a little bit. It's kind of buried in the background. Hey, there we go. Yeah, way easier to see.
Yep,
Yeah, very
looks good.
nice. Thank you.
So yep. So here I could have taken an easy short opportunity because what happens when I take this here, the risk is very, very tight because the moment I see this breaking above VWAP, I can just cut losses right away. And my return could have been back to S1, which is one of our automated levels there, with the risk being very, very tight up there. So I really like trades around VWAP because I can keep the risk as tight as possible because my trade idea becomes invalid pretty quickly, right? As long as it breaks above VWAP, holds, I'm out. Trade idea is not valid anymore.
Still rallying
is
back,
that
you guys. Still rallying back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, still rallying back. Everything we're bounced off. Just I know we're excuse me, going higher on lower volumes. So something to keep an eye on. Maybe it's profit taking. Maybe it's just some bottom pickers. But we are definitely bounced off of that double bottom that TV was talking about.
Yeah, and so KV, if you were maybe a little bit more into the market today, is that a short that you would have taken with that little range of 5-minute bars right underneath VWAP?
Yes, here it's a perfect short opportunity because what do we have, right? We have a low volume on the push higher, shows me there's no buyers there, and then I have a VWAP rejection, which I could easily take in a short. Again, when I say easily, I'm not telling you it's going to be 100% profitable trade, but easy in terms of risk. I can be comfortable with the risk because trade idea becomes invalid pretty quick. Take a short, put the stop loss a little bit above VWAP there, breaks, I'm out, right? And then my profit targets would have been, taking a few profits here at the opening price and then letting the others run here to S1, which was the previous morning demand zone as well.
Right. And then
He's gonna take
for
a
like a
short here.
long Andre's getting in the market. Okay.
Looking
Okay,
to,
he's getting warmed up.
coming up to a 200
Andre's getting
200-day
warmed up
moving
for
average.
power hour. I'm liking this.
Yeah. No. KV was right. We're rallying here on dwindling volume, so not necessarily buying this rally either. And pretty much.
What are
Keep
you
going.
in, a
We'll see.
micro or
It's
just a
entry.
little mini?
No, ES minis. Nothing yet. Nothing yet.
Okay.
Looking to pull the trigger though. See if we
Okay,
can round
nice.
this sucker off. Yep. Sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead, KV.
Yeah, so in terms of a long opportunity at this point, I wouldn't take it here. I wouldn't take it here because this could easily pull back to S1 and it could bounce back up again. So the risk is just too much for me at this point. I'd rather see a break of opening price, wait for a retest of that, gives me a better entry point than just taking it here because we've had this rally with no volume, and I would say a little pullback could happen soon. Unless we get this same rally as in the morning, which I would say a little bit unrealistic right now, considering we have probably half the volume.
Half the volume, yeah.
So right now, it's the best time to sit on your hands. That's what I would recommend.
All right, never mind. I'm sitting on my hands then. KV said sit on your hands. Although we have power hour coming up here in about 8 minutes, and definitely not sitting on my hands during power hour. During power players, the focus is on UKV, but yes, power hour, we're here to get in there and trade it up a little bit. But yeah, it's been very valuable. Thanks for being so generous with sharing those tools and resources with the audience. I know they're going to be very grateful, as the chat always is. They're very gracious. Yes. It couldn't be a nicer group of people in that chat. So thank you again.
Yeah, they're well behaved today.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, just an amazing set of free resources. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Some people are asking, how do I get the table? I got a bunch of emails from you guys. I'm going to give you access as soon as this call is over. The way that you can find this, go to indicators here, and you should get them at the invite only scripts because it's an invite only script. You should have it popped up rare. Check back in the next 1 hour, okay? Just so I go through all the emails because it was a bunch.
Awesome. How many did you get?
Invite only.
Yeah, how many did you get?
It's if I scroll the notifications here, it's a lot. It's
nice.
the chat
I'll
the
say
chat
60.
just the chat just gone crazy, probably over 100. So
hell yeah.
Hey,
Good to
chat. Let's
so
give it up for chat.
hopefully they help you guys. Not hopefully,
my
but they should help
God.
you guys. Just put them to work. Put them to work. Keep me updated. I'm going to be on Topstep again. So keep me updated how they're helping, if they're helping, and you guys should be all set.
That is awesome. Yeah, KV, one of the things I most appreciate about working with you is just your attention to detail, just how organized you are, and how well you track data, whether it's through social media or trading. I think there's a lot of value in that, of just making sure that you are keeping track of this stuff and you are going back and reviewing it. How often are you reviewing your trades, or what are you instructing to your students?
Every single day. I probably should have shared the trading journal as well, but I'll do it next time. I also have like a trading journal that I personally use, and it's every day. If it's not every day, you cannot remember all the little details that happen in a specific trade if you do it the next day or at the end of the week, because there's so much that goes on. It's not just about the trade, but it's also how you're feeling at that moment in time. So unless you do it at the end of the day, you're already too late.
Yeah. I mean, what's funny too is that, like, yeah, it's easy to not journal, obviously, because you don't have to do anything. But sometimes you go back and look at your journal, and it's typically only like one or two things that's really preventing you from like having a good trading session. And I think the mind can really go into overdrive and concocting this story that, it's some elaborate thing that happened that ruined my trading day. Like, when in reality, it's just like, well, if I just adjusted my stop a little bit, or maybe didn't over manage a position, you take a losing day and all of a sudden it's a winning day. I mean, do you find that with your students, KB? It's like typically like one or two things. That's like all it takes.
It's whenever we start working with new clients, a lot of them are very, very close to just being insanely profitable. So it's like they always have this little piece missing from the whole puzzle, and it doesn't take a while, a long time to figure that out. But sometimes it's just a quick fix. Is it easy? No, but it's a quick fix to do. And look at the pullback or the rejection happening there at the opening price, because again, no volume, right?
If you nailed that,
no volume. Probably S1 now if we can break
nice
volume.
call.
Yep, nice calls,
Nice
right?
call. Yeah, I just had my lines drawn, but I mean that makes a lot more sense. That actually seems like a good reason. I just had a line drawn because that's where it looked like where it bounced last time. So support becomes resistance. That's what I saw. He saw a volume thing.
Yep.
Doesn't take much, right? You just need one little system to get yourself aligned with the market and make sure your risk is managed, and you're good to go.
You're good to go. A lot of people in the chat asking, does the indicator work on Topstep X? What I've heard from Nick and the guys, there are going to be custom indicators coming soon on Topstep X, guys. So I would say wait, and they should be available.
So you can still use it for your personal account or just in TradingView in general.
You can use them. Yep.
And I guess for that one, at least for the spreadsheet that you provided everybody, I mean, you don't even need TradingView for that. You can just spend time with that outside of trading and just kind of get an idea of long-term goals, right? That's really what you use that for, is that right?
I would use the next few days to just, play with the numbers and see if what you're aiming for right now is realistic or not, right? Because I can almost guarantee a lot of you guys are just with huge unrealistic goals.
Right.
So,
right. Hey, Mitchell Brooks just got 10 points from your call, KV.
Love that. Love
it.
Delta ES.
Toddy is saying, I feel like KV is unprofitable. He is really afraid to trade. I trade live, guys, every single day, 2 sessions a day with everyone in the Discord. So Nick just posted the Discord link there. I'm there tomorrow morning. So hop on, trading live every single day for the past 3 years. I've been trading live with clients and trading on my own for the last 10. So
tell them, KV.
You guys can watch me tomorrow morning.
Trade is a trade. It doesn't have to trade. No trade is a trade. I mean,
all right,
listen,
Dolby
guys,
time. You know what's up.
I'm starting to get ramped up, baby. We got Power Hour coming up.
Yeah, you know what's up.
Listen, there's always someone in the world who wishes they did not trade today. And so to say it's like, oh, you don't have confidence, you're not trading. Dude, there is someone who lost like $10,000 today who thought they were the shit. And they have negative $10,000 and they probably wish they'd never traded today. Right?
Right. Love that.
Possible, yeah.
All right, Dolby, let's do this.
If they're flashing the lights on us again. So KV, we got to wrap up. We are going into Power Hour with Isaac. I think he's already in the lobby. I got KV's link pinned up top already. So that is the resources one. And then I'm going to send the Discord one in chat. We can't have 2 at the same time. So free resources from KV. All you need is an email that works with TradingView. The spreadsheet is free. That stuff's all free. And then here's KV's Discord. You can join that. That's all I got. Andre, what do you got for us? Final words?
Nothing. Let's get this going. Let's get this party going.
KV, final words?
Thanks for having me on, guys. Stay patient, stay disciplined. It's earnings season. Volatility is back on, so there are plenty of opportunities if you're waiting for your setup, okay? I hope you guys have a great quarter as well, and I'll catch you on the next time.
Awesome. KB, thank you so much. We're going to get ready for Power Hour. Let's do it. I got a trading combine to pass. We'll see you in less than 5, chat. Hello, everybody. Hello, chat. Hello, Isaac. Andre, welcome back. And we're here for Power Hour. This is the fastest hour of my life. This thing just zooms right on by. And our goal is to place some trades, make a little bit of money, talk markets, and have a little bit of fun for sure. Isaac, welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm good, man. Thanks for having me. I always enjoy coming back and hanging out with you guys.
And this is your first session this year with us. So how did your 2023 wrap up? Did you have any New Year's resolutions? We got Hoag. He's saying he's not going to drink for January. Are you doing a dry January type of thing?
I've never really been a huge New Year's resolution kind of guy. Just building on the momentum I already had closing the year. So just doing more of the same and operating with extreme efficiency and discipline. That's kind of where I'm at.
So every day is a New Year's resolution with you.
Yeah. Last year flew by. I mean, literally, I really can't believe we're in 2024 right now. But I'm looking forward to a good year. I'm looking forward to a really good year.
Awesome.
Isaac, I got to ask, where are you located at right now?
I'm currently in Las Vegas. Moved here.
Very good. Very good. you know that we have a meetup. We have a meetup coming up in early March. We hope to see you there. I think we were talking in the green room that you've had a meetup before. What? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so I was able to host a Topstep event here in Vegas. I believe it was the end of September, and it was really dope, man. Had a lot of traders come out from a few different communities. I know you guys probably had Danny Trades on here before. Yeah, my guy Danny, he was there. An associate of mine was there as well, and the whole Topstep team came out. Had CEO Michael was out there. The whole risk team. It was really dope. It was really cool, and we talked trading. We had a lot of community, and it was really fun.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah,
What
we
do
did
you?
one in
Okay.
Chicago.
Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Dolby. Sorry. Yep.
No, it's good. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying,
talk all
yes.
the time.
These
Go ahead,
community
Andre.
meetups. These community meetups. What do you gather from them? What do you find is the most valuable from them? What do you when you go into these? What are you looking to get from these community meetups?
I mean, for me personally, it's really about it's really cool being able to connect with people who are also in the trading space, because it's not a very you don't meet a lot of really dedicated traders, right? You see a lot of casuals, a lot of kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but everybody who's willing to make a trip. Literally, I think we only had maybe 3 people who are local, and the other 75, 80 were all across the country who flew into Vegas.
Wow.
So there's a level of seriousness there, and then obviously a level of respect that those guys have for Topstep, myself, Danny Trades. That I thought was really cool. And it's really dope be able to not only meet those people, but chop it up about trading, because like I said, it's not a huge percentage of people who are actually very, very, very committed and serious about it. I think just because the barrier to entry to get into trading is almost little to none, that there's a lot more casuals than seriousness. So I thought that aspect of it was really dope.
I ask you then, do you find it? We were talking about this earlier. Do you have a lot of people that you can talk trading with, or in like in your close circle? And when you do start talking trading, do you find that they just kind of tune out and have no idea what you're talking about? Or you have people that you can lean on and talk, face to face about trading and the difficulties and the ups and downs that come with trading?
Yeah, I actually have a good friend of mine. His name is Drayson, and another good friend of mine. His name is Na, and they happen to both live in Vegas. We're all the same age, and they're each very successful at trading at that. And we actually have very similar, struggles and humps we're trying to get over ourselves as traders. So it kind of is like really dope, and how convenient that all was. And I just met them a few months ago. But I actually do. And you asked me several months ago, I would have said no. But I actually just came across some really solid guys who who I can bounce ideas off of and get multiple different perspective on the market or whatever I'm looking at that time.
Nice, man. Yeah, we had one in August, I think, in Chicago, and it was so much fun. It was so much fun. And so we're gonna have some more for sure, I think, throughout the year. And we have that trading event as well I think in June or August, sometime in the summer.
Yeah,
in June.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure, Isaac, you're gonna be out there at the arena, right?
Yeah. I was actually talking to someone on the Topstep team about that not too long ago. Yeah, that sounds like it's going to be really, really cool.
Oh yeah. So we got some charts up here from Isaac. First off, what platform are you using? What account are you trading in? And did you play some trades today? And are you going to play some trades with us for Power Hour?
Yeah. So right now, I've always used Thinkorswim to chart. That's always been my thing. It just what I'm most comfortable with in terms of efficiency and just the visuals. Currently, and for those who don't know, I'm a price action trader. My motto, I don't like a lot of stuff on my charts. I like to fight, I say, complexity with simplicity. The market can be complex, but you can make it more complex with a complex approach. So I have a very simple approach to the market. I'm a level to level trader, momentum breakout kind of guy. My bread and butter is usually the first hour, really, I would say hour and a half. of market open. Obviously, there's volatility in power hour, which is why you guys have power hour, right? But yeah, that's usually me. I did take one trade today. The market was very volatile due to the news. What was it? What was it this morning? It was like
5-year auction?
9:45. I forgot what
or
it was.
something else. Oh no, 5-year auction was like half an hour ago. What was it,
Yeah,
Andre?
I forgot
what
what
was
it
the news
was.
this morning?
This morning, I'm not sure. What was it? PMI. What the hell was it this morning? I can take a.
I think it was. It might have been PMI. It was something.
Maybe PMI. Yes, it was PMI. Came out better.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so there was a lot of volatility going into today. Now, obviously, you look at the London session, you're like, well, what the heck? I'm like super jealous because London session had an amazing move, and then we get to our market, and then obviously there's a lot of volatility and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm looking at here for power hours, since I'm here, is so you see how we're kind of sitting on this support level all day. I was actually waiting. This was actually a play I was waiting on. I was waiting on this morning. Obviously, the daily charts were looking very bullish, so I wasn't going to try to, short an uptrend. But I was waiting on the bigger time frames to kind of give me something that, hey, maybe we could get a move or even a quick move under this level. But you can see here we've held this level pretty much all day. So power hour, you can see we're kind of floating right above. We're hovering right above this level right now. If we could actually break this level, that would be awesome. I really wouldn't have anything else until we got down here. As you can see, we have lots of resistance right here. So a quick, like I said, level to level trader. And you guys know trading in Q, you really don't need that big of a move to make a good amount of money. Not even that heavy of position. So you can actually see right here as we're kind of approaching this level, if we can actually go under it, I'll get an entry right here. And if we can get an entry right here, I always scale into my positions. So I don't go I know some people like to go in 50 contracts at a time. That's not me. Yeah. I like to build into my position and then let it run. And then on the flip side, I like to scale out as well.
We're selling
so
off
we'll
here,
see.
Guys.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we tested it.
Wow,
couldn't quite commit under, but
yeah. Hey, anyone that saw the 600 lot in the ES? I think it was at 49.11. It was a 600 lot. Did it trade or did it get pulled? If anyone out there saw that, please let me know.
Yeah. So what's the trade you're looking for? You want it to break down and then come back up and test, then roll back over again for the short, or are you trying to hit it the first time on the short when it comes back down here again, or how do you play this?
Yeah. So I don't really
got going on here.
Yeah, so I don't really wait on retest or anything like that. Maybe that's something I did back when I traded options. But because entries are so immediate with futures, I usually get an entry as soon as it breaks. Now, when I do that, in case we wick back up or anything like that, my size is always small. I always scale into my trades. So as we make this move under, I'm actually enter my position. If we wick back up above that level, hey, I'll get out the trade. At least I'll lose. If I do lose this trade, my risk is managed. I'm not going to lose a lot, because I'm not in my max position right now. You see here, is actually holding this level. And
are you in right now or no?
Not anymore. It just went kind of right back above that level. So I'll just wait. And the best part about how I trade is that because I only go in with a few contracts at a time, I'm not really going heavy. I don't lose anything but $150 on the bottom side. There we go.
It's a risk.
Let's see if we can stay.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's starting to roll.
I'm in. Yep.
You're on the short side right now?
I'm short. Yeah, sold.
What's your position, Andre?
Short 2 from 02. Short 2 from 2. Short 2 from 2.
So Isaac, when we talk about scaling, you're doing micros, you're doing minis, you starting with like 3 that max outs at 15, you start at 1s and goes to 2s to 3s. What's kind of your breakdown for how you average up?
Yeah, so that's a great question. One, it depends on the setup, right? So depending on how I have a few different setups I love. Like in this one, I actually love this setup. But let's say for this one, I was starting 2 contracts. I see that we have a lot of wicks, and then as we go lower and lower, I'll add more and more and more. But I won't, add as we reach a price target. because obviously you start to average up too much, you won't make that much money. But usually my additions to my position happen within, pretty quickly after the breakout. I don't like to wait too long, but it's really about, hey, can we commit and stay under this level before I add any more to my position?
Right.
And it also depends on the market conditions.
Right. I just had a question. I just forgot it. Oh no. The first time
Watch
this
this
has ever
price
happened
action.
on air.
Robert got flat. Scratched that trade. Sorry.
Yeah.
Look at these longs.
So
yeah, I know. Time stop. Flat, Robert. Sorry.
what do we think about? You have 75 evens on your chart, right? About 73 3/4. We had almost like the exact same levels, Isaac. That's crazy. I think it's like around 74 evens. I think you have around 73s.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, I might want to get short. It just feels awkward.
Yeah,
so what? You start with one or? I know it's just good.
We got
downside
liquidity
move,
down
though,
below
again.
here. Big,
Okay,
big
see.
size
I'm
on the
gonna
bids.
work a
4,900, 400 lot there beneath it. Yeah, we got stacked bids beneath it. Typically, these bids get filled, and we do see a bounce off of them. So something to keep an eye on. Thank you, J Sim. Take a lot of energy to get through these.
I'm gonna work one at 32 1/4, and then we'll try to average down to see if we get it. But now that I actually have a cushion in my trading combine, I'm up like $4,000. I'm okay with going in with one and seeing if we can average down a little bit and kind of take advantage of having that cushion.
Stack bids.
So Isaac, when you're trading, like in the trading, if you're in the trading combine, Isaac, are you changing your system at all? Are you running the exact same system? Is there some sort of like strategy or technique you're teaching for your students to pass?
I always tell people to trade the way you would actually trade. Like don't switch it up. Like Topstep has they don't have like intraday trailing drawdown like some of these other guys. You don't have to change up what you do because of the rules, which I think it's an advantage. So I trade the exact same way no matter what. Like right now on this trade, I didn't scale up because I usually don't trade this time of day, but took 2 contracts at my break of level. I'm up about $600 on those. Really cool trade, really easy. Like I said, just 2 contracts. So even the volatility of, hey, me not really trading this time of day, not really understanding how it moves, but the setup is great. And just be patient after that. And at this point, have your stop loss at break even, so it's a free trade.
Right. Do you move to break even a lot? I think that's a kind of like a contentious point for a lot of traders. It's like, do we do the break even? Do we not go to break even? Do we just move our stop up but still accept some risk? I feel like I have PTSD from going to break even on some trades because it always seems like it touches your stuff and then runs the other way. What are your thoughts on that?
I like. Guy? Yeah, a trade like this, there's no reason for me to go red. Like, look at this. It's a really bearish move. It'd be stupid if I just let it go red again and go above my level. Now, if it wants to retest or anything like that, obviously with that, I'm still reading the price action. But I am one of those guys, hey, after we get a decent move, stop losses break even. Right here, it seems like we bounced off this level a few times after, what is that, 616? So, look, if we go under this level, right, my stop loss will now be if we go back above that level, right? Really just a system I came up with just to protect myself at all times and protect my trades. So I'm not giving anything back to the market if I don't need to.
Nice. And we're starting to get close to my entry here for a short at about 32 evens. We'll see if that happens. I am kind of playing that breakdown retest, maybe hit a re-short here. And then we'll see what happens. But only a 1 lot.
Yeah. Real quick, just look at the ES ladder. We got bids stacked all the way from 4,900 all the way down to 4,898. 4,898. We got paper all the way down. Like you said, ES gravitate towards liquidity. When the liquidity does get filled, typically we'll see a bounce off of that. It's going to take a lot of energy to get through that, but there's definitely some paper to the downside. The market likes to fill that paper. Keep an eye on that.
So yeah,
I'll
we're
be working a bit if that gets
yeah,
through.
we're short right now. We are short
Okay.
32.50 in NQ, risking about $335 with about 3-to-1 upside. Well, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Delta
I'm
minus
totally playing the
23,000
retest here.
ES. Delta minus 23,000 ES. Last I got an update from Hoag.
Okay.
Right.
And what's that mean, the delta?
It's how many times the market trades on the bid. So typically people are trying to sell into the bid, and every time that bid gets hit, the count goes up by 1. So 23,000 times the bid has been hit to the downside. We've seen the market move to the downside. The more it does, it's moving congruent to delta, which is good for all those shorts. The market does not move to the downside. It could be a short squeeze setup. So as the delta grows and the market does not break, it could be a short squeeze setup. It's kind of old school trading play that will play out next 20, 25 minutes. Keep an eye on it, though. Just a setup.
Yes, I'm going to do a new feature. No, it's not that new, but first time I'm using it. Stock market sell order and Topstep X here. That was not released on launch, but it is in the system now. So I'm going to place a stop market sell order at the very, very bottom of the low, and I'll add in. Is that something that you would do, Isaac? Is that how you want to try to like average up into these positions?
Say that one more time. I was so focused on my charts.
Not a problem, man.
All good.
Sorry.
That's a good problem to have. I was saying that, I'm short here at 32 evens about, and I have a stop sell limit at the bottom of that previous low at like a couple minutes ago. Is that how you would average up into a short if you were in this position, or would you take a different approach towards it?
So that's pretty similar to what I would do. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I don't think there's like too many different ways you should average up or average down. I'm an average up kind of guy, period. I usually don't like to average down at all. That's just me. Like I said, I'm a momentum guy. So I like to build on great positions and go from there. And even on the downside, I also like to scale out of great positions as well as I walk into profit. Like right here, it looks like it's slowly inching back up towards my break even. So I'll be watching it closely here. And like I said, this is other than commission, this is a pretty free trade. Look at that wick on the 15.
Yeah, right.
Nasty.
From the buyers.
And I'm going to actually see if I can average down and sell another at 47.50 if we get up. There.
Okay.
But so far the price action's been pretty good, I would say, on the short side.
Whippy, but yeah, short here.
I mean, I'm still trying to learn NASDAQ because I'm used to crude oil.
Yep.
But Isaac, were you always a NASDAQ guy? Was NASDAQ your first love, or did you have a different futures market that you were trading beforehand?
Yeah, I kind of gravitated naturally towards NQ because I would take the same trades on ES, and I saw that NQ would have paid much more, so I couldn't help myself. Now you do have to get used to the volatility. I mean, you're coming from crude oil, so NQ is probably a whole different monster for you, just because your perspective is so used to crude oil, which is a lot slower. But even but just like anything else, as long as you have a system for it, then it's cool. But yeah, NQ, I definitely trade everything else a little bit differently than NQ because I feel like it's just a tad bit more risky for volatility.
Right.
I would say NQ requires more precision.
Yes,
more precision? Yeah, for sure. I mean,
entries are hard though. NQ is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that chasing NQ has to be absolutely brutal with just how whippy it is. I mean, like 3 power hours ago, I had NQ like teleport on me and like stop me out. And I was like, what the hell just happened? That like never happens.
I remember that.
Unless there's like an EIA event. Yeah, you remember that? That was insane.
Yeah.
So I would think that trying to chase highs or just chase shorts has to be just brutally hard to do. Brutally hard.
Yes, coming down to these paper orders, these block orders here. 262 on 99 half, 250 on 99 quarter, 400 on 99 evens. It's gonna take a lot of energy to get through them, but this market loves.
Okay,
loves to fill
I'm
paper.
Pulling, I'm pulling my average down. We'll see if we get the average up. Are you still short, Isaac, or no?
I am.
Yeah, I've been in
Hanging there?
since
Oh, yeah.
we first started.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
the
you did not
thing
get
about
stopped out when it just pulled back up again then?
no, sir.
Or
So
they failed.
I did.
Hold on a second.
So from a
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
we're marching through this. We're marching through this paper in the ES.
So we keep bouncing at that
Where's my
616
average
level.
now?
Yes, we do.
Kind of screwed my average, but we'll see how this plays out. So what am I going to risk? 600? Let's do that. We'll risk 600 and see
There's
what
got to
happens.
be some stops below 49. Yep, got to be some stops below 4,900 here in the ES. Kind of waiting on the stops to get triggered. I got a bid just beneath there. Fill and see the market reverse out.
Oh, Isaac, how have we not even talked about your socials yet? Where can people find you?
Oh,
Are you on? I know you're on Instagram. You got YouTube. Anything else that we need to know about? I can put it in chat.
Man, Instagram and YouTube is probably the best, man. That everything you need from me will be there.
Oh yeah,
Free content, all the everything. Yeah, Isaac Suffren everywhere is where you can find me. Man, I'm so preoccupied watching this 616 6.2 level at for NQ. We keep bouncing, but I think we're about to break right through it in a minute.
I think so too.
30 minutes.
Isaac, do you think there's more room to the downside? More room to the downside if we get through this level?
I believe so. For me, like I was saying to Adobe earlier, if we can break this level, my stop loss would now be right above it. Just to, like I said, protect my position. Now, in a perfect world, if I was in my full size, let's say 8, 9, 10 contracts, I would just scale out, right? Because I only have 2 contracts today, just trading this trade. There is no scaling out for me. I'll just get out the position. I don't know how you scale out of 2 contracts.
Right.
Yeah, it was.
Man, this is good. I'm digging the short I'm in right now with you guys.
Same. Let's see if we can get MOC in balance here. Seeing nothing yet.
We're gonna
there we go.
So keep in mind, we also have we got Tesla and IBM after the bell today. Maybe someone got the word on what those earnings are going to look. I know a lot of people are thinking Tesla earnings are not going to come out so hot.
You think they're trying to sell ahead of the market here? Maybe.
Could be. It's I've seen some headlines. It's options are pointing that way from what I've read. I haven't actually looked at the options market. I know Elon has been kind of priming the market, giving them the heads up that not come out so well. Maybe he's just trying to tamper down expectations to gas up the stock when earnings do come out. I'm just trying to find some support here.
Just printed a new 30-minute candle. Let's see what ends up happening here. It just keeps on going.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of liquidity.
Really
just a lot of volume to the downside. We got stuff at 10 evens. We got size at 04 3/4. 4 evens. There's some juicy stuff down here.
Dolby, right before I hopped on, remember what I said? I said I'm not a huge fan of Power Hour, but I do see something I think we'll like.
Yeah, what do you got for us?
No, this was the trade. This was the trade I was referring to.
This is it, right? Yeah.
Right under that. Yeah, right under that zone. Now you see we went below level. Now it looks like we're gonna hold it again on that new 30-minute. I'm just gonna go ahead and secure profit right there. So I'm out the trade. I took about 800 on that, just with 2 contracts.
800. Oh wow. What was your size on that?
Very nice. We're gonna hold 49.
2 contracts. I didn't size up at all.
Okay. I'm gonna hold mine, and I'm still pretty optimistic. We got the 5 minutes starting to get a little bit range bound. My stop is at the higher end of the range. In crude, typically you don't see these. You don't see like a range in the 5 minute really like do stop runs like this. But I don't know. That's more of a CL thing. I'm an NQ. We'll see what happens. But I'm gonna hang in there. But Isaac, what was that level you were referring to? That 61 level. What was that about? Is that like
so for me,
fib or just something you had drawn up?
Are you referring to this the level I sold at?
Yeah. What was the catalyst for getting out there?
Yeah, so for me, and it's kind of how I've developed a strategy trading just in Q, because these wicks can be so aggressive and unforgiving. So for me, I noticed how we had a really strong move down, and on the 30-minute, 15-minute, you saw how we kept bouncing off the same level. We came down and tested, bounced back up. Came down and tested again, bounced back up. So I was like, you know what? There isn't any history here at the moment, just because it's an all-time high, and we're creating new levels as time goes on. But I was like, you know what? This is worth taking note of because we keep bouncing at this level. And then you can see here when we opened up for the new 30-minute candle, we came back down and wicked exactly right at that same level, which is why I decided to get out the trade to avoid any kind of pullback.
Nice. Well, it looks like you made a pretty good decision thus far.
Yeah, you did. Yes, you did. Yeah. We're gonna pay off. We're just gonna pick the bottom. We're say, yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're sitting in the money too, Dolby.
Like a goofball right now. Gonna probably eat a loser here, but we'll see what ends up happening. It's pretty. Man, NQ is a wild market to trade, but that was a hell of a sell, man. I want to short some more, to be honest.
I know, me too.
Yeah, I might just do it.
Now, for me, I wouldn't mind getting. The only way I get in again is if we start to go under that level now. Like if the market were to reverse again, or not reverse, but tick back down and go under that level, then I'd get in again with the stop loss right above that level. So now my entries are good. I've already secured profits. My risk is managed on in case we go back to the upside, and then I have a target right below there at around 7372, where hey, that can be a potential target. So that's kind of like how my mind kind of works.
On close. Early market on close and balance, 380 million sell side. A lot of time left. That's
sell side.
Really what we're looking.
Okay, I'm gonna average down and try to get another one at 37.25. I still like the 5-minute consolidation, and we're still coming up against what was previously support becoming resistance. So let's hang in there. We're gonna take some heat, but I'm okay with it. I mean, our risk is still managed. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. If we lose, we lose. It happens. But like, I don't see a reason for it to really bounce, to be honest. Like, this is the level that I want, is this 83 evens. And that seems like a very juicy level on a larger time frame. I never really understood markets that just bounce in the middle of like, nothing. Like, what are we looking for to the left? And you know what? I don't know. But if you look at a big time frame, like, there's nothing wrong with looking at shorts again. So we're just going to sit.
Week low, yes, I agree, James. Well, you can't stay short for too long in this market.
Looks like it's coming up again. Okay. I mean, ideally, it seems like shorting NASDAQ is a pretty risque proposition, but we're going to do it. Might be my last time ever.
It's been a different type of power hour. Oh, this has been a different type of power hour. It's a little bit more serious this time. Markets are actually moving on us.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I know.
Everyone's like, what the hell?
Okay, out.
What are fills?
Sorry, in for a third. So now our average has moved up quite a bit, actually. Risking 670, not the worst. I could still get in like one more solid trade, even if I lose 670 here. I could even try to get like a base hit. Oh, but it looks like we're getting some good action. I don't know. I don't like this action anymore.
I was just gonna say. Oh shit, dude.
Oh, buddy, we're out. Okay, out 3. That's a losing trade. Whoever is on Cryon, negative 708 on the trade. Okay. We will figure it out.
Short.
But yeah, nice little consolidation. I love the little 5-minute range. And you just nailed that short or that exit, Isaac. Very jealous. Very jealous.
Yeah, you did. Well done.
Thank you. I mean, so you're looking, question I actually get. Sorry, go ahead.
No, all you, man.
Oh, I was gonna say a question that I get all the time, because I'm not even trying to like talk about myself, but I exit like that all the time. And a piece of advice I could give for everybody watching right now would be the more you can practice the same setups over and over and over and over again, the more you'll be able to understand the market's tendencies. Like the market is controlled randomness, right? Meaning that what happens in the market is very random, but at the same time, there are consistent patterns, right? So that's why I consider it controlled randomness. Now, what the trade I took, this is something that I trade all the time, every week, multiple times a week. Sometimes it can go on a stretch where I'm trading the same setup every single day. And for those of you who weren't here, the setup I was looking for was super simple, right? This morning we opened up at whatever this was, around 16 or 17, 643. And you can see this zone right here, how we keep bouncing on the zone, keep bouncing on the zone, keep bouncing on the zone. Now, when I see a lot of consolidation like this or repeated just support bounce, support bounce, support bounce, I consider that like a pipe getting ready to burst, right? There's a lot of pressure right there. The sellers are continuously, trying to get the price under that level, but the buyers aren't budging. Now, the longer a level like this holds, in my opinion, the more powerful the breakout will be, right? So for me, as I look at this for this trade, I saw it on the 15-minute chart, and I was like, you know what? If we can actually get a move under here, I would love a really nice short. Now, obviously, I had a target way down here, which would be at a pretty extreme move for NQ. So obviously, having this exit was really good. Now, a part of understanding that aspect is, hey, when you take the same trades all the time, not only are your entries good, but your exits are always going to be good as well, because you start to understand that particular trade. So for me, every time I trade a breakout, I kind of have in the back of my head that, hey, NQ is known to have really quick reversals after a really strong move. So I kind of have that in the back of my head. So that plus understanding that plus, hey, we bounced here a couple times. Let me just be aware of it. Also, why being patient, because we did bounce once and go all the way back up to break even and then come all the way back down. So it's a mixture of everything. But the most important thing I would say is if you can trade the same stuff all the time, you don't need to be great at everything in the market. But if you can be great at like 2 or 3 solid setups, you'll make money. That's really all you need. And that's why my strategy is just really simple.
No, that's awesome advice. And chat, really what you're witnessing here is Isaac, who has traded NASDAQ a lot, who has a system, and then Dolby, who this is like my second, I don't know. I'd never trade NASDAQ. So I'm still learning everything. Then I got someone like Isaac,
incredible,
who has a system, who knows exactly what he's doing. So I hope chat can see the difference in execution between someone who's rehearsed something and then someone who is not. I have not rehearsed this. I am just taking technical analysis and putting it on my charts, and it's just risk management from there. But there's so much nuance when you're in a position and when you're trading, and also depends on the market.
There is.
So I saw a really interesting comment that said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I got stopped out of my trade. Stop was at 49.07, got stopped out. Shorts, there was profit. I should have done what Isaac did and got out, take some profits, did not. Thought there was more room to the downside. There wasn't. All good. Managed my risk. Only down 138 in the day. Can handle it. Isaac, you were saying?
No, I saw a comment just now that said the market is not random. Now I understand what I actually understand what they mean from maybe a different perspective. But what I mean by controlled randomness, I'm coming from a retail perspective. When we wake up in the morning, as much news as we may acquire, as much news as we may read, we still do not know what's going to happen because we are not in control. So typically, every day we wake up, something random is going to happen, right? We can never say for sure because we're not the one controlling billion-dollar hedge funds, and we're not market makers. We're not the algos. We're not controlling the market at all. So that's what I mean by controlled randomness. So from a retail perspective, I can actually come in the market, see that there are certain patterns in the market. Although there are patterns, I just don't know which one is going to actually happen, right? So that's what I mean by random. So if I'm prepared with 2 to 4 really good setups that I have practiced, I back tested, I've done all the stuff I needed to do to make sure I'm prepared if that opportunity arises, then the control randomness part comes in like, hey, I don't know which pattern or which opportunity that I practice is going to appear today, but I know that I'm prepared for it. So that's what I mean by control randomness.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome advice. Awesome advice. So I'm looking at this downtrend line in NASDAQ right here, and it seems like, these were all very, very happy sellers and now they're starting to get tested a little bit. I mean, do you, Isaac, do you look at these downtrend lines? You're more of like a horizontal guy and not so much a diagonal guy.
You know, I'm wherever there's consistent consistencies, right? So whether it's horizontal consistencies, anywhere, I like to be there in regards to price action. Most of the time, I will say that I've noticed within myself, I am more horizontal for sure with the lower time frames, because for NQ, like I said, it requires a lot more precision. So that's where I really focus on just the, hey, where's the supply, where's the demand, where's the support, where's the resistance, where's the consistencies within the market here that I need to be aware of, and then from there it just, again, practicing those same setups that I've practiced for the last few years.
Wow, same setup, a few years, right? That's
Sorry?
some dedication to the same system. So yeah, I mean that's awesome. Like the same setup for a couple years. I mean that just takes dedication and consistency. So you have classes, right? So, or like you have students. I mean, do you see a lot of traders who are trying to rotate through strategies and can't get like their footing?
Yeah, I mean that's probably the worst case that we see, because too much information is not good information. Because you don't really know where to go with so much information. I take it as, so I was a D1 basketball athlete. I played D1 basketball at Howard University. And in basketball, and in any sport, right? Let's take football for example. If the quarterback focused as much time on throwing a great pass as he did trying to run a great route, he wouldn't be a great quarterback because he's focused on too many things. Right. So I feel like, hey, if you focus on one system, one setup, or whatever that looks like for you, then eventually you will be great at that thing. Because you look at the NBA, right? You don't have to be the best passer, the best shooter, the best defender all in one to make it to the league. You just got to be the best at something. Right. And if you're the best at something, you're going to get paid. And that goes for anything, in my opinion.
Agree.
Yeah, if you're the best,
aren't they all great at something? Yeah. Isaac, aren't they all great? I mean, they're all great at everything though in the NBA, aren't they?
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Like there's some defenders, like there's some guys in the league who are just there to get rebounds. Right? Hey, our team has this. We have this. We have shooters. Yeah, we just need a rebounder, and that guy would get paid $20 million a year just to get rebounds.
Good money.
Right. So if you're great, man, if you could really be a perfectionist at something, and in trading, that's, a few different setups in one system, you will make money. Because too many people, they commit to a system, they lose a couple of trades, and they try to change a system. I decided a few years ago to keep the same system, lose a couple of trades, tweak the system, fix the same system, make it better and better until I got to where I am right now. Now it's the same system I've always been trading for the past few years, but it's just a hell of a lot better. Just a lot of updates that have been made.
Yeah. Well, you got some moving averages on your chart. What do you got on here? We got Chad asking about what moving averages you're using.
Yeah, so I mainly use the 9 EMA. But I do have the 9 EMA and the 22 EMA. The 22 EMA is the purple one here. I kind of use the 90, or I kind of use both of them just for trend momentum. A lot of times I notice that we do a lot of rejecting or bouncing off the 9 EMA, so it could be a great maybe an average up opportunity. It could be a great for trend following. Like, hey, I'm in buys here. Let's say we go up, we retrace a little bit, we may bounce up the 9 EMA and keep on going. It seems to have played a really good it gives me a lot more perspective when I'm in trades. So I like to have them up.
Nice. So 9 and 21, chat. That's what he's got up. You're doing SMA, EMAs?
Yep. These are EMAs, 9 and 22 EMAs.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. I'm going to work a long order here at 47.25 in the NASDAQ, see if we can get a pullback and go long from there. Isaac, when it comes to limit orders or market orders, what do you prefer?
I market order
getting
everything.
in. Everything. Okay.
Yeah, I market order everything. I like
nice.
fresh perspective.
Yeah, I'm
I
a
feel like if I set up. Why is that?
It's bold. Because I found that when I'm doing market orders, typically I'm FOMOing my trades and I'm not respecting my setup. So if I do a limit order, I just leave the order in, and then I know that's the level I want, and whether or not it gets there is up to the market. But I don't want to chase price. So for me, it's just a personal thing that I notice in my trade behavior.
Okay, nice.
You said it well there. Yes, you said it well. Yes, market orders, it does feel like you're just chasing the market. I have noticed that you do limit orders, Dolby, to get in. I was wondering why, and I guess that makes sense. That it's not the market comes to you as opposed to you going to the market. I like that.
Well, so I want that price. I mean, like, was it yesterday for Power Hour? I sat in that limit order for half an hour before I got filled. I'm long NQ now. It already feels like shit. So we'll see what happens here.
What up, Rips? Yeah, tricky Power Hour,
might be one of those days.
I do.
That's a lot of risk. I don't want to risk this much. 300, 350.
I would not be surprised if we did go. If it did. Well, no, it's not that much time in the market. Forgot.
Yeah. Hey, real quick update on MOC imbalance. It's now decreased to 173 million sell side. It was 380. Has decreased to 173 million sell side.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to average down again. Oh god, this is terrible. I should have just stuck with this downtrend line, man. Because it like,
man,
the way I look at these lines is like, who are the smartest and happiest sellers? Well, the ones who got short at 90, the ones who got short at 64, at 20.
They're gonna take out all this shit.
They're just they're eating me alive right now.
No, they're gonna hammer this.
Up.
Go figure.
I'm like
go figure.
Yeah, I'm chopped like a cheesesteak right now.
What's your shop?
Stick a fork in my day. Stick a fork in my day. Yeah, I mean, this is too bad. So we're gonna eat it. We'll probably end up being down like a little over $1,000 today, which is whatever. Yeah, you should have stuck with it, right? So like the sellers were obviously coming in with some consistency, and they found that spot and hit it again. So
they did.
That was me fighting the
Ulos,
charts right
S&Ps.
there. That was Jesus. There's MOC.
Does he?
Wow. What am I?
Hey, real quick, Dolby. They want us to update tomorrow's schedule, if you don't mind. We've got opening call tomorrow with Eddie and Hoag. Then we got fast markets, Eddie, Hoag, Andre, Anne Marie. Shoulder tap, Hoag, Mick. Power players, Eddie, Andre, Christian. Top quiz, Jack, Vanessa, Hoag, JD for group coaching. Andre, Hoag, Rips for power players. And then your favorite threesome for Power Hour. Dolby, Rips, and myself. Everyone tune in. We're gonna have a hell of a lot of fun.
That's gonna be trouble. That's gonna be trouble. Yeah, so that was me definitely fighting the charts right there. Yeah, I definitely should not have done that. I should have just followed the charts and just rolled with it. But damn, dude. See, this is what I'm still trying to figure out with NASDAQ.
I know, man. I know. I'm sitting on my hands now. I'm tilty.
They're just a little bit wider. So like this bar right here, this 1 5-minute bar, like that typically doesn't really happen in crude oil. Like it will stick pretty tight to like this 5-minute, like support becomes resistance, resistance becomes support, vice versa. But I'm still trying to get my bearings in NASDAQ because it just wants to stretch just a little bit further than what CL is typically used to. So a little bit of a learning curve here for me with the NASDAQ.
Yeah, man, same.
Also, no consolidation. I mean, this is a pretty mediocre day for me. I really should have done a lot better, at least from making sure I was hitting my setups.
Uh-huh.
My hands up, Greg. You see how my hands are up here?
Yo.
No trades.
Isaac made a couple
I'm still
bucks.
trying to pass this thing. I'm still trying to pass this thing. I gotta pass it.
Sucker alive, Dolby.
I just need to see what happens if I pass this and I have to have a conversation with MP about if I have to pay for an XFA activation fee or something. That's where I'm trying to go with this.
Get that money. Get that money.
Yeah. Right.
Here we go. The close. Liquidity injection coming, Rips.
8 minutes
this one's
left
for you, baby. Yeah.
Yep. Just keep. So Isaac, what do you think? You think we can hit this 81 evens at the very bottom? Think there's enough time left?
Yeah, I mean, today? No.
Today, 8 minutes?
I
No?
mean,
Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, there's always a possibility with NQ, especially because there's earnings coming up for Tesla. So, I mean, NQ could definitely, just take a dump right before close, just because of earnings itself. But you never know with NQ.
You do
It's
not, and
crazy
I'm
out
learning
there.
that. It's a whole different world. Crude oil seems like a
I
relatively
personally-
tame market.
I don't trade crude oil, but I do think when I do look at it, it has some of the cleanest price action.
Think so?
Oh yeah, that's great.
Yeah, really clean. We're going back
So
under
this
that
is one of
level
those
now.
days where I had the right idea, wrong entry.
Yes. Hey, good update. Tesla and Apple both red now. No. Wonder how Tesla's earnings are going to come out.
I don't know. I can't afford a Tesla. Cheers.
You're just setting us up.
I don't think it's going to be very good. I mean, Tesla keeps cutting prices every 5 minutes.
Dude, trying to
Yeah, I got
the competition if there is any.
Slang those Tesla cars.
More sellers,
They're
more
not even, like, that
sellers. Here we go.
expensive. Oh my goodness.
Yes, closing
Right
in on
idea,
settlement
wrong
here.
entry.
Same,
me.
Colby, same.
I hate this happens. Are we gonna pull in chat? Are we gonna hit 81 evens today? We got 6 minutes left. Are we gonna hit 81
fellas,
evens?
I usually don't do it, but like I said, if we went under that level again, those shorts would look really nice.
Oh, you have them back in? No
Say
peer
again?
pressure. You're on power hour. Did you hop them back in?
Careful, yeah.
Oh no, I live trade all the time. I took a
yeah.
quick scout for like 300 more, and then I called it. It was like super quick. I don't want to.
I'm not
trade
taking a
into
15
close.
lot. I'm not taking a
We've
15
been
lot
trying,
unless it's
man.
on
We've been getting short.
my terms.
We lost money
My
being
terms.
short today.
15 lot. My terms. We're doing 15 lots. Yeah, Chad is not trading.
We
my
lost
trading
money being
combine
short.
account. I am trading.
What do you want?
15 is funny.
All right,
What the hell
this thing's just gone crazy.
It's
Good
absolute
luck.
madness.
Good luck to you.
Absolute madness. What, 20 points in less than 5 minutes out on the rebound? But here's the thing, though, right? So, like, who are the happy buyers? Well, all the happy buyers was anyone who got long at 20 evens.
Look at that.
Around there. So why not hop in again and join the other happy buyers who had profits before? I'm just trying to hang out with whoever's happiest in the market. I feel like the chart can provide that.
Exactly.
Too bad I ignored it.
What?
Too bad I ignored it.
I hope he's still holding his
Thought I
now.
was smarter than
Colby
the
and I lost
market.
money being short.
Yeah, somehow. No, right idea.
Right idea.
Just wrong entry. That's all. No big deal. It happens. It happens.
All right, 29,000 Delta. Yes, thank you, John. Take along, might take along.
But it's still hanging that downtrend. I mean, someone is coming in and selling this downtrend I have drawn on my chart every single time. Happy shorts. Happy shorts. 4 minutes left. I think.
Happy shorts.
Yeah,
Tell us we have to
32.68.
end right on the
yes
bell,
and no. Oh, do we? Okay.
Yeah, we got to jump over to the meeting.
Ooh, yeah, we do.
Ending here,
Important.
so
some guy, he says Dolby isn't inspirational regarding NQ trading. That's
agree.
Probably accurate.
100%
I'm learning.
agree.
I'm literally learning NQ on the fly live with you people.
100%.
So you are dead on.
Couldn't
I
have
did make $4,000
couldn't have said it better
yesterday.
myself.
Absolutely nailed a 13 lot yesterday. So
yes, you did.
you have a sample size of 1. I mean, that's not pretty adequate. What's a good sample size, Isaac?
For what?
For your trades, let's say you're trying to like analyze your
Oh.
trading system. Like, how many trades do you want to see before you kind of feel like you know where you're going?
I don't know, man. It really depends on the market you're trading in. Because anything can work in a trending market. Not everything can work in a ranging or choppy market. So, I'd have to see about that one.
Yeah, yeah.
600
man,
lot
that
sitting
short
on
was good, too.
89, 95. Yeah. 600 lot down below in the ES on 95 evens, 48.95 even, 600 lot on the bid. Definitely gobble that up, and you have to be long come tomorrow.
Yeah.
If they
Everyone
just
else in
stack
chat
bids,
is
they
very
get filled.
supportive of me.
Good. They better be, Dolby.
Thank you, chat. I'm glad you're sticking around. Also, chat, give some love to Isaac. I think our first time hanging out
Seriously.
with Isaac, dude. I love your passion for the
Thanks
markets.
for hanging out, man.
I love that you're like,
Bell to bell. Shout out to
I'm
the bell
asking
to
you a
bell.
question.
Yeah, shout out to the bell to bell.
Yeah.
Let's get these. We gotta get some closing words in. They want us in the meeting. So thank you, Isaac, for hanging. Dolby, wrap this sucker up.
Yeah, I mean, let's do it, Isaac.
For sure.
Incredible. Love your passion for the markets. I mean, if I ask you a question, you're like, nah, I can't answer. I'm paying attention to what's going on the screen. Absolutely beautiful and perfect. That's how people should be when they're trading. It's like, listen, the shit's going on. Isaac, where's the best place people can find you? Instagram or YouTube? What do you want to have people look at?
If you go on my Instagram, that's probably best. At IS, or I think my name's right there. Yeah. If you just type Isaac Suffren just like that, you'll find me.
Cool. Let me grab a link real quick. Definitely looking forward to having you back on Power Hour. Excellent energy. Exactly type of stuff that we need at 2 o'clock when we're wrapping up this market. Here is the link for Isaac's Instagram. And if you haven't used Instagram, there's probably a link up there that gets you to all of his other stuff as well. About less than 1 minute, we're gonna wrap this up. Isaac, anything like to say to the people? You have chat, 1,800 people in chat. What do you got for them?
1,800. A quick word of inspiration. No, just go get 2024. No excuses. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yes, thank you.
That's
Shout
awesome. Andre,
shout
what
out
do
to
you
all the
got
bell
for
to bell. Shout out to the bell to bell crew. Keep an eye on Tesla, IBM earnings. See how that plays out. You guys rule. Without you guys, this doesn't happen. Hope you guys enjoyed it. 3 o'clock just hit. Thanks, everybody.
Love chat. We'll see you later.
See you guys.